The story opens with Jitae standing alone in the ruins of his sixth life, surrounded by destruction as far as the eye can see. Once again, he has failed. The sky is choked with monsters and towering dragons, their shadows stretching across a dying world. For a brief moment, a question slips into his mind. Would things have turned out differently if he had listened to someone else's advice? But he dismisses the thought just as quickly. He has no regrets. After surviving 6 lives in this hell, Jitae understands one truth better than anyone. Failure is not the end, and experience is everything. With that belief burning in his chest, he grips the formless sword and carves a path forward, refusing to bow to the fate that keeps dragging him back here. He charges headfirst toward the giant dragons, his body moving on instinct alone. Steel and mana clash as he plunges into a brutal battle, ripping through monsters and dragons alike. Bodies fall, blood spills, and the ground trembles beneath his feet. By the time he reaches the top of the ruins, his body is exhausted, his breathing ragged. Looking out over the battlefield, he realizes the cruel truth. No matter how many he kills, the endless tide will never stop. A cold system message appears before his eyes, declaring that Earth has officially entered the apocalypse state. The words confirm what he already knows. He failed to save the planet again. And yet, as if answering his despair, massive golden clock gears manifest across the sky. Time itself begins to move. As the authority of the vintage clock activates and the world starts to rewind, Jitae slowly closes his eyes. He accepts the moment, believing that none of his struggles were meaningless. The system announces the reset of the world's timeline. Time flows backward, and the ruined world vanishes. In its place, a modern city reappears. People gather in the streets, staring up in confusion and awe at a strange purple gate hanging ominously in the sky. Some whisper nervously, suggesting they call the police. Others freeze, unable to process what they're seeing. A young man laughs it off, trying to calm his anxious companion. With forced confidence, he claims the gate poses no danger and even raises his phone, eager to capture the moment. Then everything breaks. Predatory monsters burst out of the gate, moving faster than anyone can react. In an instant, the young man is torn apart, his scream cut short as blood splashes across the pavement. Phones slip from trembling hands. Panic erupts as bystanders scatter, their cries filling the air. In a single moment, the 21st century is transformed into a slaughterhouse. Across the globe, gates open one after another. Armies of knights, monsters, and bizarre creatures pour into the world, trampling cities and shattering civilization. Humanity's flame flickers on the verge of extinction beneath this overwhelming invasion. But within the despair, a spark ignites. Some humans awaken to a new power, marking the beginning of what would be called the New Era. To confront the endless threat, children with extraordinary potential are gathered from around the world and brought to an artificial floating island known as Hateling. There, the city is transformed into a global academy, marking the founding of Lair. And as the 7th cycle begins anew, the returner arrives at that very place. In a narrow alley, a criminal grips a woman hostage, pressing a sharp blade against her throat as he screams for everyone to stay back, or he'll kill her. The woman's screams echo through the alley as police units tighten their encirclement, weapons raised and voices overlapping as they order Ju Hoshik to deactivate his ability and surrender at once. But Hoshik only laughs bitterly. He declares that he's doomed no matter what happens next, so he might as well drag everyone down with him. His grip tightens, desperation twisting his face. Then, without warning, someone speaks from directly behind him. They tell him calmly that he's been ordered to surrender. Hoshik freezes, his eyes widen as panic surges through him. He felt nothing. No footsteps, no presence, no warning. When did this person get there? Whirling around in a frenzy, he lashes out violently, shouting as he attacks, demanding to know if this newcomer is another cop. Jitae slips past the strike as if it were nothing. In one smooth motion, he counters and drives a crushing blow into Hoshik's body. As the impact lands, Jitae speaks in a flat, unwavering voice. He isn't just a cop, he is the police. The criminal is slammed into the ground with overwhelming force, the pavement cracking beneath him. His consciousness vanishes instantly. As silence falls over the alley, Jitae exhales and mutters to himself that he really needs to control his strength better. He stares at his hand for a moment, realizing he forgot about restraint entirely, an oversight unbecoming of Officer Jitae of the Lair District Police Station. The next morning, the station buzzes with chatter. A colleague recounts how the superhuman Johik was cornered in the shops after a long chase and ended up taking a civilian hostage. Midway through the explanation, he suddenly points at the criminal lying unconscious on the floor, confusion spreading across his face as he asks why the guy is already here. Jitae answers without emotion, saying he simply picked him up on the way. A policewoman approaches to request the incident report but hesitates, her voice faltering as she ends up thanking him instead. She quietly notes to herself that Jitae looks different, taller, sharper, and somehow more handsome than she remembers. Another officer strides over, brimming with excitement after hearing about Johik's capture, but his tone quickly shifts as he nervously scolds Jitae for beating the criminal too badly. Complaints could come pouring in. Jitae doesn't react. He couldn't care less. His gaze drifts across the station, taking in the unfamiliar faces around him. Every one of them is a stranger. Since the regression began, he hasn't come to work even once. Handing the criminal over, he tells his colleagues to handle the rest and steps away without another word. The reason he abandoned his ordinary life and chose to repeat countless regressions to stop the apocalypse was the death of the baby dragons. These young dragons, born and raised in the other world of Asclepa, came to Earth seeking joy, entertainment, and happy memories. But reality was cruel. Some went mad after witnessing endless wars, losing control before being killed. Others collapsed under the weight of humanity's malice, unable to endure it. A few even stopped their own hearts after failing the missions they were entrusted with. Their deaths ignited the fury of the adult dragons. In retaliation, they unleashed a catastrophic assault on humanity. No matter how powerful Jitae became through his repeated lives, it was never enough for him to save the world alone. And so, in this regression, he chose a completely different path. As he turns to leave, the policewoman suddenly calls out to him. Gathering her courage, she asks what his plans are after work and shyly suggests having dinner together at a new restaurant she's been wanting to try. Jitae responds politely, declining without hesitation. He says he already has somewhere to be. When she asks where, he answers simply, almost casually, that he's going to Europe. The scene shifts to Florence, Italy. In a sunlit park, a green-haired girl laughs as she plays with children, weaving flowers into small crowns and placing them gently on their heads. Her smile is bright and carefree. From a distance, Jitae watches her quietly, his expression unreadable. After a moment, he walks toward her and calls out a greeting. The girl turns, surprise filling her eyes as she looks at him. Jitae meets her gaze with a stern, serious expression and tells her plainly that she's coming with him. Confused, she activates the fallen Babel ability to understand his words, then greets him back with hesitation. She asks why he's looking for her. Jitae answers curtly, saying he has business with her. He asks if she knows who she is, then follows up by asking if she knows who he is. Without hesitation, she clearly says his name, Jitae, and smiles innocently, asking if she got it right. Jitae's eyes narrow instantly. Suspicion creeps into his expression as he sharply demands to know how she knows his name. The girl points awkwardly at the ID card on his clothes. Only then does Jitae realize his name is plainly written there. She lets out a nervous laugh, hurriedly claiming she was joking and insisting she knows nothing about him or his job. Then she corrects herself, saying there's only one thing she realized, that he possesses immense power and clearly doesn't belong in this place at all. Jitae falls silent. After a brief pause, she asks quietly if he came to kill her. He answers no. Growing more anxious, she asks if this is a kidnapping instead. Jitae replies that it's something similar. Trying to lighten the mood, she jokes clumsily, playing with words and teasing about his intentions toward dragons. Jitae cuts her off immediately, his tone sharp, telling her to stop the nonsense. He tells her the truth. His intention is to protect her in this dangerous world. He warns her that if she refuses to listen, he won't hesitate to use rough methods. Jitae adds that the eyes of the Green Dragon clan can read divine providence, granting her sharper intuition and faster understanding than most. He tells her to judge the situation wisely, given her origins. The girl studies him for a moment, then smiles faintly. She asks if he'll treat her kindly as long as she behaves and listens well. Jitae agrees without hesitation. Accepting that she has no real choice, she agrees to go with him, but only on one condition. She asks to be treated as a guest, not a prisoner. With a playful wink, she asks him to promise and extends her pinky finger toward him. Jitae looks at the small finger and immediately realizes the truth. She's scared of him. After a brief hesitation, he hooks his finger with hers. Their pinkies lock, sealing the promise. And just like that, a strange and fragile relationship begins between them. The next morning arrives quietly. The girl peeks out from behind the door, wrapped in an oversized shirt that nearly swallows her frame, wondering if the master of the house has woken up yet. She steps into the living room and freezes. Jitae is already there, seated calmly, surrounded by a strange black aura that writhes like living shadows. Startled, she calls out to him, her voice tense. Without looking back, Jitae speaks evenly, ordering the shadows to remain calm. He tells them nothing bad will happen as long as they follow instructions. The darkness shifts. Before her eyes, the shadows gather and solidify, taking shape piece by piece until an exact replica of Jitae stands before them. The copy bows respectfully, its movements precise and obedient, then walks past her. She stares in shock, unable to tell them apart. Jitae glances at her reaction and tells her not to worry. It's just a substitute going to work in his place. Then, as if nothing unusual just happened, he asks if she slept well. She sits down beside him, slowly realizing he isn't planning to go to work himself. Jitae explains that the shadow clone is one of his abilities, so technically he's still the one working. He adds that for now he needs to stay by her side. She lets out a nervous laugh, saying she understands what he means. At least, she thinks she does. Trying to lighten the heavy atmosphere, she suggests having breakfast. She sits beside him while he reads the newspaper and casually reminds him that he skipped dinner the night before. Jitae initially refuses, saying he's fine, but she insists. She admits it feels strange eating alone while the owner of the house doesn't eat at all. Jitae lowers the paper and asks seriously if she's always this enthusiastic about food, reminding her that dragons can survive perfectly well without eating. She responds with a playful smile, swinging her feet back and forth, explaining that it's not about survival, it's about happiness, the energy and warmth that come from eating something delicious. Suddenly, she jumps to her feet, declaring that this situation simply won't do. Ignoring his claim that he's fine, she insists they go shopping immediately so she can show him the true power of breakfast. They soon arrive at the massive Esmart store. Heads turn as soon as they enter. People whisper about the girl's beauty, while others quietly admire the tall, handsome man walking beside her. She strolls cheerfully through the aisles, humming to herself as she tosses items into the cart. Jitae follows behind her, calm and unreadable as always. Noticing the growing pile of groceries, Jitae finally asks if all of this isn't a bit much for breakfast. She responds enthusiastically, explaining that the kitchen is completely empty and they need basic ingredients for future meals. She says they should head back right away so she can start cooking. Jitae disagrees. He decides they'll drop the groceries at home first and then go out to eat instead. Just as she's about to protest, he suddenly stops her and says there's one more place they need to visit. She blinks in surprise. A hint of disappointment crosses her face. She was enjoying the shopping, but Jitae insists. He explains that it's already too late for breakfast, and more importantly, there are essential things she needs if she's going to live here properly. He tells her to hurry. They still have a lot to do. She doesn't quite understand what he means, but follows anyway. Soon, they arrive at a place that feels suspicious. The girl looks around cautiously, her curiosity growing as she takes in her surroundings. The old man with the mechanical eye suddenly leaned into view, a crooked chuckle escaping his lips as he glanced between Jitae and the girl. "So?" he teased lightly. "Is this young lady your girlfriend?" Jitae didn't even blink. His voice dropped into something sharp and lifeless. "Shut your mouth and do your job," he said coldly. "Unless you want to lose your other eye?" The laughter stopped instantly. A short while later, the girl stepped out, clutching a small card with both hands. Her eyes sparkled as she stared at it, barely able to contain herself. "An ID?" she whispered in awe. "I really have one now." Jitae frowned, genuinely puzzled. "How did you even live on Earth all this time without an identity? No records, no bank account, nothing?" She tilted the card, examining it from every angle, then paused. Her brow creased as she read the name printed on it. "Yub. Bomb?" She looked up at him. "Why Bomb? You already gave me your family name." Jitae casually pointed to the shop sign nearby. "Four Seasons. It's from that," he explained. "The seasons. There are 4 dragons, so I chose Bomb Spring for you." For a moment, she just stared. Then her face lit up, overflowing with happiness. "Spring," she said softly. "The season of life." She hugged the card to her chest and smiled brightly. "It's beautiful. My name is very beautiful." As they walked, she spoke honestly, without hesitation. "I'm not afraid of you anymore." Yet her eyes, those inherited from the green dragon, and her draconic constitution still screamed warnings. A thick, oppressive darkness clung to Jitae's body, marking him as something overwhelmingly dangerous. Still, she turned back and smiled. "I don't think you're a bad person." Jitae stopped. His gaze sharpened. "You decided that after just one day?" She didn't slow down, walking ahead of him with absolute confidence. "My intuition is better than anyone else's," she said lightly. "I'm from the Green Dragon clan." Then, flashing a bright, almost innocent smile, Bomb looked back at him. "Can I stay and watch you a little longer?" Jitae noticed it then, the sincerity in her expression. A smile he had never once seen from the Green Dragon in any of his previous regressions. Bomb clasped her hands together. "Let's have dinner. I'll help set the table." As they continued forward, Jitae exhaled quietly. This beginning isn't bad at all. The scene shifted. Under cold moonlight in a barren stretch of African land, a red-haired girl stood over her fallen opponent. She laughed openly, mocking his earlier boasts about strength and dominance. "So, this is all you had?" she scoffed. Her military boot pressed down on the screaming man's face. His threats, his pleas, she ignored them all. With brutal indifference, she delivered a crushing kick. Bones snapped. The noise stopped. She tilted her head, staring at the broken body beneath her feet. "Huh? Did you die from that?" A skull mask hid her face as she straightened, energy surging through her body. 199 victories, she declared proudly. Still undefeated. Her gaze lifted toward the horizon, a savage smile forming beneath the mask as anticipation burned in her eyes. Who's next? Elsewhere, the world erupted into chaos. Breaking news flooded the airwaves. Reports of a massive armed conflict igniting in South Africa. A terrorist organization known as Varkata had launched coordinated air raids, plunging the region into open warfare. And this was only the beginning. Amid growing rumors of a monster known as the Night Fighter clashing head-on with the South African Union, Jitae stood silently in his office, watching the reports flicker across the screen. Explosions, blurred footage, terrified commentators, everything pointed to one thing. The time has come. Before his thoughts could settle, a knock echoed from the door. "Jitae." Bomb called out calmly. It's dinner time. He exhaled, pushing the screen aside. I'll be out right now. At the dinner table, Bomb proudly set down a dish that instantly drained the room of warmth. Whole fish, uncut, uncleaned, were stabbed vertically into a mound of purple rice. Their lifeless eyes stared upward, mouths frozen open as if screaming their final plea. Bomb straightened, hands behind her back. Well? She asked confidently. What do you think? Jitae stared at it in silence. I saw a sardine dish when I was in England, she explained earnestly. But they didn't use rice. Since Koreans rely on rice, I thought combining them would make sense. The fish seemed to glare at him. Kill me, their faces seemed to say. Jitae forced himself to pick up his spoon, though a twitch crept across his brow. Deep, unmistakable frustration barely held in check. As he struggled through the first bite, he spoke quietly. Tomorrow, I'm going to get the red. Bomb froze. Her expression shifted instantly, shock replacing her earlier pride. That won't be easy, she said seriously. Bringing her back won't be anything like me. She won't listen. She won't obey. I want you to come with me, Jitae said. Help me convince her. Bomb hesitated. What's the point? Different clans usually keep their distance. Jitae looked at her, genuinely surprised. You don't want the same thing I do? She shook her head slowly. I prefer building things. Slowly. Then her tone hardened. The Red Dragon clan is nothing like us. They love war, violence, displays of power. If you try to subdue her by force, she paused. Surrendering to them is worse than death. Jitae's gaze sharpened. There's no time, he said grimly. A hunter is already after her. If this continues, the Red will die. That outcome is inevitable. Bomb's eyes widened. Coming with me, he continued, is the only way to resolve this peacefully, without bloodshed. She stared at him, stunned. You're asking for help? A small smile crept onto her lips. I thought you were the kind of person who carried everything alone, no matter how heavy. Then she nodded brightly. I'll help. I don't want my companion to die either. But then, she raised a single finger. One condition. Jitae looked up. With a serious expression, Bomb gestured toward the plate. You eat everything. She tilted her head slightly. I noticed you stopped the moment you mentioned the red. You put your spoon down quietly. Jitae fell silent. His gaze dropped to the table, unease creeping across his face. She noticed Bomb had seen through the anxiety he thought he'd buried perfectly. And for the first time that night, Jitae had no words. The scene shifts to a ruined city. Streets torn apart, and soldiers' corpses scattered in every direction, as the red-haired girl stands alone at the center of the devastation, calmly surveying the aftermath. She looks down at one of the fallen soldiers with open contempt, clicking her tongue as she wonders aloud why humans are always this weak, openly dissatisfied that her 200th victory ended in something so pathetic. With nothing left to fight in Africa, she casually considers where to go next, her thoughts drifting toward the green of Europe, unaware that 2 surviving soldiers are hiding behind a shattered wall, bodies trembling as they whisper that this is pure madness, that an entire elite squad was erased by a single girl, a battle-crazed monster wearing human skin. One of them mutters desperately that they can't face her alone and clings to the hope that he will arrive in time, only for the girl to suddenly appear above them, mocking their fearful whispers and asking why they're huddling in the dark like suspicious rats, causing one soldier to scream in panic as he turns around. She moves faster than thought, striking them in an instant, and the soldier realizes too late that death has already arrived. But at that moment, a brilliant golden light erupts and blocks her attack, forcing her to leap back as she stares in genuine surprise at the sheer density of mana she just collided with. The clash explodes into a thunderous boom that shakes the ruins, and the surviving soldiers can only watch in stunned disbelief as she actually pierces the mana defense with her weapon, confirming beyond doubt that she truly is a monster. From the blazing light, a massive armored knight steps forward, calmly questioning whether this woman is the infamous Rakshasa, and as the soldiers erupt in cheers at the appearance of their savior, Javier Karma, 8th-ranked superhuman of the African Union, orders them to evacuate the wounded and retreat, his entire body engulfed in a burning golden aura. The girl tilts her head and addresses him mockingly as OA, openly admitting that his attack was heavy and powerful and instantly concluding that he must be the boss, while Javier narrows his eyes, noting that she's smaller and female than he expected. In response, she casually drops her sword, laughs, and asks if he's fallen in love with her too, teasing that this is exactly why she wears a mask, because everyone who sees her face gets distracted and forgets how to fight properly. Javier, unfazed, asks why she doesn't surrender when she can surely feel the gap in power between them, but the girl bursts into manic laughter, rejecting the idea of running away just because her weapon broke and declaring that she'd rather die fighting than accept a shameful surrender. Her internal power erupts violently as she launches herself forward at terrifying speed, hammering his solid armor with a relentless storm of punches and kicks, eyes blazing with excitement as she finally spots a gap in his defense. With a shrill scream of delight, she delivers a brutal and dirty strike to a sensitive point. fully expecting the impact to land, only to freeze in shock when Javier doesn't move an inch or even blink, standing there as if her attack never existed at all. Javier looks down at her with cold, emotionless eyes and calmly states that he guesses she has never fought anyone stronger than herself, that all her battles until now were nothing more than easy and boring games. His eye begins to glow gold as he acknowledges her overwhelming talent, but makes it clear that he is not someone who will indulge her childish play. Raising his massive sword high into the air, he brings it down without hesitation, forcing the red-haired girl to scream in terror as she barely twists her body aside to avoid instant death. Javier activates his skill, Blade of Raw Ignition, and in that split second the girl realizes she can no longer dodge, instinctively bracing herself as a blinding light swallows her whole. Her body crashes violently into the rock wall behind her, the impact tearing through stone and sending chunks of debris flying in every direction, while Javier stands calmly amid the settling dust, admitting to himself that she truly is a monster since she forced him to reinforce his arm at the last moment just to block her counter, and deciding that he'll need to increase his attack power even further. As the dust thins, his eyes narrow toward the shattered wall, momentarily surprised as he wonders if she somehow escaped. Behind the rubble, Bomb crouches silently, clutching the red tightly and covering her mouth to stop any sound from leaking out, while the red stares at her sister in shock, silently questioning why she's even here. Bomb whispers that she came to save her after hearing she was in trouble, only for the red to sneer in annoyance, mocking the idea of Bomb saving her when she can't even fight. Bomb's expression hardens as she warns her seriously that if she keeps going like this, she might truly die. The red angrily pushes her sister's hand away, stubbornly declaring that she will finish this fight no matter the cost, even if it means dying, and orders Bomb not to interfere. Bomb responds with a sharp, chilling gaze, warning her that the moment she dies, all her fun ends as well, and as she calmly heals her sister's damaged arm with magic, she reminds her that her death doesn't affect only herself and that she surely doesn't want to ruin the clan's entertainment on Earth. Bomb then smiles softly, almost innocently, admitting that she wants to stay on Earth and quietly asking for her sister's help. The red falls silent, finally acknowledging how absurdly strong her opponent is and realizing that running would only mean being caught instantly, but Bomb reassures her without hesitation that the old man will handle it. The girl stiffens in surprise at the mention of another presence, and Bomb confirms it with a confident smile, revealing that she didn't come here alone. Suddenly, Jitae appears on the battlefield, his presence cutting through the chaos like a blade, and Javier immediately turns toward him, eyes narrowing as he questions the identity of this new intruder. Jitae stands his ground, an overwhelming aura spreading around him as he answers simply that he is her guardian, a reply that makes Javier scoff as he mocks the idea, pointing out that Jitae's actions and demeanor hardly belong to someone who needs protection. Jitae meets his gaze coldly, while from behind the shattered wall, the red cautiously peeks out and asks if this is the man her sister mentioned, prompting Bomb to sharply order her to hide, warning that the situation is far too dangerous. Jitae raises a hand slightly, attempting to calm the tension as he tells the armored knight that the situation is complicated and suggests ending things here, but Javier rejects the proposal outright, anger flaring as he declares that the girl has crossed the line and her actions cannot be ignored. Jitae counters calmly that she hasn't killed anyone, a statement that only fuels Javier's rage as he warns Jitae not to play word games with him. Undeterred, Jitae tries once more to negotiate, promising that the girl will never appear here again and asking if the matter can be settled quietly, only for Javier to explode in fury, declaring that this land falls under the jurisdiction of the African Union. Golden energy floods into Javier's sword as he announces himself as a Union investigator and declares that he will arrest Jitae and the girl under his guardianship, activating his combat ability and unleashing a deafening roar as he brings his blade crashing down, releasing a wave of destructive golden power toward Jitae. The battlefield erupts in smoke and debris, and from within the dust, Javier speaks with confidence, stating that if Jitae truly is the guardian of that monster, then he shouldn't die from an attack like that. In the next instant, Jitae appears behind him completely unharmed, wrapped in a suffocating dark aura, muttering in open boredom that this is exhausting and coldly remarking that for someone ranked 8th among superhumans, Javier is shockingly inflexible. Terror grips Javier as he realizes too late that he has no idea when this man moved behind him, and before he can even activate Blade of Raw Ignition again, Jitae breaches his defenses in the blink of an eye, delivering a devastating strike that severs the hand holding the sword. Jitae steps closer at an unhurried pace, his voice dropping to a chilling whisper as he tells Javier to listen carefully, because today is the worst day of his life. He calmly explains that, as an investigator, Javier attempted to arrest that girl, but unfortunately encountered an unknown monster, and due to sheer bad luck, failed to block the first strike, resulting in the loss of his arms and eyes, while both the monster and the girl escaped together, leaving behind nothing but this fabricated report and the ruins of his pride. Javier screams desperately, begging him to wait, but Jitae continues speaking in a cold, merciless tone, calmly assuring him that he won't remember this truth for long anyway. In a single, brutal, blood-soaked strike, Jitae severs the knight's remaining arm and destroys his eyes, noting to himself with detached precision that as long as Javier stays alive, the healing-type superhumans of the Union can eventually restore his limbs. What truly matters isn't the damage to the body, but the terror carved deep into the mind, because fear, once engraved, never fades. And this is the method Jitae prefers above all others. He reassures himself that even the violent young dragon who calls herself the Night Fighter will be no exception to this rule. The Red watches the scene unfold in pure horror and disbelief, whispering to Bomb as she asks what kind of monster he really is, only for Bomb to answer calmly that he isn't a monster at all, but a human, a claim the Red scoffs at, muttering that if that thing is human, then she must be a lizard. Jitae turns toward them, his gaze locking onto the Red as he addresses her directly as the Red Dragon, informing her in a firm, unquestionable tone that from now on she will live in his house under his protection. He promises her freedom within reasonable limits and support whenever she needs it, but his expression suddenly darkens and his voice sharpens as he warns her of severe consequences should she ever cross his boundaries. The Red trembles under the weight of his presence as Bomb quickly steps in to ease the tension, promising that she'll explain everything later, while the Red shouts in frustration, demanding to know why he has to be so terrifying, and Bomb responds by winking at him playfully. Jitae then gives the Red her new name, Yorium Summer, ordering her to remember it well before turning away and leaving without another word, silently expecting the two girls to follow. As they move, Bomb leans closer and whispers teasingly that the Red has grown since their last meeting, earning an irritated response that now isn't the time for jokes. From the shadows, Jitae's copy calmly announces that the mission is complete. At the same moment, the scene shifts deep into the Amazon rainforest, where the real Jitae sits beside a beautiful blonde girl, calmly severing his connection with the shadow copy and muttering a quiet, satisfied, "Good job." He reflects that sending Bomb was the correct choice, knowing the Red is far too wild to be persuaded easily on her own. The blonde girl suddenly interrupts him with curious laughter, asking who he was talking to, cheerfully pointing at his smartwatch and teasing that he must have a habit of talking to himself, as her title, The Golden Dragon, flickers into view. A woman who lived 3 lives bathed in attention like a shining star, her greatest brilliance ironically coinciding with the greatest disasters she caused, she understands better than anyone that admiration is dazzling yet poisonous, which is why she chose this remote place even though she originally came for the game. She steps closer to Jitae with sparkling curiosity, openly fascinated by the floating screen and its clarity, twirling around him with childlike excitement as she remarks that the last person she met owned nothing even remotely like this. Jitae looks at her seriously and asks why she's living in a place like this, telling her plainly that if she came for the game, she should have stayed among humans instead of hiding in a forest crawling with monsters and insects. The girl stiffens in surprise at the mention of the game, and when he calmly explains that he knows about it from the Green Dragon, her expression shifts again. Jitae then asks the Golden Dragon directly if she's afraid of humans, and after a brief hesitation, she admits nervously that she isn't exactly terrified, but her past experience living among them was bad. She explains that some humans stared at her strangely while others chased after her relentlessly, and that constant attention made everything feel frightening and unsafe, leaving the two of them silent for a moment as those memories resurface. Jitae breaks the silence abruptly by asking her if she likes bread, catching her completely off guard as she replies that dragons don't even need to eat, only for him to casually activate the shallow abyss and pull out a large bag overflowing with a warm, irresistible aroma. Her eyes widen in shock as she steps closer without thinking, sniffing the air and realizing with amazement that it's real, freshly baked bread, which Jitae calmly confirms while she stares in fascination at the golden pastries inside. She starts drooling openly at the sight of donuts, berry tarts, and egg tarts, asking in disbelief why he brought so much, and Jitae smoothly uses the moment to invite her to come with him instead of staying alone in this desolate forest, reassuring her that her friends are there, the place is safe, and that she should enjoy the game properly like the other dragons. The girl hesitates, hurriedly wiping the drool from her lips as she remembers her mother's warning about never following strangers, but Jitae simply turns his back coldly and tells her that he'll buy her macarons, causing her resolve to collapse instantly as she throws all caution aside without another thought. The scene shifts to the city, where the Red stands on a balcony as leaves fall around her, irritation written clearly across her face as she mutters angrily while recalling her last encounter with Jitae. While inside the apartment, Bomb quietly watches her from a distance. The door opens and Jitae steps inside with the barefoot blonde girl, who excitedly announces that she only followed him because the sausage bread was far tastier than even the finest sausages in their world, asking Aaliyah to confirm it as she bites into a macaron, her eyes sparkling as she describes the flavor as heavenly thanks to the crunchy shell and soft melting center. Bomb greets Jitae warmly, and the blonde responds through a mouthful of sweets before suddenly letting out an ecstatic scream, rushing forward to hug Bomb tightly and affectionately, exclaiming how much she missed her and cheerfully commenting that she's become even more beautiful since their last meeting. She then pulls back and asks curiously whether Bomb lives here alone with the mister, prompting Bomb to explain that she hasn't been here long either, casually pointing out the Red standing nearby as she does. Meanwhile, Jitae stands facing his shadow copy that has returned from the mission, thanking it briefly for its work before calmly ordering it to return, the dark figure dissolving without resistance. The Red peeks out from the balcony door with an openly irritated expression, and for a brief moment, her eyes meet Jitae's in silence before she scoffs and turns her head away. The blonde immediately notices her and calls out her name loudly and cheerfully, waving without hesitation as she approaches, only to wrinkle her nose in disgust after catching the lingering smell of smoke and openly criticizing the Red Dragon clan's fondness for things that are bad for the body. In a flash of violent motion, the Red slams her hand over the blonde's mouth and drags her close, screaming into her face that she'll rip her out by the roots if she doesn't shut up, making it painfully clear that her brutal nature hasn't changed one bit. Later, Jitae sits across from the three girls in the living room and bluntly asks them how old they are, prompting Bomb to answer calmly with a gentle smile that she is 20, while the blonde beams proudly and announces that she is 10, only for Bomb to casually add that Yoram is 15. Yoram sits quietly with her cheek resting on her hand, eyes half-lidded and clearly uninterested as she listens in silence. The blonde immediately protests with enthusiasm, explaining that dragons grow far faster than humans and bragging openly about her body, insisting there's no reason to treat her like a child, which makes Yoram comment dryly that she does at least have something to be proud of. The blonde then shifts the topic with curiosity, asking Yoram about her name and whether it's a pseudonym, only to receive an indifferent reply that she knows nothing about that. Bomb steps in shyly to explain that the master is the one who gave her that name and that her own name has now become Bomb, leaving the blonde stunned as she openly disapproves, arguing that names are something precious and shouldn't be given before a coming-of-age ceremony. Thinking quickly, she connects the pattern to the seasons and confidently concludes that her own role would be Gyulatum, which Jitae immediately confirms, declaring that from now on her name is Gyul. Without warning, Jitae points at the necklace Gyul is wearing and tells her that when the little one inside is born, she must name it Gyul Winter, shocking her so deeply that she freezes on the spot. He calmly explains that the necklace is actually a polymorphed blue dragon egg and advises her to take good care of it, because it will hatch soon. Gale stares at him in awe, dazzled by how much a human knows, and asks curiously how he figured all of that out, only for him to cut her off coldly, stating that she doesn't need to know the reason. Jitae then lets his expression harden as he addresses everyone seriously, declaring that from now on there is only one rule they must follow. He tells them to enjoy the entertainment of life on Earth freely, but strictly on the condition that they do not step outside the fence he has set, making it clear that this means never leaving his sight. Yoram grumbled openly about the condition, clicking her tongue and calling him a dictator. The three girls ended up sitting together on the sofa, the silence between them stiff and awkward. Yoram's eyes narrowed as she cut through it sharply, asking if they had a problem. After a brief exchange of looks, the girls agreed. Playing somewhere nearby would be enough. Acceptable. Bomb suddenly brightened and suggested they go out for a bit, get their ID cards done, and buy some necessities since they'd be living here now. Gale immediately lit up at the idea, while Yoram scoffed and sarcastically wondered where the money would come from, joking that stealing from people sounded fun. Without hesitation, Jitae handed Bomb a sleek, luxurious black card, telling them not to worry about money and to enjoy themselves. Bomb thanked him and, hesitating, asked about the spending limit. Jitae replied calmly, confidence unwavering. As much as you want. What followed was pure chaos. The girls went on an unrestrained shopping spree, carts overflowing with clothes and random items. Notifications flooded UT's smartwatch non-stop, the numbers climbing into the tens of millions until they finally slammed into the limit. When everyone returned home, they were buried under boxes and bags. Yoram proudly carried a new sword, drawing it slightly to show it off. Gyul beamed in her new clothes, while Bomb quietly walked up to Jitae and returned the card with an apologetic bow. Worried she'd spent too much, she admitted she'd wanted to buy clothes for him too, but the card had hit its maximum. He reassured her gently that it was fine. Suddenly, Gyul called out to him, asking him to look. She stepped forward, showing off her trendy outfit and bragging about how many beautiful clothes she'd bought. Then, grinning widely, she pulled out a shirt identical in design to his and said she'd bought that one too. He told her it suited her, and Gyul thanked him enthusiastically, clearly delighted. In the background, Yoram examined the sword she'd purchased, testing its balance as Jitae quietly observed their very different reactions. Yoram then stepped forward, proudly presenting her sword and saying it was a perfect replacement for her broken one. She asked Jitae what he thought. He simply asked if she liked it, noting it was a high-quality blade. She replied coldly that at least it wasn't trash, leaving him and Bomb watching her in silence. Moments later, Gale came rushing toward Yoram, arms full of shopping bags, excitedly saying she'd bought clothes for her too and insisting she try them on. Yoram snapped back sharply, refusing and shouting that she wasn't her big sister and didn't need them. Bomb quietly remarked to Jitae that Yoram was bad at expressing her feelings, but was surely grateful. Jitae smiled faintly. That's good to hear. He then noticed Bomb was the only one who'd come back empty-handed and asked her about it. Bomb pointed to the kitchen table, where a small pot of rosemary sat. She explained that raising plants gave a good feeling. When he asked what she meant, she smiled warmly, holding the pot close and saying that plants bloom and create memories that last forever. Then she paused, remembering something she'd wanted to ask. She wondered if there was any way to fully enjoy Earth's entertainment while staying within the fence he'd imposed. Since entertainment for them wasn't just eating and playing, Jitae confirmed there was a way. He appeared holding an enrollment form and asked them seriously if they wanted to go to school. Yoram and Gyul freeze in shock at the sudden proposal. Later that day, the three girls finally return home after their admission interviews, their shoulders drooping and their faces drained of color. The tension follows them inside like a heavy fog. As they settle down, Gale suddenly grips Yorim's sleeve, her voice trembling as she voices a terrifying thought. What if she's the only one who fails while the others pass? Yorim clicks her tongue in irritation, calling her pessimistic, and casually tells someone to shut her up with a piece of bread. But Gale doesn't stop. She turns toward Jitae with watery eyes, sniffing as she asks if she's doomed to fail just because she's a pig. Jitae calmly reassures her, telling her that everyone did their best and that's what matters. For a brief second, it seems to work. Then Gale completely breaks down. She throws her arms up and starts wailing, declaring with absolute certainty that she failed. Jitae sighs, lifts her up effortlessly, and carries her while gently assuring her that nothing is decided yet. Bum, watching the scene, asks him where he disappeared to earlier. Jitae answers casually that he went to pick something up. As he speaks, he pulls out a box, and the moment it opens, a mouth-watering aroma fills the room. Gale's crying halts instantly. Her eyes sparkle as she peers inside and gasps, asking if it's bread or macarons. Jitae chuckles and tells her it's something she'll love even more than that. As the box opens fully, Jitae recalls a memory from a TV show in Ga's past life, one where the world-famous star Ba Gayul appeared as a guest. The show's concept had been simple. Top chefs cooked the guest's favorite food live on air. The host, laughing, had asked her favorite dish, joking about rumors that she survived on nothing but morning dew. Gale had laughed it off, insisting she was human too, before excitedly thinking about her answer. Back in the present, fried chicken and soda are laid out on the table. The girls stare at the food like predators spotting prey. Yorim immediately mocks Gale, pointing out that she claimed it was her favorite food, yet she's staring at it like she's never seen it before. Gale slams her hands on the table and proudly declares that she's decided. Starting today, this will be her favorite food. Yorim shrugs and mutters that it's just fried chicken. Jitae quietly steps away, leaving the room so they can enjoy the aroma in peace. Bomb quickly stops him, asking if he won't eat with them. He gently refuses, telling them to go ahead. Bomb's cheeks turn red as she pouts cutely and insists that he join them. Before he can respond, Jitae steps out onto the balcony, where his phone rings. The caller introduces themselves from the Lair administration office and confirms his identity as the student's guardian. They mention that there's an issue related to the recent interview. Jitae confirms who he is, his expression sharpening as the caller explains that the reason for the call is an unexpected development. Jitae asks what kind of problem it is, clearly surprised, especially since Bomb hadn't said anything about it. After a brief pause, the caller finally reveals the surprise. The call was short, but its meaning was heavy. The student U-Bomb had achieved a perfect score in the candidate selection interview. The caller spoke with clear excitement, explaining that the interviewers had praised her unanimously. They had even suggested she serve as the student representative to take the oath at this year's entrance ceremony. Caught up in their enthusiasm, they had offered the role to her directly. She had refused. Nearby, Bomb and Gale were happily eating fried chicken, completely detached from the weight of the conversation. The caller pressed Jitae to convince her, calling it a rare opportunity. Jitae declined without hesitation. He had no intention of interfering. The child's choice was her own. He ended the call. Yorim appeared behind him, brushing her teeth, and asked who had been on the phone. Jitae answered coldly that it concerned the green one, and corrected her immediately. Call her by her name. Bomb, Yorim sneered, mocking the name as embarrassing, joking whether they were playing house. Then her tone hardened. She asked what his real goal was. After a brief pause, she asked why he had sent them to Lair. I want them to do whatever they like, Jitae replied. Her eyes sharpened. What she wanted was to fight. She asked if there were strong people there. Jitae confirmed it. Elites from all over the world gathered at Lair. Yorim dismissed them as annoying brats, only for him to remind her that she was a child in this world too. The balcony cracked as Yorim slammed her hand down, issuing a challenge. She acknowledged his terrifying power, but her curiosity burned brighter. If he meant to keep her under control, then he would have to prove how strong he truly was. Jitae didn't rise to it. He looked at her with complete indifference. Forget it. Go eat chicken. That answer snapped something. Yorim exploded, cursing him, calling him boring, flipping him off in raw frustration. Gale rushed over, trying to calm her by offering a piece of chicken. Yorim screamed in her face and refused, until she suddenly bit into it. Her fury stalled. Shock crossed her face as the flavor hit her. Lair stood apart from all of this. A massive academy built atop Hatlings, a floating island that orbited the world. It existed for superhuman children, those born with blessings and extraordinary abilities. Yet most of its students came from wealthy families, famous clans, and the global elite. To the public, Lair wasn't just a school, it was proof that power and money were shaping a world of their own. Gale and Bomb walked through the academy grounds, and Gale couldn't hide her awe. She marveled at the campus, muttering that even stepping inside a place like this was nearly impossible for the public. After a moment, she tilted her head and wondered aloud if Jitae was the heir to some enormous hidden fortune. He spent money without hesitation, as if it meant nothing. Bomb nodded. Given his attitude, it didn't seem unlikely. Gale suddenly bounced in place, grinning as she celebrated how well everything had turned out. She admired the elegant school uniforms, clearly thrilled just to be there. Then she stopped, frowning slightly as she realized someone was missing. Where were Yu Yoriam and Yu Jitae? Bomb explained calmly. Yu Yoriam had gone to the Blue Dragon dorms for her practical interview, and Yu Jitae had gone with her as a guardian. At Lair, cadet superhumans were still considered mentally unstable, so adults from institutions or families were required to accompany them to keep disasters from happening. Gayul nodded in understanding, adding that leaving Yu Yoriam alone would definitely be dangerous. Bomb added that the track Yu Yoriam applied for focused on direct combat and student duels. Gayul's eyes lit up immediately. She suggested with barely contained excitement that they go watch if possible. Bomb's expression softened as she shook her head. She had already asked, and been refused. Gayul froze, clearly offended, pouting as she asked why. Bomb explained evenly that all of them showing up together would cause chaos. Around them, students whispered openly, stealing glances at the girls, speculating about their identities and families, dazzled by their striking presence. The scene shifted to Changchun Hall at the Blue Dragon Academy. Inside the ring, violence was already unfolding. Candidates clashed with wooden swords as cheers echoed through the hall. Blows were exchanged without mercy. Among the spectators, Yu Jitae sat with a cold, unreadable expression. A guardian shouted harshly from the sidelines, ordering the competitors to fight exactly as they had been taught. Before the tension could escalate further, a long-haired man stepped forward, smiling tightly as he urged the guardians to calm down and consider the candidate's mental state. Piling on pressure, he warned, would only worsen their condition. He walked straight toward Yu Jitae. Someone nearby finally recognized him and hurriedly apologized for the late introduction. The man introduced himself with composed authority as Wei Yuan, head professor of the Blue Dragon Academy. He spoke politely of his anticipation in working with the Guardians. The other Guardians reacted with admiration, praising his demeanor and kindness. Yu Jitae remained silent. Around him, whispers spread. This man wasn't merely wealthy or influential, he was also a war hero. The announcer's voice thundered through the hall, calling out the next match. Candidate number 124 versus number 7. Yu Jitae's eyes narrowed. Yu Yoriam stepped into the ring, a wooden sword resting lazily in her grip. She muttered under her breath, already bored, hoping the match wouldn't be a waste of time. Her gaze locked onto her blonde opponent, irritation flaring. If this fight wasn't fun, she swore to herself, she really might run away from home. The audience buzzed with excitement, voices overlapping as bets were made. Who would win, Sofia Vorkova or the red-haired girl? Opinions split instantly. One man laughed, claiming the redhead was his type, only for his friend to snap back that this wasn't about attraction. It was about victory. He spoke with certainty, saying Sofia would win without question. After all, she had been part of the RIL forces even before becoming a student. The name alone carried weight. The Russian Special Airborne Hunter Forces were infamous, having played a decisive role during the Great War. Their training methods were brutal, bordering on torture, designed to break bodies and minds alike. Anyone who survived it was no ordinary fighter. From the stands, a hulking man roared at the top of his lungs, Sofia's guardian, shouting encouragement, reminding her loudly that expectations were high. His relentless cheering made Sofia stand stiffly in the ring, her face burning with embarrassment. Yu Yoram noticed immediately. With a lazy smirk, she commented that Sofia's father looked like he was panicking. She tilted her head and continued taunting, telling her opponent to withdraw now and run back into her daddy's arms, calling her a spoiled daddy's girl with cutting sarcasm. Sofia's expression snapped. The embarrassment vanished, replaced by icy seriousness. She warned Yu Yoriam to shut her mouth. Her eyes burned with anger as she promised that if the redhead kept talking, she wouldn't leave the ring alive. Yu Yoriam's lips curved into a savage, almost unhinged smile. She told her to try her luck, just once. The crowd fell into uneasy excitement, whispering about the murderous look in Sofia's eyes. It was expected of someone from the RIL, they said. Still, even they admitted the red-haired girl looked frighteningly strong. In the stands, Yu Jitae straightened slightly. In the ring, both girls shifted their footing. The bell rang. Sofia exploded forward with terrifying speed. The clash echoed through the hall as wooden swords collided. Yu Yoriam barely blocked in time, her grin widening as she remarked that Sofia's speed wasn't bad. In the same breath, she spun and unleashed a sweeping counterattack, shouting gleefully for her opponent to taste it. Sofia answered instantly, charging in with a brutal close-range assault. Yu Yoriam blocked again, barely. But Sofia's foot tore through her shirt in the exchange. Yu Yoriam froze. Then she screamed. Fury and disbelief twisted her face as she stared at the torn fabric. She exploded at her opponent, shouting that she hadn't even worn this outfit long enough for it to be ruined. Sofia didn't slow down. She pressed in mercilessly, driving Yu Yoriam back with relentless strikes. The fight erupted into full chaos as wood crashed against wood. Attacks and blocks exchanged at blinding speed, the sound of battle reverberating violently throughout the hall. Sofia throws a low kick, but Yu Yoriam leaps upward, clearing it with ease and pushing off the iron fence of the ring. Using that momentum, she drops down from above, her sword swinging straight toward Sofia's head. Sofia brings both arms up to block. The impact crashes down with overwhelming force, making her arms shake as she grits out a pained sound. Yu Yoram doesn't pause. She presses forward, chaining her attacks and driving Sofia back until she can do nothing but defend and retreat. In the next instant, Yu Yoram vanishes from the front and reappears behind her. Sofia turns around too late. Yu Yoram calls out, mocking her hairstyle and sneering at her striped bangs. She asks if Sophia truly believed she was strong just because she held back at the start. As she speaks, her fist is already moving. The blows come one after another, clean, heavy strikes that break through Sophia's guard. Each hit lands with precision, and soon Sophia is sent crashing to the ground. She coughs up blood, unable to get back on her feet while Yu Yoram stands over her. Yu Yoram lowers the tip of her sword toward Sophia's face. The referee steps in and declares the match over, announcing candidate 124 as the winner. Yu Yoram lets out a mocking laugh, saying Sophia talked big and acted tough, but turned out to be weak in the end. Sophia lies there in silence as the words sink in. Around the arena, the crowd begins to murmur. Some whisper with sarcasm, disappointed by what they call the school's so-called elite. Sophia's guardian rushes toward the ring, shouting her name, while students comment that she was completely crushed despite the match looking even at the start. Others point out that the red-haired girl wasn't hit even once in any meaningful way, saying she was clearly playing around. Questions spread about Yu Yoram's overwhelming strength, with many calling Sophia an easy win and a letdown. The remarks grow sharper, with some claiming Sophia was admitted for her looks rather than her combat skill. A nurse kneels beside Sophia and activates a soft green light to begin treatment. Sophia lowers her head as her hair falls forward, while voices in the crowd describe her as a fragile fighter who shatters too easily. The nurse tells the guardian that first aid has been applied, but both of Sophia's arms are broken and will require time to recover. The guardian tightens his fist. Sophia continues to shake as she quietly tells him she's fine and can still fight. He offers her a gentle, sad smile and says she did well, but her current strength wasn't enough to defeat that opponent. He assures her that he isn't disappointed, adding that facing someone so strong now may be a blessing rather than a curse. He continues speaking in a calm, almost instructional tone, saying that losing once can become strength later on. As he finishes, the nurse tries to interrupt him, gesturing urgently toward his back. He doesn't notice, already preparing to submit the report, convinced everything has ended. Behind them, Sophia slowly stands up. A knife is clenched in her hand. In a low, distorted voice, she mutters that she never withdrew, that she only stepped back for a moment, and that she refuses to accept defeat. She tells her guardian that she is fine. Yu Yoram turns away from the ring, ready to leave. Sophia suddenly speaks up, asking where she thinks she's going and saying the fight isn't finished. Before anyone can react, Sophia charges forward, attempting to stab Yu Yoram with the real knife she took from her guardian. From the stands, Jitae watches without moving or speaking. Yu Yoram turns back, stopping in place. Sophia screams as she attacks wildly, declaring that she will kill her opponent. The crowd and professors erupt into chaos as the duel turns into open slaughter. Sophia slams into Yu Yoram, forcing her out of the ring, and both crash to the ground. Yu Yoram pulls the knife from her own body and understands that this is no longer a match. She decides to answer in kind. Sophia rushes again, shouting for Yu Yoram to die, swinging the blade in a wide arc. Yu Yoram blocks and retreats, barely avoiding the strike at the last instant. She lunges forward, grabbing Sophia by the hair and yanking her back with brute force. Yu Yoram tells her that she is already dead. A crimson aura flares around Yu Yoram as she drives a crushing punch straight into Sophia's face. She follows with relentless blows, one after another, without pause. Blood sprays across the ground as students stare in disbelief, questioning why no one is stopping it. Yu Yoram delivers a final heavy strike that sends Sophia collapsing to the ground, unconscious, her face covered in blood. Breathing heavily, Yu Yoram says that it still isn't over. She picks up the fallen knife and walks towards Sophia, stating that she will return everything twice over, the same way it was given. Before she can strike, Sophia's massive guardian rushes in and grabs Yu Yoram's wrist, shouting for her to stop and saying she has already gone far enough. At the same moment, Wei Yan steps in, shouting an order for the mages to activate a cross space and suspend the proceedings. A bright blue light erupts from the ground as the spell formation activates, forcibly separating everyone inside the ring. Yu Yoram shouts, demanding to know why she is the only one being reprimanded, stating that Sophia attacked first and stabbed her. The man responds that Yu Yoram attempted to kill Sophia in retaliation. Yu Yoram fires back, saying that with his physical ability, he could have restrained her without harming anyone, and that she had no intention of standing still and absorbing the blows. Wei Yan steps in and tells the man to focus on taking care of his daughter before continuing the argument. He then turns to Yu Yoram and informs her that an assistant has already gone to call her guardian, advising her to receive treatment quietly for now. Yu Yoram responds harshly, refusing to remain silent. Wei Yan lowers his voice and says that he witnessed everything and understands her stance but cannot allow the situation to escalate further. Yu Yoram looks at him, waiting for his next words. Wei Yan moves closer and states clearly that if matters worsen, he will no longer be able to shield her, and that her family could be affected as well. He briefly mentions the Yu family, implying that he is aware more than one member is present. He adds that her companions could suffer consequences if she does not restrain herself. Addressing Yu Yoram again, Wei Yan tells her that staying here will not be pleasant and that she must wait until her guardian arrives. At that moment, Jitae speaks up, telling him not to bother, as her guardian has already arrived. Jitae steps through the barrier without difficulty. Jitae immediately reprimands Wei Yan, telling him to stop pressuring the injured child and to speak directly with him instead. Yu Yoram turns toward Yu Jitae as he appears, while Wei Yuan notes how quickly he arrived. The scene transitions to a high-rise office furnished with luxury decor, where black Chinese tea from Taiwan is served. Wei Yuan remarks that tea helps steady the mind, attempting to ease the atmosphere. Internally, he reviews what he witnessed, noting that Yu Jitae passed through the cross-space effortlessly, confirming his status as a high-ranking awakened. He finds it strange that he has no prior information on the Yu family and resolves to investigate them later. Yu Jitae, Wei Yuan, and Sophia's large guardian, Mikhailov, sit around the table. Wei Yuan opens the discussion with a restrained laugh and apologizes to both guardians for the incident. He then shares the update that neither girl is in critical condition, explaining that Sophia is undergoing treatment while Yu Uriam has already been discharged from the medical facility. Wei Yuan suggests ending the matter there and not turning it into something larger, especially since the two girls will meet again at the academy. He offers to take responsibility for handling what comes next if both guardians agree. Mikhailov stays quiet for a moment, then says the fault began on their side and that he will apologize first. He introduces himself as Sophia's guardian and explains that she is still young, saying her lack of restraint led to what happened. Yu Jitae responds that he will not accept an apology delivered through another guardian. Mikhailov reacts sharply, while Yu Jitae continues drinking his tea, stating that an apology passed through someone else holds no value. Mikhailov strikes his chest and questions whether Yu Jitae is acting this way because he doesn't know who he represents. Yu Jitae replies that they are not the same and asks if this is how apologies are handled where Mikhailov comes from. Mikhailov raises his voice and asks if Yu Jitae expects him to bring the injured girl in and force her to apologize directly. Yu Jitae answers that if that is what he wants, he should go ahead and do it. The room grows heavy as Wei Yuan steps in with strained politeness, asking both sides to calm down. Yu Jitae then states that he did not come for the girl at all, but to ask why Mikhailov failed to stop a child who drew a massive sword and attacked. Mikhailov shouts back that everything happened too quickly. Yu Jitae cuts him off, calling that excuse worthless, and asks if he truly believes hiding behind a child excuses his own failure. Mikhailov slams his foot down and grabs Yu Jitae by the collar, warning him that his tolerance has limits. He threatens him directly, asking if Yu Jitae truly wants to provoke conflict with the RIL organization in such a small nation, releasing a surge of blue energy as he speaks. He continues, belittling the unknown Yu family for speaking with such confidence. Midway through his words, Mikhailov suddenly freezes. Yu Jitae remarks calmly that the great sword earlier had been extremely sharp and that a single mistake could have caused irreversible damage. Mikhailov looks down and realizes Yu Jitae is holding his personal dagger. He questions when it was taken. Yu Jitae replies that the sheath was loose, making it easy to draw without notice, even though Mikhailov claimed he was fully alert. In the next instant, Yu Jitae appears behind him. He leans close and delivers a quiet, direct warning, advising him to keep to crowded streets as he steps away. Yu Jitae places the dagger back on the table without concern and tells Mikhailov that it is finished and he is leaving. Mikhailov remains frozen in place as Yu Jitae walks away. After he exits, Wei Yuan releases a long breath, as if the situation has finally passed. Outside in the corridor, Yu Jitae finds Yu Yoriam waiting. He asks if she is alright. She walks beside him and replies that it is only a minor injury, adding that the Red Dragon clan is not easily hurt. Yu Jitae answers briefly that this is good. After a short distance, Yu Yoriam slows down and asks him if he believes she was wrong in what she did. She says that everything escalated because of her actions. She admits she acted on anger and says she may have needed to behave more like an adult. Yu Jitae interrupts her and says that she did nothing wrong. He follows up with a cold remark, telling her that next time she should simply finish the matter somewhere unseen. Yu Yoriam responds immediately, clearly understanding his meaning, and reminds him not to regret saying that later. Yu Jitae replies that he will not. He then tells her to prepare her belongings once they return home. Yu Yoriam asks where they are going. Yu Jitae explains that they will be moving into the dormitories of Lair Academy. Yu Yoriam recalls how Gaol had reacted excitedly to that news. Before they can continue, a voice calls out to them. They turn and see Wei Yuan approaching with a polite expression, asking for a moment of their time. Yu Jitae responds that he believed their discussion was already finished. Wei Yuan insists, saying there is something important he wants to say and that it concerns Yu Yoriam as well. Yu Yoriam complains that she does not want to hear more lectures. Wei Yuan laughs lightly and says that he is not here to scold her, but to present an offer. He then asks Yu Yoriam if she would like to become the freshman representative of Blue Dragon Academy. Wei Yuan explains that the position would make her the public face of the academy, accompanied by a substantial scholarship, access to rare artifacts, and widespread exposure. Yu Jitae questions whether Wei Yuan has the authority to make such an offer on his own. Wei Yuan answers confidently, stating that he has a close relationship with Vice Principal Ma Nam-jun. At that name, Yu Jitae's reaction changes immediately as the weight of the statement settles in. Wei Yuan tells Yu Jitae to think it over carefully, stating that this opportunity will not appear again. At that moment, Yu Jitae understands the true reason behind Wei Yuan's connection to Vice Principal Ma Nam-jun. Both belong to the Majin. Meijin are humans who accepted the Abyss. Unlike awakened ones blessed by divine power, they are driven by rage, killing intent, and the urge to destroy humanity. Because of their existence, the world once faced overwhelming danger. In his first and second lives, Jitae lost things he could never recover because of them. From the moment Won appeared before him, Jitae had imagined ending his life countless times, yet he endured and held back every time. Jitae looks at Won in silence and decides that this man must bear far greater consequences before his end arrives. He then answers calmly that he understands what Won is saying. He adds that the most important opinion is the student's, and that he is only her guardian. Won responds with confidence, agreeing that the final decision rests with the student. He turns to Yu Yoriam and says that major changes are coming to Blue Dragon Academy, expressing his wish for her to stand at the front as the freshman representative during the year-end event. He takes her hand and asks her to help shape that future together. Yu Yoriam immediately refuses, saying plainly that she does not want to. Won pauses and asks if he misheard. She replies that he heard her perfectly. Yu Yoriam then tells Jitae that they should go home and pack their things. Won asks why she came to the interview at all if she intended to reject the offer. Yu Yoriam answers without hesitation that she was lying in her room, felt bored, and came out to pick a fight for amusement. Won falls silent for a moment before regaining control. He then asks Yu Yoriam to look through the glass window. Below, a large crowd of reporters from multiple countries has gathered. Won explains that they came specifically to hear his statement regarding the stabbing incident. He states clearly that her future and life within Lair Academy depend entirely on the words he chooses to speak next, and asks if she understands the situation. Yu Yoriam turns her back on Won, showing no reaction to his threat. She tells him plainly that she will not do it, then bids him goodbye and walks away. Won watches her leave with a dark, resentful stare, muttering that he hopes she won't regret her choice. As Yu Yoriam exits the building, she is quickly recognized. Journalists surge toward her, surrounding her in an instant. They boarded her with questions about the Sofia Vorkova stabbing incident from 2 hours earlier. Cameras flash nonstop as one reporter demands her response. Another raises a recorder, saying the footage is already spreading across Korea, and asks if she caused the chaos to draw attention and restore her family's name. More voices pile on, questioning why she applied to Blue Dragon Academy and what she plans to do there. Yu Yoriam looks visibly irritated. Jitae steps forward, telling them to stop harassing an injured child. Yu Yoriam cuts him off, saying that since they want answers so badly, she will give them one. She grabs the recorder from a stunned reporter and repeats their question about what she intends to do at the academy. Yu Yoriam lifts her head and smiles broadly at the cameras. The smile is chilling. She states her desire. The scene shifts abruptly. Cherry blossoms drift through the air in front of a luxurious residential building, the private dorms within Lair Academy. Gale shouts with joy, throwing her arms up as they arrive. Inside the massive living room, Gale marvels at the sheer size of the space, while Yu Yoriam wonders aloud if they are really going to live somewhere this extravagant. Gael suddenly dashes toward the stairs, declaring that the best room will be hers. Yu Yoriam immediately chases after her, yelling that the biggest room belongs to her. Gael opens a door and freezes, eyes sparkling as she takes in a spacious bedroom with a large bed, a modern television, and warm sunlight pouring in through a wide window. She steps inside, clearly pleased, thinking the room is more than good enough. Yu Yoriam walks in right after her with a cigarette between her lips and casually states that the balcony is perfect for smoking. So this room is hers now. Gael protests in disbelief, saying she found it first and reminding her that Yu Yoriam said she would take the large room, especially since the one next door is even bigger. Yu Yoriam gives her a sharp look. Gael stiffens, then quickly backs down and agrees to take the larger room next door. Later, Bomb carefully sprays water onto a large blue egg, gently rubbing its surface while greeting it softly. Jitae asks why she is doing that. Bomb answers with a calm smile, saying it is like prenatal education, explaining that blue dragons love water. Jitae watches quietly as Bomb continues explaining her method of caring for the egg. It is explained that when a dragon egg nears hatching, the polymorph spell that turned it into a necklace naturally fades, restoring the egg to its original size. Bomb turns to Jitae and mentions that the dorm has been buzzing lately, with everyone talking about Yu Yoriam. Jitae pulls up a video on his device showing Yu Yoriam's interview, replaying the moment where she openly scolded the reporters. He points out the comments below, some praising her looks and boldness, others ridiculing her. A highlighted comment containing the word sex suddenly appears on screen. Bomb reacts instantly, covering the egg as if shielding its ears. The girls sit in the living room, while Yu Yoriam lies back on the sofa, speaking flatly and questioning why people are making such a big deal over a word that humans are literally born from. Gael tilts her head and asks what sex means. Yu Yoriam turns toward her with a sly grin and asks if she really wants to know. Yu Yoriam declares with a devilish tone that it's time to give the little chick some proper education. Gael immediately backs away, flustered, saying she doesn't need to know and that her mother told her not to learn too much while growing up. Yu Yoriam steps closer, lowering her voice and telling her she has no right to refuse. She places her hands on Ga's head and begins frightening her. Gael screams and struggles, trying to escape. Finally, she gives in, shouting that she'll listen if Yu Yoriam just stops. Gael bolts across the room and runs to Jitae, crying and begging him to save her from the humiliation. The scene cuts to the next morning. Yu Yoriam is still asleep in her room when Gael bursts in, screaming about an emergency. Yu Yorium jolts awake, furious, swearing as she complains about being woken up after staying awake all night. Gyul asks nervously if she stayed up watching something strange again. Yu Yorium answers with a teasing smile that she watched porn, leaving Gyul stunned. Gyul grabs her and drags her out of the room, saying this is not the time for jokes. Yu Yorium threatens dire consequences if this turns out to be nothing important. Everyone gathers downstairs as Yu Yorium yawns, wondering why they're all awake at dawn. She then sees Bomb sitting beside the egg, her voice tight with anticipation as she announces that Gyul is about to be born. Everyone turns their attention to the egg as cracks spread across its surface and bright light pours out. Gyul shouts with excitement, announcing the arrival of a new life. At that moment, Jitae's expression turns heavy as an old memory resurfaces. The last time he witnessed the birth of a life, it was nothing like this. In that memory, destruction surrounds him. A woman clutches his hand, crying and begging him to save her child. He remembers his companion telling her it was already too late, that the baby had stopped breathing the moment it was born. The scene lingers in his mind. Ruins everywhere. A hospital reduced to wreckage by war, no proper equipment, no way to save anyone. The past version of himself stands there filled with regret, wishing there had been even the smallest chance. It was never a memory he wanted to recall. The present returns. Jitae stands beside the three girls in front of the egg, briefly questioning why that memory surfaced now. A cracking sound draws attention back to the egg. Yu Yoram notices first as a small blue claw breaks through the shell. A tiny head follows, revealing a newborn blue dragon with clear, innocent eyes. Bomb smiles gently and offers a quiet blessing. Gyul watches closely, eyes shining. The little dragon rubs her eye, and her name appears, Jewel Winter. Bomb begins wiping her face and body with a towel. Jitae asks where she learned that, and Bomb answers that her mother used to do it for her, though she originally used her tongue instead. Bomb offers Jitae a chance to hold the newborn, but he declines calmly. Gul immediately volunteers, and Bomb carefully places Gyul in her arms, reminding her that the dragon's skin is still delicate. Gyul agrees eagerly and holds her gently, closing her eyes and murmuring that the feeling is soothing. Gyul's eye glints slightly as she turns her head toward Yu Yoram, who is sitting on the sofa. Gyul asks if Yu Yoram wants to hold her too. Before Yu Yoram can respond, pushes the dragon toward her. Yu Yoram panics and yells, while Bomb tells to be gentle. Gyul yawns softly as Yu Yoram ends up holding her anyway. Yu Yoram stares down at the dragon in silence. Gyul asks smugly if she understands now why she wanted her to hold her. Yu Yoram answers flatly that she is, in fact, cute. Yu Yoram then looks toward Jitae and asks why he hasn't held her when everyone else has. Gyul joins in, saying Gyul would be sad. Jitae remains quiet. Yu Yoram smiles faintly and accuses him of acting distant and self-important. She then threatens to throw Gyul so he will have to catch her. Gyul screams in alarm, asking if she's lost her mind and if she really plans to throw the baby dragon. Yu Yoram curls her lips into a wicked grin and says she has had a single objective since stepping into this house. She shouts that her goal is to see that expressionless face finally lose composure. With that, she throws the small dragon into the air. Gyul screams in panic. Jitae catches Gyul effortlessly, his movement steady and precise. Yu Yoram clicks her tongue in frustration, saying it was boring. Gyul mutters that her sister is seriously abnormal. Bomb walks over with a gentle smile and suggests that since Jitae is already holding Gyul, he should try petting her. Jitae slowly reaches out, hesitating before touching Gyul's head, wondering if he is doing it correctly. Gyul reacts calmly, clearly comfortable, while Gale starts snapping photos excitedly, saying moments like this need to be recorded. Bomb proposes taking a group photo to celebrate Gyul's birth. She suddenly appears holding a red rose, surprising Ga. Bomb explains with a playful wink that they are just photo props. Yu Yoram and Gyul stare at her in disbelief. Bomb tucks the red rose behind Jitae's ear and places a small blue flower on Gyul's head. Jitae stands completely stiff. Yu Yoram laughs openly at the sight, while Bomb compliments him. Jitae asks them to hurry and take the picture already. Yu Yoram complains that taking photos is embarrassing, but Gale grabs her anyway and drags her into place. After the photo is taken, Jitae asks Bomb if everything will be manageable, pointing out that it will be difficult to leave the house while Gyul is still in dragon form. Bomb explains that in their previous world, adult dragons like herself, Yu Yoram, and Gyul learned polymorph magic to take on human forms. She adds that Gyul has not learned any magic yet. Holding Gyul gently, Bomb says that dragons grow quickly and that she wants to give the child as many happy moments as possible before she grows too large for such things. Jitae agrees immediately and offers his help if needed. Bomb lightly reminds him that he once said he was not skilled with magic. Jitae pauses at that. Bomb then makes a single request, asking him to stay beside her while she transfers magic to the child. Jitae agrees without elaboration. Bomb teases him for standing so far away and tells him to come closer. Jitae answers plainly that he sees no reason to stand any closer than necessary. Bomb continues insisting, explaining that during the transfer she could become so exhausted that Gyul might slip from her arms, so he needs to stay close and catch her if that happens. She adds dramatically that if Gyul's head were to hit the table, she would never forgive herself. Jitae listens without reacting. Unable to argue further, Jitae gives in and sits beside her, saying he has no other choice. The moment he does, Bomb suddenly whispers that it's hard. Jitae looks at her, confused. She quickly clarifies that she meant the sofa is a bit stiff. He replies matter-of-factly that this is odd since it's made from high-quality materials. Bomb begins the transfer. A green light spreads around her and the small dragon as the process starts. Several days later, Bomb lies sprawled on the sofa, completely drained, steam visibly rising as she declares that it's finally finished. Jitae stands nearby and acknowledges her effort. Bomb slowly gets up and heads toward her room, reminding him to feed Gyul and help her burp if needed. She tells him to wake her if anything urgent happens. Mid-step, she stumbles. Before she can fall, Jitae catches her and steadies her body. He says he'll carry her to her room. Bomb turns red at the sudden closeness. Jitae carries her inside and lays her down. She mentions shyly that being carried like this is embarrassing, and he comments that she still has enough energy to joke. She asks if she's heavy. He answers simply that she isn't. Bomb remarks that he's unexpectedly good at saying things like that. Jitae covers her with a blanket, and she quickly falls asleep. He leaves the room quietly and closes the door. As soon as he steps away, a strange wave of blue mana spreads through the living room. Jitae returns to see the entire space glowing with bright blue light. When it fades, a small girl with long blue hair is sitting on the sofa, staring at her hands, while Jitae stands there in silence. Jitae finally speaks, greeting her with clear hesitation. The scene cuts to the Lair District Police Station. Inside, several officers are openly praising Jitae's recent record. In just a few days, he managed to arrest criminals that even the Supernatural Crime Investigation Unit had failed to catch for months. His name spreads through the station as a symbol of achievement. One colleague walks up to Jitae with excitement, insisting on treating him to an expensive meal to celebrate, proudly calling him the station's greatest asset. Before the mood can settle, another officer cuts in with laughter, exposing that the invitation would be paid for with the company card anyway. Trying to save face, the first colleague quickly jokes that he meant the second round instead. Jitae declines the invitation outright, apologizing and saying he still has work to handle. The refusal irritates the colleague, who flashes his gold card in annoyance. As Jitae heads out, the others trail behind him, puzzled by how he has been leaving exactly on time every day lately. Their curiosity grows, and whispers of a secret girlfriend begin to spread. He shuts the idea down immediately, his demeanor stiff and unyielding. As he walks away, one colleague calls after him, saying he believes him and that there's no girlfriend, but demands that he be honest if he simply doesn't want to spend time with them instead of making excuses. After finishing work, Jitae heads home alone. Suddenly, a girl passes by him and shifts form mid-step. This figure is not human. It is the Archduke of the Shadow, currently acting in Jitae's place. The ability to create such a shadow originally belonged to a demon duke who once used it to rule distant lands. After Jitae killed him, the shadow submitted and became his subordinate, acknowledging him as its new master. The shadow copy reaches the park, then halts the moment it sees Jitae. It approaches respectfully, addressing him as master and confirming that it arrived in response to his call. Then it notices something unusual and asks, clearly startled, what he is holding. Jitae answers evenly, saying it is Yule. He explains that she has just returned from getting a haircut and has taken on her human form. A woman passing by pauses, commenting with admiration that the child is unusually quiet in her father's arms and remarking that the two of them look good together. The shadow copy offers assistance, suggesting it can carry the child if Jitae finds it inconvenient. In response, Gyul suddenly turns her gaze toward the shadow, sharp and intensely hostile. The reaction leaves the copy frozen in shock and confusion. Jitae rejects the offer and gently sets Gyul down, stating that she can walk by herself. The shadow copy looks at the small figure now standing on her own feet, clearly surprised. It then asks why Jitae brought Gyul with him personally, questioning why Bomb, Yoram, or Gaul were not at home to look after her instead. Jitae explains that Bomb is currently confined to bed, dealing with a fever caused by the after-effects of the magic transfer. As for the other two, his decision comes back to him clearly. Gyul had been loudly insisting on going shopping with her sister, while Yoram sat smoking and refusing to respond to anyone. After seeing that situation, he decided neither of them was ready to take responsibility yet. The shadow copy accepts his explanation without further comment. Jitae then shifts the conversation, directly asking about the matter the shadow copy wanted to discuss. His words are firm as he tells it not to pretend ignorance, reminding it that every thought, memory, and fluctuation within it is transmitted to him without omission. The shadow copy lowers its head and explains that it is not dissatisfied, but uncertain about its current role. It says that the beings it served in the past had no interest in ordinary routines. They only deployed it for decisive actions, eliminating designated targets, traveling to distant regions, or suppressing followers through force. It admits that serving a master who focuses on living through everyday moments is unfamiliar to it, especially since it was created solely for battle. It quickly adds an apology in case its words crossed a line. Jitae responds evenly, telling it that such thoughts are natural for a sentient being. He assures it that a proper assignment will come soon, instructing it to continue performing its duties as usual until then. Before parting, he mentions that his colleagues at work seemed dissatisfied with its refusal earlier and orders it to go out for a drink with them. He adds that it will not be staying with them much longer. The shadow copy answers affirmatively, bows, and departs to carry out the order. Jitae remains where he is, watching a scene nearby. A mother stands with her daughter, the child speaking excitedly about getting what she wanted and praising her mother. He notices Gyul standing still, her attention fixed on the doll in the child's hands. The realization settles in that she may have wanted the same thing. He thinks that if he had known earlier, he would have bought it for her already. Gyul continues to stare without a word, and the silence makes her intention clear. Jitae asks her directly whether she wants a doll. She pauses in place. He raises his hand and tears open a slit of dark space in midair, reaching inside and pulling out a blue teddy bear. Holding it out to her, he says that this one is a little different from what she saw earlier. Gyul takes the bear, which is almost as large as she is, and looks down at it for a moment. Jitae asks if she likes it. Instead of answering, she sets the bear on the ground and walks away from him in short steps, leaving Jitae standing where he is. Jitae lifts her into his arms, assuming she may not be satisfied, and tells her that he does not have any more. Gyul raises one small hand, places it against his cheek, and presses her forehead lightly against his. The sudden gesture catches him off guard. His thoughts drift to Bomb lying sick from the magic transfer. He wonders whether Gyul believes that transferring magical energy is a way of showing attachment. Those thoughts overlap with memories from another life. Battlefields, clashes, and blood-stained ground. Images of dragons and monsters he once fought pass through his mind, sharply contrasting with the present moment. Jitae pulls himself back to reality and looks down at Gyul. They resume walking together. He holds her hand as they move beneath the fading sunlight, while Gyul drags the teddy bear along the ground behind her. Jitae suddenly comes to a stop, letting out a quiet breath as if sensing someone nearby. He wonders whether they have already arrived. Gyul tilts her head slightly. Gale suddenly appears, waving energetically and calling out to him. She runs over and wraps Gyul in a tight embrace. Jitae asks where she has been, and Gyul explains that she made a quick stop at the shopping district, adding that Gyul thinks he is kind. Gyul stiffens at her sister's sudden hug, then quietly says that Gyul must be pleased to receive a gift from the master. Jitae turns to Gyul and asks in disbelief whether she can read Gyul's thoughts. Gyul explains that dragons are able to transmit emotions and thoughts, not just mana, through physical contact, adding that touching foreheads is the most effective method. Jitae recalls the moment Gyul touched his face and realizes that she was trying to convey her feelings that way. He admits to himself that he did not know this. Gyul laughs and says there are things even he does not understand yet. Jitae notices the large bag on her back and asks what it is. Gyul grins and pulls out a new guitar, asking if this is what he meant. She announces that she bought it so she can express her inner self without relying on physical contact. Striking a playing pose, she asks if she looks like a singer. She begins playing and singing openly in the middle of the street, telling Jitae that she plans to work hard at it. Jitae watches Gyul without saying a word as she plays the guitar. Scenes from another life surface in his mind. Medical instruments and syringes scattered across the floor beside a guitar. Gyul sits there, drained, her hands and clothes soaked in blood, empty bottles lying around her. He looks at her with a quiet mix of concern and pity, fully grasping the depth of what she endured back then. His focus returns to the present. Gyul presses down on the strings with damaged fingers, openly enduring the pain as faint smoke rises from her fingertips. Jitae notices the slight tremor in her hand and tells her evenly not to push herself or strain too hard. Gyul looks at him in surprise and asks why. He simply tells her to take things slowly as he prepares to leave with Gyul. Gyul answers that she wants to give it her all. Jitae shifts the conversation, asking about Bomb and whether she has woken up. Gyul replies with regret that Bomb is still asleep and her fever has not gone down. As they continue walking, Gyul holds Jitae's hand and explains that this was unavoidable since Bomb overused magic for several days in a row. He then asks about Urium. Gyul pauses, resting a finger against her lips as she thinks, then explains that Urium has stayed in her room all day, completely absorbed in watching dramas. Jitae notes to himself that focusing on something other than combat is a positive change and far better than causing trouble outside. When they arrive, Jitae tells Gyul to wash her hands right away. Gyul agrees and takes Gyul with her. Gale then wonders aloud whether Bomb has woken up. Suddenly, Jitae places a hand on Gale's shoulder. His demeanor shifts entirely. In a firm voice, he orders Gale to take Gyul into her room immediately and not come out until he gives permission. Gale freezes, startled by his tone, and asks why. He repeats the order with a single sharp word. Fear flashes through Gale, and she hurriedly agrees, grabbing Gyul and rushing away to comply. Jitae slowly opens the door to Bomb's room. His gaze darkens as he looks inside. The room is filled with armored knights surrounding Bomb's sleeping form, their eyes glowing in the darkness. One of the fully armored figures turns toward Jitae and asks in a threatening voice if he is the one responsible for what happened to the green dragon. These intruders are guardians, knights and slaves bound to dragons, forced to protect the nest. They are controlled through subjugation magic cast upon monsters or humans deemed useful. Among them, only a few stand apart, those with outstanding strength assigned as personal guards for young dragons whenever they leave the nest for leisure. Jitae looks toward the unconscious bomb and suspects that sleep magic has been used on her. One of the knights slams his foot into the floor and charges forward, closing the distance as he demands an explanation for what Jitae has done to the green dragon. Jitae responds sharply, telling the knight that when entering another person's home, proper introductions should come first. The knight scoffs, saying Jitae has failed to grasp the situation. He states that only the strong are entitled to ask questions. In an instant, a terrifying dark force, Black Heart, erupts from the knight's body. His voice rings with absolute tyranny as he declares that he alone has the right to question anyone here, calling Jitae nothing more than a lowly human. Jitae senses a powerful protective barrier enclosing the area. The knight issues one final warning, insisting once again that Jitae explain what happened to the green dragon. Jitae's presence settles slightly. He answers plainly that a blue dragon has been born. The knight turns his gaze back to Bomb as Jitae continues, explaining that her condition is the result of overexertion while teaching the young one polymorphing and magic transfer. The armored knight then demands to know who the man standing so calmly before him is. Jitae replies without hesitation that he is their guardian. The answer draws ridicule, with the knight mocking the claim as absurd. He sneers, asking whether this human truly understands the nature of the beings he claims to protect. Jitae meets him with a piercing stare and replies that he understands perfectly. That is precisely why he has a question for them. He then shocks the knights by asking why they arrived so early, pointing out that they were meant to be scattered through a distant dimensional rift. The knights are struck speechless, unable to comprehend how a mere human could know such specific information. Their leader quickly realizes the truth. This man knows far more than he should. Standing tall, the leader announces that they are guardians of children and preservers of causal history. He acknowledges that Jitae took care of the children in their absence, but adds that regardless of appearances, Jitae is far from a good person. Leaving him alive, the knight says, could become a problem later. Jitae responds coldly, suggesting they settle the matter through discussion. The leader rejects the idea outright. He raises his massive weapon and strikes down from above, declaring that Jitae will not feel any pain. At the same time, the remaining knights attack from behind, attempting to end everything in one decisive move. A deafening explosion follows as purple energy surges through the room, yet Jitae remains standing at the center of it all. The leader's eyes widen as his blade, the horse sword, is stopped effortlessly. Jitae stands in place, blocking it with an SS rank formless sword. In the same instant, he counters with a clean motion and severs the knight's arm. The leader crashes to the ground. One of the other knights scoffs, calling him a disgrace for being caught by such a simple move. The rest roar in fury, shouting that they will kill the human. Spears and swords close in from every direction, surrounding Jitae in a coordinated assault. Then the leader freezes, his voice breaking as fear sets in. He finally understands that this human is far beyond their expectations. In the next moment, the knights are hurled through the air like broken dolls. Armor crumples, weapons shatter, and bodies scatter under Jitae's overwhelming force. When it ends, Jitae stands alone at the center of the room. The space is littered with ruined armor and fallen knights. The leader lies on the ground, staring at him in terror. Only now does the leader accept the unease he felt from the start. A normal human would never care for young dragons, let alone know of their existence. He realizes too late that his initial doubts were correct. The being standing before him is no ordinary man. In his heart, the leader defines Jitae as something absolute, an existence that should never be challenged. Jitae's gaze settles on him, dark and oppressive. He walks closer step by step and reminds the knight that he had suggested resolving things through conversation from the beginning. The leader asks whether this world is ruled by him. Jitae cuts him off immediately and tells him to answer only what is asked. He demands to know how the knight survived, stating that something must have gone wrong within the dimension. The leader gives in and explains that it was caused by a dimensional distortion. Their master opened a passage connecting the nest to this world to send them through, but the space twisted unexpectedly, scattering them at random locations. Jitae presses for more details. The leader admits he does not fully understand it, but recalls his master once mentioning something called the Horizon of Providence. He explains that the distortion occurs due to power generated from that horizon, as if surrounding dimensions bend and warp around it. Jitae senses that something is wrong. In all his previous regressions, there was never any mention of such a distortion. The term Horizon of Providence is completely unfamiliar to him, something he has never encountered throughout his long existence. Jitae realizes with growing concern that this regression contains far too many uncontrollable variables. It is also the first time a guardian of the green dragon, one different from the usual ones, has appeared directly before him. Jitae questions the knight sharply, asking whether the Horizon of Providence was involved in their arrival and if it played a role in guiding them here. The knight leader answers that a specific will existing beyond the Horizon of Providence is precisely what led them. The reply leaves Jitae momentarily stunned, and he presses further, asking what that will is. The knight explains that he felt a guiding presence pulling him forward, leading him through the chaotic dimensional vortex. He says he merely followed that will, gathering the scattered guardians and locating the baby dragons along the way. Suspicion settles in. Jitae decides to confirm the truth himself. He reaches out, gripping the knight's helmet, muttering that he needs to verify something. He orders the knight to look directly into his eyes. At that moment, he activates the SS rank Eyes of Balance, one of the 3 great authorities he seized from the Archduke of the Demon World. These eyes distinguish truth from falsehood, good from evil. The result is immediate and unmistakable. The knight is telling the truth. Jitae accepts this conclusion, recalling how he once erased every potential threat to the world to prevent situations like this from ever occurring. Frustration and anger surge within him. Despite countless inspections and repeated examinations of the dimensions, unknown factors continue to surface. He demands to know more about the existence behind the horizon. The knight answers that the will carried resentment and malice, describing the sensation as something close to a curse. He speculates that the cause may be linked to the essence he carries, an essence born from the green dragon's power. Without warning, Jitae strikes him with overwhelming force. The knight cries out and is slammed violently to the ground. As he falls, Jitae notices a strange light seeping from the knight's armor and immediately understands what it is. The authority of the vintage clock activates, responding to the distorted flow of time. Golden chains materialize around the knight, tightening as the authority analyzes him. The chains converge, forming a radiant mass that expresses absolute rejection toward elements that have strayed from the world's original timeline. A system message declares that from this moment onward, the authority of the vintage clock will classify all entities originating outside the timeline or carrying independent timelines as hostile elements subject to extreme scrutiny. Jitae lowers his gaze to the glowing hourglass now resting in his hand. Jitae realizes that the authority, something that previously only activated during time regression, has begun to interfere on its own. For now, there is nothing he can do. He chooses to wait as the clock's light fades from his hand. The knights exchange uneasy whispers, staring at the fading glow that had taken the shape of a clock, wondering if the situation has already been settled. Jitae turns toward them with his weapon in hand and asks what they plan to do. He states that he is already taking responsibility for the dragons and that there is nothing left for them to handle here. He adds that the subjugation magic binding them to the dragons through the dimensional distortion should already be broken, leaving them with no reason to remain. The knights ask in disbelief whether he truly intends to let them go. Jitae answers coldly that he does not care what they do, as long as they cause no trouble. One by one, the knights accept and begin to leave. Jitae allows it without interference. Suddenly, the knight leader struggles to his feet, swaying as he announces that he cannot leave. The declaration stops Jitae in place. When asked why, the leader answers that he is the one responsible for guarding causal history. Before he can finish, Jitae strikes him down with a brutal punch, knocking him to the ground and cutting his words short. Jitae steps on the fallen knight's chest and demands again whether he will leave. Despite the pain, the leader insists that he cannot. Jitae increases the pressure under his foot, drawing a cry of pain from the knight. With an emotionless expression, Jitae asks one final time if he will leave. Gasping beneath the weight, the knight replies with unwavering resolve that he cannot abandon the dragons. Jitae turns his attention to the remaining knights standing behind. One of them states that their leader will not listen no matter what is said. Another openly calls him dull and foolish for failing to grasp freedom when it is offered. With that, they leave him behind, choosing to depart on their own. Jitae remains silent for a brief moment, then exhales lightly and voices his acceptance with a single word. He looks down at the knight beneath him and summons his weapon, stating that this level of stubbornness and endurance is the minimum requirement for a guardian. He then proceeds to eliminate the remaining knights. The leader watches in shock, wondering if all of this was merely a test. Jitae dismisses the thought calmly, denying it outright. Jitae studies the knight and notes that he is different from the others he has encountered before. He asks what drives him to remain by the green dragon's side with such insistence. The knight kneels and answers with unwavering respect that his loyalty to the green dragon clan has never wavered. Jitae acknowledges that loyalty, but reminds him that the dragon is already under his protection. He points out the clear difference in their strength and asks what role the knight could possibly fulfill as a guardian while standing in Jitae's presence. After a brief pause, Jitae lets out a faint smile and says there is one role that fits him perfectly for now. The scene shifts to the hall where Yorium, Gale, and Gyul are gathered. Jitae asks the knight to greet them. He then introduces the knight as the newly appointed janitor. The knight stands frozen, dressed in full armor with a pink kitchen apron tied over it. Later, the knight is seen washing dishes with great seriousness, pink rubber gloves covering his hands. He releases a long sigh, reflecting his new reality. His thoughts drift back to when he confronted Jitae, who was calmly seated at his computer. He had demanded to know whether this janitor role was meant as a joke, saying he could not understand how protecting a dragon had anything to do with cleaning. Jitae had replied coldly that he had already stated he alone was sufficient to protect the dragon, and that this position was created solely so the knight could remain. His gaze had turned threatening as he warned that failure to perform even janitorial work would result in complete annihilation. He ordered him to do the job properly. Now back in the kitchen, the knight continues washing dishes in silence, wondering how a former commander of knights ended up scrubbing plates. Bomb enters the kitchen wearing comfortable clothes and asks if he is the guardian from Escalia. Startled, the knight hurriedly asks about her condition, calling her the Green before correcting himself. She reassures him with a light smile, saying it is only a mild cold. He asks why she came to the kitchen, and she explains that she heard he would be working there as a janitor. Bomb looks him over and says the apron suits him and looks good on him. The words leave him frozen. With a gentle, reserved smile, she asks him to take good care of them from now on, addressing him as Mr. Janitor. Behind the iron helmet, the knight flushes, deeply moved by her kindness, whether he is guarding, cleaning, or washing dishes. The knight suddenly stiffens, overcome by emotion. With a burst of enthusiasm, he crushes the plate in his hand and swears loudly to the young miss that her hands will never touch water again, declaring that Armada will handle everything. Bomb looks down at the broken pieces on the floor and calmly tells him that the plate was very expensive. The scene shifts to a softer moment. Gyul appears in a series of outfits, sometimes in a blue bear costume, sometimes in a school uniform with a yellow bag, and other times dressed in a gothic style. Photos are taken one after another as she poses. Gyul snaps pictures nonstop with her phone, overflowing with excitement, repeatedly praising how unbelievably cute she is. Gyul turns to Bomb and asks when she bought such beautiful clothes for Gyul. Bomb answers with pride that she ordered them as soon as she recovered, then asks the little one what she thinks. Gyul sways side to side, hugging the blue teddy bear tightly, unable to contain her joy. Gyul notices that Gyul clearly loves clothes, her shy smile giving her away. Gyul then asks the knight which outfit he thinks looks best. He responds smoothly that Miss Gyul looks beautiful in anything she wears. The answer impresses Gyul, who praises his tact. Jitae watches quietly as Gyul laughs, commenting that the man is surprisingly good at handling people. Suddenly, Jitae turns to Gyul and points out sharply that she is still playing the guitar. The remark instantly makes her tense. She hurriedly tries to deny it, saying she is only playing lightly. Bomb steps in while combing Jules' hair, scolding Jitae for being too strict and explaining that Gyul truly enjoys it. Jitae denies being harsh and changes the subject, asking about Yu Uraeum, noting that she has not appeared all day and is likely still watching dramas in her room. The Guardian speaks up awkwardly, saying he tried to clean Miss Yorim's room earlier but was kicked out. He adds with concern that her complexion looked extremely pale and unhealthy. Remembering the incident, Bomb smiles nervously and says it is probably because she stayed up all night. Jitae falls silent, irritation showing on his face. Jitae decides to check for himself. He opens Yu Yorim's door and is immediately hit by the smell of smoke. The room is littered with cigarette butts and empty cans. Yu Yoreum sits on the floor in casual clothes, holding a drink, surrounded by the mess. She looks worn down and neglected. She turns her head toward him slowly, chewing on a piece of dried squid, and asks in a cold tone if he came to see whether she was still alive. Jitae notices the large television in front of him and asks in disbelief if she has been watching that series non-stop. Yu answers that she has. He asks whether she watched anything else, and she flatly denies it. On the screen, a scene with knights appears. Yu immediately starts criticizing it, loudly complaining about the weak plot in the 7th season and the complete lack of accuracy in the fight scenes. Jitae simply tells her to stop watching it. She fires back with sharp sarcasm, calling him a genius. Jitae's tone hardens as he orders her to step outside for a moment because he wants to talk. She looks at him in surprise. Soon after, Jitae gathers everyone in the living room, Gyul seated on his lap. He announces seriously that they are starting a full-scale deep cleaning. The 3 girls and the Guardian sit on the sofa behind him, and Gyul reacts in shock, asking why this is happening all of a sudden. Jitae scolds them, saying that even if they are not human, they must live like humans while staying on Earth. His words are clearly aimed at Yu and Gyul because of the condition of their rooms. Gyul panics and protests, asking when he ever entered her room and arguing that her mother taught her not to enter another creature's nest without permission. Bomb responds with a sly smile, asking whether her mother also did not teach her to clean her room before living in it. Gyul freezes, stammers, and shouts that this is not the point right now. Jitae assigns duties without hesitation. He orders the janitor to clean the living room and kitchen and instructs each of them to clean her own room. Yu complains loudly, calling the whole thing madness and questioning why they need to clean when they already have a janitor. Gyul beside her looks visibly disgusted. Without warning, Yu wipes her filthy finger across Gyul's face, saying she collected it just for her. Gyul screams in horror and revulsion, jumping to her feet and shouting that she hates dirty things. Yu points at her mockingly, saying it is ironic for someone who hates filth to be scolded for having a dirty room. Bored, Yu stands up and orders the Guardian to clean her room, saying she is going to exercise. The Guardian agrees immediately. Bomb then tries to excuse herself as well, saying she cleaned her room yesterday and will go buy ingredients for dinner instead, leaving Gyul crying alone on the sofa while justifying that the family has grown and she must work harder. Jitae agrees to Bomb's suggestion without objection. Then Jitae suddenly remembers the last cooking disaster. Fish stuck inside purple rice. His expression stiffens in shock and dread at the thought of Bomb cooking again. Bomb looks at him with a bright smile and asks if there is anything specific he wants to eat. Jitae answers simply that she should choose whatever she likes. She agrees happily. The scene shifts to Yu room, which has completely turned into a dumping ground. The janitor stands frozen with a broom in hand, surrounded by mountains of empty cans and cigarette butts. Faced with the overwhelming sight, he swallows hard and thinks that even the demon world is far more merciful than this place. In that moment, he finally understands the reason behind Yu Urium's pale complexion and damaged skin. He crouches down and stares at a flower pot filled entirely with cigarette butts instead of soil or plants, wondering in disbelief whether she is secretly training poison resistance in her own room. Gathering himself, he decides to begin cleaning properly, picking up a trash bag and starting with the bottles and larger cans. Suddenly, Yujite's shadow copy appears behind him, dressed in a police uniform. It stops him sharply, pointing out that this is the wrong method and gesturing toward the metal can in his hand. The copy launches into a lecture about separating metal cans from plastic waste, criticizing the Guardian for not understanding even the most basic cleaning rules. It scoffs, asking sarcastically whether recycling even exists in Ascalia, calling it a primitive land. The Guardian stares at the can in silence, his thoughts drifting elsewhere. He senses the unmistakable aura of demon world energy and realizes that this is not the real Jitae, but a shadow copy. The copy notices his distraction and glares at him, demanding to know why he is spacing out and asking whether he plans to stay up all night. Startled, the Guardian trembles and bows deeply, apologizing. Internally, he realizes that the pressure and authority radiating from this copy are enough to make anyone believe it is the original. At that moment, Jitae opens the door and sees the shadow copy scolding the Guardian. The copy stiffens slightly and greets its master. It quickly explains that it was only giving guidance to the janitor, criticizing him for failing at his duties and using a blunt insult to describe his incompetence. Jitae steps in calmly, telling the copy to stop lecturing and start helping instead. He explains that he summoned it because cleaning Yu Urium's room would be too much for one person alone. The cleaning campaign moves forward alongside everyone's daily routines. Yu Urium is shown exercising, Bomb is out shopping, and Gyul plays with Gyul. Meanwhile, Jitae, his shadow copy, and the Guardian work together to clear the massive mess continuing until sunset. When the work is finally finished, the shadow copy stands before Jitae at his desk and reports that the mission is complete. Jitae offers his approval. He then pulls up a map on the computer, pointing to Moscow, Russia, and tells the copy that this will be its next destination. He explains that a mage organization known as Invisibility is conducting research there on transcendent-type mages. Images appear on the screen, test tubes holding strange creatures and humans undergoing experimentation. Jitae orders the copy to finish its police duties within the week and then depart for Russia immediately. Jitae clearly defines the objective. The target is a command-type transcendent mage known as Prototype X. The shadow copy accepts the mission at once, confirming that preparations will begin immediately. At that moment, the door swings open and Bomb peeks inside with a bright smile, announcing that she is back. The Guardian greets her, while Gale stares in shock and asks why she bought such an enormous amount of groceries. Bomb answers cheerfully that the family has grown, so more food needs to be prepared. Seeing his chance, the shadow copy tries to leave right away, but the real Jitae grabs his shoulder and stops him. Jitae fixes the copy with a dark, serious stare and orders him to switch clothes immediately. The scene cuts to the dinner table. Bomb's voice rings out as she calls everyone to eat. The dishes laid out are unsettling, purple soup releasing suspicious fumes with whole fish standing upright inside it. The girls begin tasting the food. Gyul comments with curiosity that the flavor is exactly like what they used to eat in Ascalia. Yu Urium adds that it is not bad. Gil says she wishes the janitor could eat with them, only for Yu Urium to mock her, saying he cannot because his helmet has no mouth. At the table sits Jitae's shadow copy, now dressed in casual home clothes. Sweat pours down his face as he stares at the disastrous meal before him. He realizes bitterly that his master summoned him and forced him to stay behind solely to endure this meal in his place. Outside, the real Jitae stands alone in the dark garden, wearing his formal suit in silence, having successfully avoided the ordeal. The scene shifts again to an abandoned factory near Lair. Heavy breathing echoes through the space, bodies lie scattered, and blood stains the ground. Inside, a demon screams with blood smeared across his face, cursing Jitae and warning him of the consequences of his actions. He rants madly, asking whether this human truly understands who stands behind him and supports him, while Jitae restrains him without emotion. Jitae slices off the demon's hands, sending him crashing to the floor. With complete calm, he replies that he knows exactly who that supporter is. Grabbing the demon by the hair, he reveals the name. Wei Yan, the professor at the Blue Dragon Dormitory, known by his true identity as a demon of the Invisibility Organization. Jitae drives his blade into the demon's neck. Wanting answers, he activates the SS rank Eyes of Balance and warns the demon that lies will be useless, ordering him to speak truthfully. The demon's expression collapses into terror. Stammering, he admits that he does not know every detail of the plan, but reveals that Wei Yan promised him a seat of his own if the plan succeeds within 3 months. It is clarified that a seat refers to the 4 selected demons within the Invisibility Organization, the Elite. Anyone who ascends to a seat gains command over a personal legion and rises to the highest demon rank, wielding disaster-class power. Jitae reflects on this carefully. Something feels deeply wrong. In every previous time regression, Wei Yuan never ascended to a seat. At this point in the timeline, he should not even possess enough strength to orchestrate a plan of this scale. At that moment, the authority of the vintage clock senses malice originating beyond the horizon of providence. The authority activates and begins searching for an entity that has violated the laws of causality in this world. The system locks onto a target and identifies it clearly: Demon Wuyuan. A warning message appears, announcing the detection of interference from an existence outside the timeline, one that harbors hostility toward the time regression itself. The truth is revealed. Wuyuan has broken free from the regression cycle and become a singularity, merging the strongest traits and abilities from all of his past iterations into one existence. Jitae immediately recognizes the severity of the situation. First the Guardians, and now Wuyuan has emerged as another unpredictable variable. This means there is an enemy capable of interfering with every event tied to him. The scene shifts back to the defeated demon trembling on the ground. He insists that this is everything he knows and begs Jitae to spare his life so he can provide more information later. Desperate, he fabricates a story about a sick mother waiting for him at home, swearing loyalty if allowed to live. Without the slightest hesitation, Jitae strikes him down with a bolt of lightning, tearing his head from his body. He looks at the corpse coldly, his eyes glowing as he reminds him that lies are meaningless. Activating incineration, he reduces the body to ashes, stating that even if the demon had spoken the truth, his death was unavoidable. Jitae walks across the campus beneath trees and past fountains, sorting through the implications. If Wuyuan's plan is large enough to earn him a seat, then it must be massive in scale, and tied directly to Lair. A memory surfaces, Wuyuan's earlier proposal to appoint Yu Uraeum as the student representative for the year-end banquet. The pieces connect. Jitae concludes that the bastard's scheme revolves around that very event. The scene transitions to a quiet park. From a distance, Jitae watches as two students stand before Bam and Gyul, openly admiring the child's cuteness. One of them asks for the child's name as she clutches her teddy bear. Bam answers with a smile that her name is Gyul. The student praises the name, saying it suits her hair color perfectly, and then asks with curiosity how old she is. The two students suddenly sense someone standing behind them. Jitae's overwhelming presence cuts straight through their conversation, leaving them stiff with shock. Jitae turns toward them, his face cold and his gaze sharp, asking if they need something from the child. Panic takes over the girls. They shake their heads, deny it in a rush, and flee without looking back. Jitae then sits down beside Bam on the bench. She asks where he disappeared all day. Without turning his head, he answers briefly that he had something to take care of. Bam shifts the topic, asking what he was doing with Gyul. She explains that Gyul had been sick all day and couldn't spend time together. Bam points toward Gyul standing near the fountain and sighs, saying school starts tomorrow, so moments like this probably won't happen again. Bam looks at Jitae with a gentle smile and asks if they don't look like a real family now. She starts assigning roles on her own, declaring Gyul the daughter and herself the mother. Then, in a playful tone, she hints that this naturally makes him the father. Jitae stares at her in silence, his gaze unreadable. Bam suddenly bursts into laughter, covering her mouth, saying she's only joking and asking why he's always so serious. He responds coolly that if she's going to say nonsense, she should just go home. Bam doesn't seem bothered. She smiles quietly while watching Jitae walk away with Gyul on his back, muttering to herself that playing together was fun. The next morning, spring sunlight fills the streets as students head toward the academy. Gyul runs forward with boundless energy, a piece of toast clenched in her mouth, shouting about how happy she is to finally attend school. Bam walks beside her, asking which lectures she chose and hoping their schedules match. Gyul eagerly lists her classes, including superhuman studies, literature, and magic. Bam suddenly stops her, staring at the toast and asking why she's holding it when she already ate breakfast. Gyul laughs shyly and explains that she heard about a classic story trope. Her mother told her that if she runs to school with toast in her mouth and crashes into someone at a corner, that person becomes her destined partner. As she imagines it, a handsome dragon appears in her thoughts. At that exact moment, Gyul crashes straight into someone. Yu Uraeum appears in front of her with a sly smile, whispering about how coincidental their meeting is. Gyul freezes. Yu Uraeum teasingly asks if this means she's her destined partner. Gyul screams in panic, shouting that they're both girls. Yu Uraeum casually replies that she saw it happen in an American drama too. Without warning, Yu Uraeum pulls the toast out of Gyul's mouth. Gyul cries out in devastation. Yu Uraeum then smoothly changes the subject, asking where the old man Jitae is, mentioning that he said he would observe their classes but went to the faculty office first instead. Yu Uraeum casually guesses that maybe he went to meet a woman, mentioning that he didn't even come home last night. Bam instantly stiffens, her body locking up. She starts sweating heavily and hurriedly tries to deny it, while Gyul tilts her head and asks if she's sick, pointing out that she's sweating like a pig. Before Bam can respond, Gyul notices bright flashes going off nearby. She looks around and sees a crowd gathering. Yu Uraeum quickly figures it out, saying they must be journalists who came to photograph the academy's famous new students. As the three stand together, murmurs spread among the surrounding students. Fingers point toward Yu Uraeum as whispers identify her as the one who crushed Sophia and made that outrageous declaration. The journalists quickly recognize the red-haired girl. Yu Uraeum recalls the previous incident and mutters a curse under her breath. The reporters rush toward her all at once, shouting for her attention and demanding comments. Cameras are shoved forward, microphones nearly touching her face. Gale looks around in confusion, wondering what's wrong with these people. Yoram finally snaps. She bares her fangs and roars at them to shut their damn mouths, her voice crashing down like thunder. The entire area falls silent. She sharply berates them, calling them trash and asking if her last answer still wasn't enough. She warns that she'll deal with them one by one if they keep pushing. Raising a finger right in front of them, she wears a savage, challenging smile, daring anyone to step closer. The scene then shifts to the house. Gaul sits alone on the floor, holding her doll, staring blankly toward the door. Nearby, the janitor peeks at her, realizing with a heavy sense of regret that watching over the child is far more troublesome than he expected. With everyone else gone, he recalls Jitae's words from earlier. Jitae had stood before him and clearly stated that the children would be at school and he wouldn't be home either. He emphasized that the guardian would be alone with Gule all day and must take proper care of her. The weight of those instructions presses down on him. He mutters to himself that this task is far more difficult than cleaning, especially since he has never taken care of a child before. Jewel continues to look at him quietly, her arms wrapped around the doll. Trying to ease the silence, the guardian nervously addresses her as Miss Jewel and politely suggests that she wait somewhere comfortable until the other ladies and the homeowner return in the evening. Jewel stares at him for a brief moment without replying, then turns her head away, completely disregarding him. Sweat streams down the guardian's face beneath his metal helmet as the tension closes in on him, making it hard to breathe. He finally lets out a long sigh, deciding that the only way out is to retreat and go back to his cleaning duties. The guardian comes back once more, trying a different approach. He speaks more softly and asks if she would like to read a picture book together. Gyul's blue eyes brighten as she reacts, and the guardian takes it as a good sign that she's at least interested in picture books. He sits down on the floor across from her and opens the book, offering to read it aloud. He reads the title, Dad is a Fairy. An cute illustration shows a father and daughter with wings. The story begins with the words, long ago deep in the forest. But in the guardian's mind, that forest turns into a terrifying primeval land filled with monsters from before the demon world era. He continues reading that Dulsun and her father lived there. Interpreting everything through his own dark lens, the guardian assumes the mother is already gone and thinks it's a miracle that a parent and child could survive such a brutal time. In his imagination, the father and daughter appear as massive, intimidating figures. He reads on, saying that every night the father told his daughter old stories before she slept. The guardian instantly decides that old stories must mean tales of the Great War, picturing a battlefield soaked in blood. From this, he seriously concludes that Dulsun must be obsessed with war, while Gale watches him with an unmistakably questioning look. The story continues. One morning, Dulsun wakes up to find that her father is no longer home. The guardian immediately assumes the father went to search for a new mother, recalling the custom of capturing war prisoners in that era. His imagination shows the father abducting a woman by force. He adds with complete certainty that Dulsun must be pleased to gain a new mother, even as the imagined woman struggles in terror. Turning back to Gale to continue, the guardian is caught off guard. She is staring straight at him, surrounded by an oppressive presence, clearly displeased with how the story has been twisted. He asks, genuinely puzzled, what's wrong and whether she doesn't like the story. Gale raises her small finger and points toward the corner of the room. The guardian follows her gesture with his eyes. In the end, Gale lies on the floor, calmly enjoying the book on her own, softly humming to herself. Meanwhile, the guardian sits in the corner, curled inward, left to reflect on his complete failure as a storyteller. The scene cuts to the front of the academy. A sleek black luxury car pulls up, and the driver steps out to open the door. A girl steps down from the vehicle, introduced as Gongju Hai, the successor of the Gong clan, one of Korea's 3 great sword families. At this moment, her focus is not on training, but on skincare. While touching up her makeup, Gong Joo-hee talks about how much she dislikes sword practice, saying that sweating ruins everything she puts on her face. She then notices a large group of reporters and photographers crowding the entrance. She assumes they are there for her and quietly marvels at how much attention she's getting. Her secretary Kim hesitates before telling her that he doesn't think the media is waiting for her. She immediately turns toward him, demanding to know what he just said. Annoyed and confused, Gong Joo-hee wonders who could possibly be drawing attention instead of her. She rudely pushes past a photographer to see for herself. Her answer appears right in front of her as Gale and Yoo-yoram arrive. Gong Joo-hee acknowledges their striking appearance. What shocks Gale, however, is the sight of Yoo-yoram sitting calmly on the back of a male student who is crawling on all fours, acting like a chair. Gale asks why this is happening. Yoo-yoram replies flatly that the student asked for it himself. The student quickly confirms, saying he is her fan and doesn't mind at all. Yoo-yoram dismisses his words as nonsense and looks down on him openly. She then takes control of the press. She declares that each reporter is allowed only one question and warns that she will leave immediately if they don't follow her rules. She points to a journalist wearing a hat. He begins a long introduction, saying he represents Taiwan Public Broadcasting, but Yoo-yoram cuts him off for talking too much and moves on. The journalist is left frozen, having not even asked his question. Next, a French reporter asks how it feels to become the center of attention in the supernatural world. Yu Yorium answers while casually picking her nose, saying the feeling is dirty, then signals for the next question. Another reporter asks about the fan club formed around her. In response, she forcefully stomps on the back of the human chair, calling the fans a bunch of lunatics. A chubby reporter with glasses steps forward and asks about the meaning behind the words she shouted at the Blue Dragon dorm interview site. Yu Yorium looks at him with clear disdain, tells him he already knows the answer, and mocks the smell of foot sweat coming from him. The journalist presses on, asking for a more detailed explanation. He questions why she chose those particular obscene words out of all possible ones. Stepping closer with a greasy smile, he hints that there might have been another motive behind her behavior. Yu Yorium leans in as well, wearing a daring, provocative smile, and quietly asks if he wants to do it with her. The sudden question throws the journalist off. Her tone shifts instantly. She reminds him sharply that he knows she's joking and asks why he keeps dragging things out and stirring trouble. The journalist bares his teeth and responds with a threat, saying journalism is a filthy job and that if she plays along, he can be generous too. Yu Yorium grabs his shirt tightly, warning him that her patience is limited, while Gaol tries desperately to calm things down. Noticing the cameras still rolling, the journalist decides to push further for attention. With a sly smile, he whispers that if she keeps being stubborn, he'll write the article however he wants. He threatens to publish a headline claiming she asked him for a sexual relationship, daring her to say whatever she likes. Yu Yorium snaps. She screams that she'll kill him with her bare hands and swings a powerful punch as Gail cries out in terror. Just before the blow lands, a firm hand appears and blocks her fist. Jitae steps in at the last moment. Gael cheers in relief at her uncle's arrival, while Jitae remarks irritably that they're already causing trouble the moment he shows up. Yu Yorium shouts angrily, insisting the journalist is the one at fault. Without warning, Jitae hoists her over his shoulder like baggage. She freezes in shock, then starts pounding his back, yelling to be put down. He coldly declares that the interview is over. Jitae turns to the pale journalist and delivers a chilling warning, telling him not to turn this incident into an article. A crushing pressure radiates from Jitae, overwhelming the journalist and everyone nearby as he walks away with Yu Yorium. The camera lens shatters under the force. The journalist collapses to the ground, having lost control in fear, while Yu Yorium stares down in disbelief at Jitae's power. Jitae quickly leads the girls away from the crowd and urges Gail to hurry to her first class. Nearby, Gongjuhi watches in stunned silence, wondering if her companion witnessed what just happened. Her aide nervously suggests they investigate which family that girl belongs to. Gong Joo-hee makes a crude remark about the blonde girl Gail's figure, seriously questioning where she got those clothes, while admitting to herself how striking she looks. The scene then moves to a lecture hall. Professor Kai stands confidently before the students and introduces himself as the swordsmanship instructor. He explains that today's lesson will focus on the history of swordsmanship and the proper mindset toward the sword. Sitting beside Jitae, Yu Yorium complains openly about how boring it is, calling talk about attitude meaningless and demanding they start fighting right away. Jitae comments that he's surprised she stayed instead of storming out the way he expected. Yu Yorium answers flatly that she's used to sitting through boring dramas all the way to the end. She then admits her real reason for enduring this and putting in effort. One day, she wants to crush that armored guy, Javier, with her own hands. She asks Jitae why he chose to attend this class with her instead of following the other students. He replies that she knows the reason better than anyone. Yo rests her chin on her hand, acting innocently and claiming she's been calm and staying out of trouble lately. Jitae immediately reminds her that she nearly punched a journalist just moments ago. Irritated, she snaps back that the pig was the one who provoked her. Yo shifts closer and leans against Jitae's shoulder. He tells her coldly to move away, saying it's hot. Yu Yorium smiles faintly and asks why he's rejecting her, pointing out that men usually lose their minds over this kind of contact. She asks if he's shy. Jitae remains completely silent and ignores her. In response, Yu Yorium puffs up in a childish pout. She then drops her head onto the desk and complains that studying is boring. Jitae tells her that studying isn't meant to be fun, then adds that he isn't really talking about studying but about her. Yu Yorium comments that even a kidnapper should at least be interesting. She admits that Jitae didn't seem normal at first either, so she expected her days to be filled with excitement and constant stimulation. She says she never agreed to play family in such a dull way. Jitae answers that what happened on the way to school was already stimulating enough. At that, Yu Yorium's eyes light up with wild excitement as she declares that what she wants is fighting, killing, and the thrill of victory, not these trivial matters. Professor Kai notices her intense enthusiasm and hunger for battle. He smiles faintly, his eye glowing with an eerie green light, and murmurs that he has just the remedy for her condition. Professor Kai then firmly orders Yu Yorium and her guardian to remain after class. She looks at him with clear resentment and tension. The scene shifts to the sports equipment storage room. Yu Yorium sits there, angrily cleaning wooden swords, her frustration obvious. She suddenly throws the cleaning tools to the floor and yells that her anger only grows the more she thinks about it, questioning why she has to clean and saying she'd rather get beaten than do this. Jitae tells her to stop whining and keep wiping. Yu Yorium suggests calling the janitor guardian from home to handle the job, pointing out that he enjoys cleaning. Jitae asks her seriously who would take care of Gyeol if that happened. Yu Yorium looks away irritably and mutters that blue is useless. She then shifts topics, asking with curiosity whether Jitae studied well when he was young. While continuing to clean, he replies that he never really had the time to study properly. Yu Yoram bursts into mocking laughter, saying he must be empty-headed too and that claiming he had no time is just an excuse. Jitae answers in a calm, steady tone that he was busy surviving because that period was a time of war. The laughter dies instantly. Yu Yoram studies him closely, asking if he's messing with her again and whether what he said is actually true. She turns toward him with a sharp gaze, a cigarette hanging from her lips, and asks him directly if he finds life enjoyable. Jitae replies with a stiff expression and lifeless eyes, admitting that life isn't as fun as she imagines. His answer catches her off guard. She questions the point of living such a dull existence and steps closer, saying that if she had his overwhelming power, she would never live in boredom. She mocks him, suggesting he might be burned out from having too much power. Jitae looks down, his gaze carrying the weight of many years. In a low, steady voice, he says that the reason is simple. Life keeps going and he cannot abandon it. Yu Yoram scoffs at his reply, calling it the kind of gloomy nonsense a depressed teenager would say. In response, he coldly tells her to stop talking and finish the cleaning. The scene changes. Yu Yoram sits nearby, absent-mindedly playing with a Rubik's Cube, her boredom obvious. The janitor guardian works diligently around her, while Bom and Gyeol can be seen in the background stacking blocks together. The guardian keeps glancing at Yu Yoram as she struggles with the puzzle, making her tense and lose concentration. She suddenly snaps, yelling at him to stop hovering around because he's distracting her. The guardian quickly apologizes, stuttering in panic. Yu Yoram then sprawls across the sofa, completely uninterested in anything. The guardian looks at her with quiet pity. Sitting beside her, Bom asks if she's in a bad mood because of the journalists earlier that morning. Yu Yoram denies it, saying the real issue is that nothing is fun and that she's bored because she hasn't had a proper fight in a long time. Out of nowhere, Yu Yoram calls Bom Big Sister. Bom freezes on the spot in shock, then jumps up and asks if Yu Yoram is sick or needs to go to the hospital for suddenly using such a cute title. Yu Yoram casually decides to just call her Yo instead. She then sits straight in front of Bom and asks her a serious question about what she lives for. Bom is caught off guard by the sudden depth of the question. She leans toward Gale and whispers that Yu Yoram must finally be growing up and hitting puberty. Yu Yoram immediately shouts at her face that she can hear everything and knows that Gyeol is nodding along in agreement. Yu Yoram tells Bom that she asked that human, Yu Jitae, earlier about what kind of fun he finds in life. With an unusually serious tone, she repeats his answer word for word, saying that life simply continues and cannot be abandoned. Bom immediately notices that Yu Yoram is speaking exactly like him. Yu Yoram concludes that the man feels no joy at all. She states her belief that people live in order to feel happiness, and that life has no meaning if that feeling doesn't exist. She gives examples, pointing to Gyeol, whom she calls the yellow monkey, saying Gyeol feels intense happiness just from eating tasty food. She also points out Gyeol enjoying herself while playing with a worn-out teddy bear. Bom, thinking carefully, suggests that Yu Jitae might simply not have told them what he enjoys. Yu Yoram cuts her off, saying Bom is exactly the same as him. She confronts Bom directly, saying they are the same type. Mysterious, hard to read, and closed off. With a sarcastic laugh, she adds that both of them are extremely boring. Yu Yoram then challenges Bom, asking if there's anything fun in her life at all. Bom's eyes light up as she smiles, admitting that there is one thing. She drops her answer casually, saying she finds Yu Jitae unexpectedly shy. Yu Yoram stares at her in pure shock, unable to believe what she just heard. She mocks Bom's words, calling them complete nonsense, insisting that Yu Jitae is obviously a cold-blooded psychopath just by looking at him. Bom agrees that she thought the same at first, but then gently corrects herself, saying he actually has a surprisingly cute side. Yu Yoram is deeply unsettled by Bom's soft smile, calling it terrifying. Suddenly, Yu Yoram lunges at Bom and starts tickling her. Bom bursts into laughter, struggling to escape, while Gyeol watches quietly from the side, clutching her doll. At that moment, Gale rushes up the stairs, shouting "Uni" with overwhelming excitement. She announces, both shocked and thrilled, that the Lair community is going crazy over Yu Yoram and that a fan cafe has been created for her. Yu Yoram reacts with clear displeasure, questioning why anyone would make a fan cafe for her. Gale starts stammering nervously, trying to hide her thoughts. Yu Yoram immediately yells at her, demanding to know what she's imagining. Just then, Yu Jitae appears, buttoning his shirt. The door opens and Bom peeks inside, calling out to him. She hesitantly says she has a request. He apologizes for not hearing her knock and tells her to come in once he finishes getting dressed. Bom enters the room in her uniform and shyly asks if he can accompany her today. Yu Jitae is taken aback by the sudden request. Bom points out that he always goes out with Yorim and Gale. She pouts and scolds him, saying he hasn't gone out with her even once. He tries to explain himself. Yu Jitae recalls the chaos caused by Yu Yorim's obsession with violence and Jail's non-stop demands for food. Feeling drained just thinking about it, he grows tired and ultimately refuses Bom's request. Yu Yorim walks in with Gyeol beside her. Gyeol asks Bom why she isn't going to school. Before Bomb can answer, Yu Uraeum tells Gyul to finish her food first. Bomb then states plainly that she is asking the master out on a date. Gyul freezes at the words, while Yu Uraeum calmly assumes she means asking him to accompany her as a guardian. Gyul thinks it over and seriously asks Yu Jitae why he never goes out with Bomb, accusing him of favoring Yorim and Gyul instead. Yu Jitae denies it and looks toward Bomb. Gyul laughs while eating her toast, saying favoritism is bad but she understands. She then talks about her mother, mentioning how she met hundreds of men but only chose a few. Yu Uraeum comments that Ga's mother sounds impressive. Bomb starts thinking about the men who were left behind and wonders out loud if she's the same as them. Yu Jitae asks what she means. Bomb snaps back that he kidnapped her and then ignored her, comparing it to catching a fish and not taking care of it afterward. Gyul immediately blames Yu Jitae and sides with Bomb, while Bomb says she's the only one being left behind. Yu Uraeum steps in, saying she understands why he usually follows them because of the trouble they cause. She asks him to go with Bomb this time, promising she won't cause any trouble and reminding him that he can't watch them forever. Yu Jitae considers it briefly, then agrees. Bomb immediately hugs Gyul in excitement and gives Yu Jitae a playful wink. The scene shifts to a large hall inside the academy filled with seated students. Staff members whisper among themselves about Yu Bomb's beauty and her perfect interview score. They speculate about her family background, and one of them mocks the Yo family name as low status. Yu Jitae sits behind them and hears everything. The instructor announces the end of the etiquette lesson and the beginning of social dance training. The students react awkwardly. The teacher asks why they are embarrassed and explains that as representatives of their families, they will be expected to dance at high-class events. She adds that the real embarrassment would be not knowing what to do. She then orders everyone to pair up. Students begin choosing partners hesitantly as the teacher urges them to be bold. Some students whisper in confusion about why Yu Bomb is still alone, expecting that boys would be lining up for her. Others quietly comment that approaching her feels difficult, saying she gives off a presence that makes touching her seem forbidden. The supervising professor notices that Yu Bomb is the only student without a partner. Bomb admits politely that she isn't very popular. The professor kindly offers to dance with her herself, praising her appearance. Bomb instead asks if her guardian can be her partner. Yu Jitae sits among the guardians in the back, completely still. After a brief pause, the professor agrees. Bomb immediately dashes toward Yu Jitae at high speed, shocking the professor with her sudden movement. Yu Jitae rises from his seat as Bomb stretches out her hand, urging him to hurry. With mild irritation, he admits that he isn't good at dancing. Bomb looks up at him with watery, pleading eyes and asks if he plans to leave her completely alone in this moment. Yu Jitae exhales in resignation and gives in. The lesson begins. The instructor tells everyone to hold their partner's hands and move slowly with the count. Yu Jitae stands face to face with Bomb. She turns her head away awkwardly while his body stiffens. Bomb notices his hesitation and lightly asks if he feels embarrassed touching her. He denies it in a flat tone. She then grips his hand firmly, catching him off guard. Bomb calmly explains that holding hands doesn't automatically mean emotional attachment. He responds that he understands. Her tone suddenly turns serious, almost threatening. She warns him not to dance carelessly, reminding him that her grades are on the line. They begin to move together, stepping in sync at the center of the hall. Bomb realizes his palms are soaked with sweat. She notices that the tension isn't limited to his hands. His back and chest are tense as well. She wonders why he's so strained. At that instant, her thoughts drift to the shape of Yu Jitae's body beneath his clothes. Her face instantly turns red. She stumbles mid-step and loses her balance. Yu Jitae reacts immediately, catching her before she falls. Their faces end up dangerously close. Suddenly, blood starts flowing from Bomb's nose. Yu Jitae calmly points out that she's bleeding. The scene cuts to outside the hall. Bomb sits on a bench, drinking juice with a tissue stuffed in her nose. He asks her with concern if she's sure she doesn't need to go to the hospital. She looks confused and asks what hospital he's talking about, saying she's already fine. He finds it strange since she didn't hit anything. Bomb avoids his gaze and nervously claims she doesn't know why it happened. She quickly changes the topic with a smile, saying the important thing is that he danced better than she expected. With a sharp, curious look, she asks if he ever learned to dance before. Yu Jitae's mind flashes to a night scene where he dances smoothly with another woman. The woman praises him, saying he's not as clumsy as she thought, and he promises to get better. Yu Jitae snaps back to reality, turns his back to Bomb, and lies that he's never learned dancing. Bomb watches him suspiciously while sipping her juice. She then asks if he has any plans after school. He says no. Bomb immediately ties up her hair with excitement and invites him to go do something fun together. The scene abruptly shifts to Moscow, Russia. Under the pale moonlight, an old building comes into view, revealed to be a research facility belonging to the demon organization known as Invisibility. Red alarms scream through the facility as researchers run in chaos, blood splattered across the floor. One of them curses the situation, calling it a complete disaster. A female researcher with demonic traits sprints through the corridors, her thoughts spiraling in fear over the monster that appeared out of nowhere. She reaches a sealed door and realizes the current defenses are useless against the intruder. In desperation, she tries to contact headquarters. Before she can finish, a shadow dressed in black forms directly behind her. A cold voice asks where she's rushing off to. The researcher freezes, her body shaking. Trapped, she stammers, asking what the intruder wants. Jitae's eyes glow blue as he calmly asks whether her master is searching for something. He specifically demands the location of Prototype X, the command-type transcendent demon. She screams that she would rather die than reveal anything. The shadow grips her by the throat. Dark shadows coil around him as he remarks that the true nature of demons always reveals itself when death is near. He fixes his gaze on her eye, describing how a human form breaks down under unbearable pain, moving like a puppet with severed strings. With chilling mockery, he invites her to dance alone under the moonlight. Moments later, the shadow stands over her lifeless body, blood dripping from his hand. Afterward, the shadow reports back telepathically to the original body. Prototype X has already been converted into a display specimen and transferred to the headquarters of the Invisibility Organization. This time, Prototype X exists as a female sealed inside a water tank. Unlike previous regressions, the shadow confirms that the eliminated researcher was named Vera. Jitae issues a new order. The copy is to take Vera's appearance and infiltrate the Invisibility headquarters to uncover Prototype X's true identity. The shadow accepts the command without hesitation and moves to carry it out. The scene shifts to a clothing store where Jitae sits waiting. His thoughts turn to the danger of Prototype X, a demon with the ability to merge the minds of countless demons into one. Images of devastation and demonic hordes surface in his mind. The longer it exists, the more violent and uncontrollable it becomes. He recalls that in every previous regression, eliminating Prototype X was always his top priority. This time, however, the information has changed, making the search far more difficult. He activates the authority of the antique clock, sensing the malice drifting beyond the horizon of providence, searching for an existence that has strayed from the world's proper timeline. As his vision sharpens, he realizes that the change in X's identity is also the work of that same malice the Guardian mentioned. Jitae clenches his fist. His resolve hardens. Nothing has changed. He will simply erase everything that interferes with the peaceful life he is trying to maintain. Bomb calls out to him from behind a fitting room curtain, snapping him out of his thoughts. She urges him to look, and he turns toward the voice with a questioning stare. Bomb steps out wearing a daring black swimsuit covered only by a sheer outer layer. Smiling brightly, she asks if it suits her. Jitae immediately looks away and asks what she's doing. Laughing lightly, Bomb says summer is coming, so she thought she'd buy one. She invites him to step inside the curtain so he can see it properly, saying he can't tell from where he's standing. Jitae reminds her that she said they were going to do something fun and asks if this is the prank she meant. Bomb pouts and says it's fun for her. Jitae warns her seriously not to entertain strange thoughts and not to provoke his temper. They leave the store together, but Bomb keeps teasing him, insisting that he actually wanted to see her. He firmly denies it, even as she keeps pressing playfully. While humming, Bomb asks if she should just buy the swimsuit. Jitae tells her that if she's done fooling around, they should head home. Bomb then explains seriously that they came out to buy gifts for the children. Jitae looks at her in surprise. She explains that Gyul's teddy bear is completely worn out, so she plans to replace it along with buying presents for the others. Jitae asks what she plans to get for the rest. Bomb explains that Gyul only ever buys clothes and doesn't care about much else, so she wants to get her a nice wallet so she won't feel awkward when going out with friends later. When he asks about Yoream, Bomb says she asked her yesterday and was told there's something she wants that she saw in a movie, though Bomb finds the request a little odd. Bomb suggests they split up. She'll go look for Gaz and Yoream's gifts, while he chooses something for Gyul. Jitae agrees right away. As he walks off, Bomb watches his back with concern, quietly wondering if it's really okay to leave him alone to pick a gift. The scene shifts to a toy shop called Toy and Toy. A female clerk sits behind the counter, bored. Jitae walks in holding a teddy bear. The clerk immediately starts sizing him up, guessing he's in his late 20s or early 30s. His build makes her think he might be a model or a soldier, and she notes his good looks. Seeing that no woman is with him and that he clearly has no idea about children's toys, her eyes light up. Convinced she's found an easy target, she puts on an overly friendly smile and eagerly greets him, asking how old the child is. Jitae answers while holding the bear that the child is about 4 years old. The clerk claps her hands and says, "That's the cutest age." She asks if the girl is his daughter. He calmly denies it, explaining that she's just a child he knows. The clerk quickly concludes that he must be her uncle. She praises him, saying it's rare for an uncle to personally pick out a gift and that the child will surely love it, though she lightly mocks him for lacking good taste. Seeing his puzzled look, the clerk launches into her sales pitch. She suggests role-play toys instead of dolls and shows him a toy stethoscope, explaining that playing like this helps build a stronger bond. She recommends a hospital play set and tempts him with a 10% discount if he buys multiple sets. Jitae imagines Gyul dressed as a small nurse and agrees without hesitation, making the clerk feel triumphant. Soon, Jitae is carrying a massive stack of boxes. The clerk reassures him that although it looks like a lot, it's all necessary for the child's emotional development and promises he won't regret it. At the counter, she asks if he'll be paying by card. He answers yes. When she sees the black card reserved for ultra-wealthy VIP families, she freezes. She immediately understands why he bought everything she suggested so easily. Her view of him shifts completely. The more she looks at him, the more charming he seems. She starts wondering if he's married and even considers trying to charm him herself. Blushing slightly, she nervously asks if he has a girlfriend. At that moment, Bomb suddenly appears, grabs his arm, and calls him Appa, staring at the pile of boxes in disbelief as she asks if he really bought all of this. The clerk's mood drops instantly, assuming Bomb is his girlfriend. Bomb asks why he bought random items when they agreed to get a doll for Gyeol. Jitae simply answers, a doll. From their exchange, the clerk realizes Bomb must actually be his younger sister. Trying to recover, she starts explaining that the child might not be used to toys like these at first, but Bomb cuts her off. Bomb's expression turns cold and an oppressive presence surrounds her as she firmly states that she already said Gyeol doesn't like this kind of toy. She picks up a simple teddy bear and says this one will be enough. Bomb explains that it looks similar to the doll Gyeol once had, so it won't confuse Gyeol. Jitae admits that this was the doll he originally planned to buy. With her bright smile returning, Bomb asks the clerk if they can get a VIP discount on the teddy bear. Night falls over the house as loud screams from Ga, Yoreum, and Gyeol echo through the rooms the moment they see the gifts. On the floor sits a new brown teddy bear beside several luxurious shopping bags. Gyeol jumps around in pure excitement, clutching her new wallet and declaring her love for Bomb and Jitae, admitting she never would have bought something like this for herself. Nearby, Yoreum stands holding her gift bag, while Gyeol stares at her new bear with bright, focused eyes. Gyeol curiously asks what Yoreum received, since Gyeol got a doll. Yoreum pauses, then checks her gift herself. What she pulls out shocks everyone. Handcuffs and a whip, exactly what she asked for. A dangerous smile spreads across her face as she calls Gyeol monkey and invites her to come closer to try it out. Gyeol immediately backs away in absolute terror, refusing over and over. The scene descends into chaos as Gyeol screams and begs while Yoreum chases her, trying to lock the cuffs onto her wrists. Away from the noise, Jitae sits quietly with little Gyeol resting on his lap. She hugs her new doll contentedly, enjoying the calm. Bomb walks over holding a small box and asks him to take it as well. When Jitae opens it, he finds a navy blue tie inside. Bomb explains that she noticed he always wears the same tie during classes. With a gentle smile, she promises that once she earns money herself, she'll buy him a full suit. He thanks her softly. Jitae then asks if she followed his advice and bought something for herself. Bomb replies that she did. When he asks what it is, she only gives him a bright, mysterious smile and says she'll show him later. Several weeks pass. One morning, the janitor opens the door and finds Jitae fully dressed and preparing to leave. Jitae tells him firmly that he'll be gone for about 3 days and entrusts him with taking good care of Gyeol while he's away. The guardian asks if he's traveling far. Jitae confirms it and adds that Yoreum will be going with him. At that moment, Yoreum is seen lazily waking up on the bed. The scene shifts to a vast square crowded with students. An announcement signals the official start of an event. It's revealed to be a demon combat simulation. Students gather in groups as advanced technology surrounds them. A massive purple gate appears and the rules are explained. The event is a survival combat training held inside a virtual dungeon, lasting 2 nights and 3 days. Students must form teams of 3, while a guardian representative issues commands throughout the exercise. It is explained that this position is called operating, a role that exists in real superhuman teams during monster raids. Jitae appears wearing a headset, calmly adjusting it as he takes on the role of operator for the simulation. Yoreum scoffs at the tense expressions of the other students, wondering aloud if these girls have ever experienced real combat before. Jitae warns her firmly that there will be no room for carelessness, but she responds without interest. Jitae tells her that this mission isn't a solo raid and that she needs to form a team. Yoreum replies that she'll only team up with someone she finds acceptable. A male and female student approach her cautiously. The boy politely asks if she would like to join them if she hasn't found a team yet. Yoreum immediately snaps, shouting in their faces and calling them losers, ordering them to get lost. Before they can retreat, Jitae interrupts and asks for their names. The boy introduces himself as Hisaki Sojiro, and the girl says her name is Kim Ji-in. Both bow deeply, promising they will work hard and not slow anyone down. Yoreum yells at them again, calling them weak and repeating that they should leave. Jitae issues a single command through the headset, clearly signaling his approval. Yoreum shouts in disbelief, saying she never agreed to take them. Jitae responds coldly that if she has complaints, she should find another team. With clear irritation, Yoreum gives in, calling the situation troublesome. Hisaki and Jin stand stiffly in front of her. Yoreum warns them in a sharp, threatening tone that if they get in her way during battle, they won't survive. Instead of reacting angrily, Hisaki nervously thanks her. Suddenly, he's struck hard from behind, crying out as he grabs his head. A blonde student with a delinquent look steps forward, mocking Hisaki and reminding him of the earlier threat to kill him if he crossed his path. Hisaki hurriedly apologizes, shaking in fear. Kim Ji-in watches silently. The delinquent turns to her, asking why she isn't saying anything while her boyfriend apologizes for her. He reaches out roughly and grabs her hair. She stares back at him without backing down. One of his companions tries to stop him, warning that guardians are nearby. The delinquent laughs it off, saying adults don't care about nobodies. He keeps harassing her, telling her to lift her bangs because she looks depressing, while she struggles weakly. Suddenly, Yoreum steps in, her gaze sharp. She asks what he meant by the word nobodies. Johnny freezes, clearly caught off guard by her sudden intervention. Johnny instantly realizes who is standing in front of him. In his mind, he identifies her as the infamous lunatic from the Blue Dragon dorms. Yu Yoram repeats her question, her voice sharper and more forceful, demanding to know what he meant by singles. Cold sweat pours down Johnny's face as he recalls his family elders' strict warnings to never get involved with Yu Uraim of the Yu family and to stay far away from her dangerous specialty. Forcing a stiff laugh, Johnny tries to smooth things over. He explains that singles refers to students without guardians. As he walks away, he adds with open contempt that they're basically poor trash with no backing or protection. Hearing this, Yu Uraim understands why her teammates are considered weak. She mutters in frustration, irritated that she was forced to team up with people she sees as beggars. Johnny suddenly places his hand rudely on Yu Yoram's shoulder, mocking the idea that someone as strong as her would end up with such weak teammates. He offers her a spot on his team instead, saying they'll make room for her. His companions react in anger, but Johnny quickly reasons that no matter how unhinged she is, her strength makes her valuable. Seeing Yu Yoram remain silent, he wrongly assumes she's considering it and thinks she's similar to him in nature. Without any warning, Yu Yoram drives a brutal punch straight into Johnny's face. Shock ripples through everyone present. His companions and her teammates freeze in disbelief at the sudden violence. Yu Yoram brushes off her shoulder and looks down at Johnny as he clutches his face in agony. In a cold, threatening voice, she asks if he wants to die. Her eyes burn with fury as she demands to know who gave him permission to touch her and whether he thinks they're familiar. Johnny explodes in rage, screaming curses at her and accusing her of acting like she's above him. Yu Yoram cuts him off with a terrifying scream of her own, warning him that she'll kill him if she ever sees him again. Johnny retreats while hurling threats, and her shaken teammates stare at her, seeing something monstrous in her presence. From a distance, Jitae watches the entire scene without reacting. Suddenly, an announcement echoes across the area, drawing everyone's attention to a massive gate and the arrival of the official in charge. Professor Jitae, the instructor for practical demon combat, steps forward and begins explaining the simulation rules. He states that students will be divided into teams, each starting from a designated location inside the arena. He finishes by announcing that points for actions, kills, deaths, and damage dealt will all be calculated, with student rankings displayed in real time throughout the exercise. Professor Jitae adds an important rule to the simulation. If a student dies, they will be revived in a different location after 3 hours. Because of this delay, he stresses that everyone must act with extreme caution. He then reveals the name of the virtual dungeon, Ant Tunnel. With that, Professor Jitae ends his briefing, wishes the students good luck, and orders them to move out and begin the mission. Yu Yoram and her team pass through the gate and enter the virtual dungeon. As soon as they arrive, Yu Yoram comments on how incredibly realistic the environment feels. Her excitement spikes immediately, and she suggests they start attacking people right away. Kim Ji-in stops her, asking worriedly if she even knows where the other teams are. Yu Yoram replies that if they keep moving, they're bound to run into someone eventually. Hisaki speaks up with visible irritation, pointing out that they don't have her speed or stamina. Jean adds a serious warning, saying that charging ahead alone could leave them open to an ambush from behind. Yu Yoram scoffs at them, treating their concerns as nothing more than bragging about being weak. Jean suggests they should at least make a plan before advancing, but Yu Yoram cuts her off, calling her a coward and ordering them to simply watch her back while she fights. The tension escalates when Jean reminds her that this is a team-based match, not a solo battle. Yu Yoram's eyes flare with fury, and she glares at them menacingly, reminding them that she only accepted them out of pity and that they shouldn't act arrogant now. Hisaki hurriedly tries to calm the situation. At that moment, Jitae's voice comes through, interrupting the argument. He asks them calmly if they have a target number of teams they want to eliminate, then follows up by asking how many teams they want him to drop them behind. Jean is stunned and says that's impossible, since other operators won't reveal their team locations so easily. Yu Yoram, however, reacts with fierce excitement. She asks what he means, then quickly understands his intention. With wild enthusiasm, Yu Yoram declares that she wants to eliminate every team she encounters. The scene shifts to another area of the dungeon. Johnny is holding his swollen nose, cursing the lingering pain. His teammates scold him for being reckless and provoking Yu Yoram despite their family's warnings. Johnny defends himself, claiming he was just trying to be friendly and didn't know she was that insane. One of his companions looks at him suspiciously and asks if he was actually serious about kicking someone out of their team to bring Yu Yoram in instead. Johnny hurriedly denies it, his voice shaking as he claims he was only testing her reaction. He then snarls that he'll tear her apart the moment he gets the chance, swearing revenge for what she did to him. A mocking voice echoes from above, slowly repeating his words. "Tear me apart." Johnny freezes in terror. Before he can react, Yu Yoram drops down from the air at terrifying speed, her sword already drawn. With a chilling smile, she challenges him to try carrying out his threat. In a flash of brutal motion, Yu Yoram slams her foot into Johnny's face. His HP plummets instantly as a thunderous impact erupts through the area. His teammates scream in panic, shouting that they're under attack and hastily raising their weapons. Yu Yoram lands in a low crouch and looks up at them with open contempt. She mocks them for calling this a fight. Her smile twists into something monstrous as her eyes glow a deep blood red. She declares coldly that this isn't a battle at all. This is a one-sided hunt. Johnny's teammate opened fire on Uraim, but her speed was so overwhelming that every bullet missed as she slipped past them with ease, causing him to panic instantly as he screamed at the top of his lungs, "Don't come over here!" Before he could even react, Uriam had already closed the distance and appeared right in front of him, then, without the slightest hesitation, brought her sword down in a single slash that erased his entire health bar. The moment he fell, Uriam noticed another opponent rushing straight toward her, and instead of avoiding the attack, she calmly raised her sword to meet it head-on. Her decision caught the attacker completely off guard, and he cursed inwardly, thinking, "You idiot, you're blocking my counterattack straight on instead of dodging." Holding the higher position and wielding a weapon that was much heavier than hers, he was convinced victory was guaranteed, believing there was no possible way Uriam could overpower him through sheer strength. Reality proved him wrong in an instant as his eyes widened with disbelief, because Uriam remained standing firmly in place with nothing but a mocking smirk on her face. "You thought you could beat me in a contest of pure strength?" she said before unleashing a devastating slash that reduced his health bar all the way to 0. After defeating him, Uriam looked thoroughly unimpressed and muttered in annoyance, "What kind of garbage is this? This guy wasn't even enough for a warm-up. Is that really it?" At that exact moment, Haki shouted, "Uriam, there's still one left over there." Hearing the warning, Uriam frowned in confusion. "Another one?" She turned her head and spotted Johnny struggling to crawl back up from the ground. Her earlier kick hadn't completely finished him off, leaving him alive with just 17 HP remaining. The instant Johnny realized she had noticed him, he desperately pleaded, "Can you please not hit me in the face again?" Unfortunately for him, Uriam had never been the type to listen to anyone, and she answered by driving another kick straight into his face, dropping his HP to a perfect 0. Watching everything unfold, Johnny's guardian could only cry out, "It's over!" Isaki hurried over and praised Uriam, saying, "You're amazing! You took down all of them by yourself." Kimjin was equally astonished as she thought to herself, "I didn't expect Uriam to be that strong. Why is that Henry guy even famous?" Yet the person who impressed her the most was Uriam's guardian, Jitae. Even with mana perception completely restricted, he had still managed to locate another team that quickly, despite the fact that tactical commanders were not allowed to use mana during this training session. Even under those conditions, Jitae had calculated the exact timing for Uriam's ambush with perfect precision, issuing his command at the precise moment without missing a beat. That level of rapid tracking and flawless leadership left Kim Jin completely convinced that he had once been a first-rate tactical commander in the Alliance. At that moment, an announcement echoed across the battlefield. "All members of Team 37 have been eliminated and will respawn at a different location in 3 hours." After hearing it, Johnny's guardian quickly escorted the 3 eliminated members away. Jitae silently watched them leave before giving the guardian a small nod. Just then, a surprised voice rang out from behind them. "Look at this." Jitae turned around in confusion and saw Haki reacting excitedly while Kim Jin gave a slight nod before saying, "The Mock Demon War hasn't been underway for very long yet, so there are probably still plenty of teams that haven't even finished their engagements. Under those circumstances, it's only natural that we'd reach the top ranks, especially since Uriam defeated an entire team without taking any damage." Hearing that, Haki immediately tried to run over and hug Uriam, shouting, "As expected of Uriam, you're seriously amazing." Before he could lay a hand on her, she grabbed him by the mouth and barked in annoyance, "What are you grinning for, you squid, when you were just standing in the back watching?" She then turned her attention to Isaki and continued, "What was Isaki doing while I was charging ahead alone? Isn't he supposed to be a sniper? While I was fighting, he should have been finding a vantage point and getting into position to snipe. Instead, he just stood in the back looking like an idiot." The two of them endured Uriam's scolding without arguing, because everything she said was true, leaving them no choice but to lower their heads and apologize. Watching them, Uriam let out a cold snort of contempt before saying, "And don't get all excited over just being 6th place. We absolutely have to take 1st place. Got it." As she spoke, she thumped her chest, her eyes burning with determination, and Isaki and Kim Jin could only nod in agreement. Uriam still wasn't finished. She angrily straightened Isaki's clothes while snapping, "Hey, you squid, dress properly. You're not a kid anymore." Standing off to the side and watching the entire exchange, Jitae could only let out a helpless sigh. Meanwhile, while everyone else was out fighting, Gyul remained at home with Guardian, feeling completely bored. Time continued to pass, and before long, 2 days had already elapsed since the mock survival battle against the demons had begun. Inside the virtual dungeon's control room, Jitae walked in carrying a cup of coffee and muttered to himself, "Today is the final day of the simulation, right? Hey assistant, which team is in 1st place right now?" Jitae asked. The assistant answered immediately. "Team 1 is still in the lead, but Team 50 is right behind them." Jitae frowned in confusion. "Let me think. Team 1 is the elite squad from Class 52, but who's on Team 50? The assistant responded without delay. "That's Cadet Uriam's team, sir." Jitae looked genuinely surprised. "Uriam? You mean that crazy girl?" "Yes, that's right," the assistant replied quietly. "Uriam's team consists of her and 2 cadets without guardians. Uriam is their only frontline attacker, while both Haki and Kim Jin are snipers." After hearing the explanation, Jitae remarked, "So this really is a team that Uriam is carrying almost entirely by herself. Is she actually strong enough to reach 2nd place?" The assistant quickly added, "In my opinion, the biggest reason is their guardian's performance as a tactical operator. Sir, please take a look at this." As he spoke, he brought up the map. The moment Jitae saw it, he exclaimed in astonishment, "Good grief! What on earth is this?" Displayed on the map was a movement route so perfectly planned that even Jitae couldn't hide his surprise. The assistant looked toward him again and asked, "Could he have been a tactical operator with the Alliance before?" Jitae immediately shook his head. "No. Did you forget that I used to be a tactical operator too? I know everyone in that circle, and I've never heard his name before." After saying that, he fell into deep thought. The person attracting attention from Blue Dragon Academy, Cadet Yom and U-Bomb, whom the magic professors praised as a once-in-a-generation genius, both belonged to the household established by the man named Jitae. What mattered even more was that this man's background was unnaturally clean, as though every trace of his past had been erased, making it impossible for Jitae not to grow suspicious. While Jitae was still thinking, the assistant hesitantly spoke again. "Professor, there's one thing that's really bothering me." Jitae knitted his brows and asked, "Yeah, what is it?" The assistant slowly replied, "It looks like Team 1 is manipulating the matchmaking. Their route has never crossed paths with Team 3 or Team 4, almost as if those teams are exchanging signals with each other." Hearing that, Jitae narrowed his eyes and coldly asked, "Hey, assistant, are you a sports referee or something?" The question completely caught the assistant off guard. Letting out a dismissive snort, Jitae explained, "What we're teaching is real combat. In a situation where there are no external communication devices, finding a way to convey intentions to each other isn't cheating, it's a tactic. If anything, we should be praising them." Only then did the assistant realize his mistake, and he quickly replied, "Ah, I never thought about it that way, sir." Jitae simply shrugged before adding calmly, "However, if they run into each other and don't fight, then that really is cheating." Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Yoram was absolutely furious. She slammed her fist into a wall hard enough to crack it before shouting, "Hey, we haven't died even once since the beginning, and we've been earning points this whole time, right?" Isaki gave a small nod. Yeah, that's right." Yurium immediately snapped back in frustration. "Then why the hell are we still in second place?" Haki shrank back in fear and answered with a trembling voice, "Second place is already incredibly impressive anyway." The moment those words left his mouth, Yoram started punching and kicking him, causing his health bar to steadily fall as she continued shouting, "I already told you, if it's not first place, I won't accept it." Watching the scene unfold, Kim Jin cautiously spoke up. "I'm sorry, but can't you just be satisfied with second place?" Yoram instantly whipped her head toward her. Kim Jin felt a brief surge of uneasiness, but she still gathered the courage to continue. "You might be fine, but we're almost completely out of stamina. And besides, there's not much time left. If we push ourselves any harder, we might lose points instead, so it would be safer to think about our current situation." The instant she finished speaking, Yoram suddenly stepped right up in front of her, making Kim Jin gasp in fright. What? Yoram's voice unexpectedly softened as she said, Yeah, I get it. Aside from the very beginning, you two really did work hard and you followed my lead pretty well. You could say you've put in just enough effort." Those words deeply moved Kim Jin. Yoram... Before she could finish, however, Yoram exploded with anger once more. "But that's exactly why you guys will never amount to anything." As she spoke, she gripped Kim Jin's shoulder tightly enough to make her cry out in pain, yet Yoram paid no attention and continued scolding her without stopping. "Do you know why the two of you are looked down on by everyone and called idiots? Is it because you don't have guardians?" Jitae stood nearby, quietly watching their surroundings without paying any attention to the argument, and no one stepped in to stop her. Yoram continued raging without the slightest restraint, shouting as she vented everything on her mind. "It's because the moment you get a little tired, you give up. That piece of loser mentality has completely rotted your brains." She reminded them that on the very first day, they had been the ones who promised they wouldn't get in her way before yelling, "So stand up, stop living like a bunch of losers." Hearing those words, Isaki slowly raised his head to look at her, while Kim Jin bit down hard on her lip, genuinely feeling the weight behind everything Yoram had just said. The next moment, both of them shouted together, "We can do it. We'll take first place." Watching them declare it with conviction, Yoram finally showed a satisfied smile. Just then, Jitae spoke up. "Now that your speech is over, come over here for a second." The three of them quickly walked over and found a series of strange markings carved into the wall in front of them. Yoram let out a cold snort and said, "Yeah, no wonder I felt something was off. Are those guys using these signs to hold hands with each other?" Isaki nodded in agreement. "I checked other places and found similar marks there too. Come to think of it, I remember hearing about something like this before. Some upperclassmen used to form alliances so they wouldn't run into each other. These marks were probably left by them as well, although that's only a suspicion." After hearing that, Kim Jin hesitantly suggested, "There's no definitive proof, though. How about we report this to the management? It's still not too late." Yoram didn't answer immediately. She fell silent for a long moment before letting out a scoff. "No need." Kim Jin looked at her in confusion. A wicked smile spread across Yoram's face as she said, "I have a better idea. This method will make those bastards catch a massive beating." Elsewhere, Team 1 continued monitoring the rankings displayed on the scoreboard, firmly holding first place as a chubby blonde teammate glanced at the notification screen and read the countdown aloud, noting that only 40 minutes and 35 seconds remained until the simulation ended, while mentioning that the team-wide notification was almost complete and that there were only 40 minutes left before everything was over. The red-haired girl leading the group suddenly looked back and asked, "Is second place still Team 50? The blonde quickly checked before answering, "Yes, but there's nothing to worry about. As long as none of us die, first place is definitely ours." Then, sounding genuinely intrigued, he added, "By the way, the leader of the team in second is that girl, Yoriam, right? I heard she's incredible in a fight, but I never expected her to be this terrifying. A freshman making it all the way to second place. If we didn't have a perfect plan, even we could have been in danger." The instant those words left his mouth, the person walking at the front froze for a brief moment, and the red-haired girl immediately realized what had happened before spinning around and snapping at the blonde. "No matter how good she is, she's nothing compared to our captain. Watch your mouth, you fat pig. He comes from the prestigious Yong clan of swordsmanship. Their captain, Yong Myung-ho, belonged to the renowned Yong family, a famous lineage of swordsmen, and realizing he had spoken carelessly, the blonde forced an awkward smile before apologizing. "Myung Young-ha, I'm sorry about that. It just slipped out." Yong Myung-ho simply responded with a calm reminder, "Don't let your guard down. The exam isn't over yet." Although his expression never changed, his heart burned with unwavering resolve as he thought, "It doesn't matter how strong Yoram is. My goal is to finish this exam in first place, so the family head will finally recognize me." Remembering someone else only fueled his anger even more. "Just wait. I'll prove I'm superior to that bastard Yongta." At that exact moment, their instructor suddenly looked unusually flustered and asked, "Hey kids, you didn't change your plan halfway through, did you?" Young Myung-ho answered at once. "No sir. Is something wrong?" But the moment he lifted his eyes and looked ahead, he was stunned to find the walls in front of them covered with the countless markings they had set up, and the blonde cried out in panic the instant he saw them. Why are there so many markings like this? How are we supposed to know who came through here or which direction we're meant to follow?" the blonde shouted, gritting his teeth in frustration before snarling, "Who the hell pulled a stunt like this?" At the same time, the red-haired girl quickly warned everyone, "Calm down, someone's coming." Footsteps echoed from a tunnel ahead as a group approached, and the instant Yong Myung-ho recognized them, he blurted out in surprise, "You guys are Team 3? The members of Team 3 froze as well before answering in disbelief. "Team 1? Completely caught off guard, the blonde exclaimed, "We're allies, aren't we?" The red-haired girl immediately turned to Yong Myung-ho and asked, "What should we do now?" Without the slightest hesitation, he answered, "What else? We have to kill them," while drawing his weapon. Team 3 was thrown into confusion by the unexpected situation as one member asked, "Hey, they're actually planning to fight. Should we pretend to lose?" Their captain, remaining far calmer than the others, immediately rejected the idea. "You idiot. Do you think Professor Jitae is a fool? Right now, I don't know what to do either." After a brief moment, he clicked his tongue, cursed, and made up his mind. "Damn it, since it's come to this, let's just fight first." The order was given, and both teams instantly rushed at each other, clashing in close-quarters combat. Meanwhile, from a nearby cliff, Uriam's group watched the battle below with obvious interest. "Look at them tearing each other apart," Uriam remarked, while Sojiro stared down in complete disbelief and admitted, "I didn't think this plan would actually work." Grinning, Uriam turned to him and asked, "Want to bet on who wins?" A few minutes earlier, Sojiro and Kim Jin had both looked at Uriam in surprise when she suggested, "Use those signs in reverse." Pointing toward the markings carved around the cliff, she explained her idea in detail. "Even if we don't know what these symbols actually mean, all we have to do is redraw them until even the people who made them can't recognize them. Once that happens, their route will fall into complete chaos, and their whole plan will collapse on its own. My strategy is really that simple." Following her instructions, Sojiro and Kim Jin spread out and walked through the area, covering it with identical markings, while Uriam separated from the group to hunt down more people and earn additional points. "If I happen to run into the first-place team," she declared confidently, "I'll beat them to a pulp." Hearing that, Kim Jin hesitantly raised her hand to interrupt. "Hey, I have a question. What if we're wandering around and end up running into another team?" Kim Jin asked hesitantly. Yoram had already anticipated that concern, so she pointed at Kwon Jitae and said, "You really are a coward. I'll lend you this mister right here to guide you, so just figure out how to hide yourselves." Jitae frowned with mild dissatisfaction and protested, "Am I some kind of merchandise?" Uriam answered as casually as ever, "Well, my plan is pretty solid, right?" He stayed quiet for a moment before finally giving a small nod. "It's solid." Receiving his approval, Uriam puffed up with pride and declared, "I knew it. This plan is so damn peak that it leaves you speechless and makes you stand there thinking." Back in the present, Yong Myung-ho finally defeated Team 3's captain, and the notification board immediately announced Team 3 has been eliminated. Clutching her wounded shoulder, the red-haired girl spoke through the pain. "Captain, I'm sorry, I'm dead," Yong Myung-ho answered without changing his expression. "It's fine. We wiped out all of Team 3, so as long as we survive from here, our points will increase even more." At that exact moment, a voice interrupted him. "Who said you guys are going to live?" Young Myung-ho instantly became alert and demanded, "Who's there?" Yurim leapt down from the cliff with exaggerated flair before replying, "You're asking who I am. In the middle of this chaotic and turbulent world, your daddy right here is the true villain." Just before her dramatic landing, everything fell silent for a brief moment as her two teammates watched from high above while Yorim calmly faced Young Myung-ho. He studied her with suspicion, wondering, could she be the one who ruined my plan? A moment later, his eyes shifted toward the top of the cliff. They came from above. Sojiro leaned over the edge and called down, "Yoram, we'll cover you." The instant Young Myung-ho spotted the two of them, he let out a cold laugh before turning to the blonde and asking, "Wei, can you still move? There are 2 members of Team 50 up there. Go deal with them." Wei immediately objected. "Can't we just retreat? If we stall until time runs out, we win anyway." Young Myung-ho's voice turned icy as he cut him off. "Wei." Fixing him with a threatening glare, he added, "Don't make me repeat myself." Wei immediately fell silent, though inwardly he cursed, "Damn it. Does he really think he's all that?" Even so, he finally replied, "Got it. I'll be right back." And with a single leap, he launched himself toward the cliff where Sojiro and Kim Jin were hiding. Wei landed on the cliff with a spectacular entrance and grinned at the 2 frightened students before greeting them. "Sup, homies." Immediately afterward, he cracked his knuckles aggressively and began closing the distance at a steady pace. "Your big bro's a little busy, so let's make this quick and clean." The two screamed at the top of their lungs in perfect unison before instantly turning around and sprinting away. "Run!" Wei shouted after them. "Where do you think you're running?" And rushed into pursuit, passing right by Jitae as he gave chase. Below, the shouts echoed down to Yuriam, who looked up with amusement and joked, "Look, a flying pig." The next instant, however, her expression changed as she hurriedly drew her sword and blocked a slash from Young Myung-ho, who had attacked while her attention was elsewhere. He growled, reminding her, "Now isn't the time to be distracted." Yoram answered by driving her sword forward with enough force to push him back. As soon as he regained his footing, Young Myung-ho looked at her and asked, "Your name is Yoriam, right? I didn't expect you to ruin my plan. That deserves recognition. You're clearly not someone who only knows how to throw punches." Yoriam answered with open contempt. "Working together behind the scenes is what you call a tactic, you idiot." Young Myung-ho responded with complete arrogance. "Let's finish this here. No matter how hard you struggle, first place still belongs to the Yang clan." Yoriam confidently raised her sword and shot back. "Not a chance." Then she glanced toward Jitae, who was calmly observing the battle from above, and declared with absolute confidence, "Because first place belongs to our youth family." Elsewhere, Sojiro and Kim Jin were running for their lives with Wei close behind them, relentlessly giving chase as he shouted angrily, "Be good and stand still!" Kim Jin led the way, while Sojiro struggled to keep up behind her, and she tried to encourage him as they ran. "Just hang on a little longer, Sojiro. That pig already fought a battle, so he must have taken quite a bit of damage. Once he runs out of breath, we'll fight back." Sojiro, however, was already completely exhausted, his eyes rolling back and his mouth hanging open as he gasped, "Huh? What did you say? I can't hear clearly anymore." The sight of him made Kim Jin jump in alarm. "Ah, you scared me. You look like you just lost 10 years of your lifespan." Barely able to breathe, Sojiro answered, "Kim Jin, keep running. I can't do it anymore." Kim Jin refused to let him give up, trying to motivate him while threatening him at the same time. "Don't quit. Do you want to die at Yuriam's hands?" Sojiro suddenly shouted back, "No, I'm not giving up. I'm leaving what comes next to you and Yoram." As soon as he finished speaking, he spun around and immediately fired an arrow, startling Wei for a brief moment. At that instant, Sojiro remembered the years he had spent being bullied, and all of his resentment poured out. "I'm sick of living a life where people look down on me just because I don't have a guardian, and I'm weak. I'm not running away anymore." He firmly drew his bow. But the arrow lost all its power and dropped helplessly halfway, leaving all 3 of them standing there in complete silence. Sojiro was the first to break it, crying out in panic, "Maybe because I spent all that time messing up the signs, my hands don't have any strength left." Wei reacted instantly, lunging forward and driving a punch straight into Sojiro's face. "You scared the crap out of me, you dog." That single blow knocked Sojiro unconscious on the spot, dropping his health from 88 to 0 in an instant. Seeing him fall, Kim Jin hurriedly drew her weapon and shouted, "You idiot, Sojiro!" Before she could do anything else, Wei grabbed her tightly by the face and violently slammed her entire body into the wall. "Where do you think you're going?" After pinning her down, he looked at her with contempt and sneered, "Hey, I saw your file and that dried fish guy's file. Neither of you has a guardian, right? Pieces of trash like you got carried all the way to second place and now you think you're hot stuff?" At that moment, Kim Jin suddenly let out a faint smirk and replied, "Just second place?" Wei was completely caught off guard by what unfolded in front of him as Kim Jin coldly said, "Sorry about that." And at the very same moment, a sharp gleam flashed across one of her eyes because she had activated the Guardian Blessing skill, Sniper's Eye, before firmly declaring, "We care more about first place." As those words fell, the barrel of her mana gun pointed directly at him and began glowing with brilliant light. Startled, the guy shouted, "Wait a minute!" Then instinctively threw up his hand while trying to dodge at the same time, yet Kim Jin's shot suddenly fired straight upward instead. Realizing the attack had missed him, Wei finally let out a relieved breath and muttered, "Holy crap, that scared me to death." The next instant, he lashed out at her with an insult. Kim-jin, your manajin can't even shoot straight and you're dreaming about first place? Know your place. Kim-jin answered only with a cold laugh before replying, what are you talking about? I use it exactly the right way. Her eyes were fixed not on Wei, but on the massive boulder dropping directly above his head, and in the blink of an eye, the huge rock slammed squarely into him. Only then did Wei finally realize the truth. Could it be that she wasn't aiming at me, but the top instead? Defeated by Kim-jin at last, Wei went down, while Kim-jin herself slumped against the wall behind her in complete exhaustion and quietly muttered, Yoriam, I did my best. Seriously. Immediately afterward, the system notification updated. Remaining members of Team 1. The red-haired girl from Team 1 suddenly opened her eyes, and the instructor standing beside her asked with concern, Are you awake? She gave a slight shake of her head before quickly sitting up and answering, Yes, I'm just a bit dizzy. Then anxiously asked, Guardian, my team, how is everyone doing? He immediately replied, The thing is, Wei has fallen in battle, while Yang Myung-ho is still engaged in combat. She turned toward the ongoing fight in complete disbelief. What? The team leader is losing to that insignificant brat. At that moment, Yang Myung-ho was slumped beneath the face of a cliff, while Yoriam still stood casually before him and mocked him without mercy. I thought you were actually decent at fighting. Turns out that's all you've got. What a disappointment. And don't go making excuses about being out of strength because you just fought another team. I also smashed a few teams to pieces right before meeting you guys. Grinding his teeth in fury, Yang Myung-ho shot back, Don't act like you're the winner, then charged straight at Yoriam, roaring as he unleashed a heavy sword strike. How does a low-class family have the nerve to do that? Yang Myung-ho shouted, but before he could do anything else, a hand clamped firmly onto the top of his head, pinning him in place as Yoram looked down with a smirk and said, What's low-class is your actual strength? As she spoke, she drove her knee down hard onto him, yet the moment Yang Myung-ho raised his sword and blocked the knee pressing into him, her expression lit up with even greater excitement. You blocked it. Using all his strength, Yang Myung-ho hurled Yoriam off his body, then finally admitted, Fine. I admit you're stronger than I expected, but you aren't proficient in swordsmanship. His voice grew heavy with menace, his expression turning completely grim as he declared, Now, I'll show you the difference in our class. Still overflowing with excitement, Yoram answered with open disdain, You've been beaten to a pulp and you're still putting on airs. The next instant, however, she stopped in her tracks as Yang Myung-ho settled into a stance, while around him, sword chi seemed to take the shape of a roaring azure dragon. This is the swordsmanship of the Yang clan, first form, Rising Dragon. Watching from outside, the Guardian could not hide his shock and blurted out, Yang Myung-ho, when did he learn the secret technique of the Yang clan? Nearby, Jitae remained where he was, silently observing the battle without changing his expression. Standing before Yang Myung-ho, Yoram cautiously thought to herself, the wind feels like it's turning into blades. Is this the swordsmanship of the Yang clan? Yet instead of fear, the realization only made her even more excited. That's actually pretty badass. By then, Yang Myung-ho had stepped onto the torrent of sword chi and charged straight at Yoriam, arrogantly shouting, No matter how strong you are, with such a wild fighting style, you will never touch the prestigious swordsmanship of the Yang clan. Swordsmanship of the Yang clan, second form, Dragon Blade Flash. Like a violent gust of wind, he rushed past Yoriam while unleashing multiple sword strikes at the same time, each one landing directly on target. Yoriam's entire body appeared to be pierced through by Yang Myung-ho's razor-sharp sword chi as he muttered to himself with satisfaction, I didn't expect the first time I'd use this swordsmanship would be in a place like this. His thoughts drifted back to the years of relentless training. All these years, I've been silently practicing to manifest the dragon's sword. Tightening his grip around the sword that had just struck, he proudly thought, Real combat truly is the perfect testament. Now I can be recognized by the clan elders. I am inherently superior to that bastard Yang Ta. But at that exact moment, Yang Myung-ho realized the sword in his hand was no longer whole, because all he was gripping was the broken lower half of the blade. Staring at it in complete confusion, he blurted out, What? Where's my sword? A cold voice answered from directly behind him. It's right here. Yoram had appeared at his back like the Grim Reaper, then casually mocked him. Hey, I actually gave it some thought after hearing you brag so much about your prestigious swordsmanship family. Yang Myung-ho spun around in absolute shock, unable to believe what he was seeing. How the hell does that girl have my sword? Yoram was clamping the missing blade between her teeth as she looked down at him with open contempt and scoffed, A prestigious swordsman without a sword is just bottom-tier trash. Then, in the next instant, she deliberately imitated Yang Myung-ho's dramatic style and shouted, Your family swordsmanship, 999th form, Shadowbreaker torrential smash. A single blow sent Yang Myung-ho flying through the air, and while he was launched away, he could not stop himself from cursing inwardly. Holy! This isn't even swordsmanship. The attack knocked Yang Myung-ho completely unconscious, while Yoram herself was left breathing heavily, her body swaying from exhaustion, yet she still wore a triumphant smirk as she muttered, First place. I got first place. The moment those words left her mouth, she fell backward, only to be caught before hitting the ground. Jitae caught her in his arms and calmly asked, How do you feel after winning? Smiling brightly, Yoram replied, You're going to love it. I'm going to go heal up and relax just like Yui Yun. At that moment, the system announced the final rankings of the Demon Humanoid Combat Simulation. Team Yoram, score 50, first place. Jitae kindly told Yoram, "I heard it's snowing outside." She immediately frowned in annoyance and complained, "Seriously? Then my wounds are probably going to sting like crazy." The scene shifted outside, where snow was already falling across the streets. Looking out from inside the house, Goost said, "Do you know why it's snowing in the middle of such a warm spring? It's because of Gyul. They say that when someone from the Blue Clan becomes gloomy, white snow falls around them. In other words, little Gyul is feeling lonely." She then turned around and added, "As the guardian of the clan, shouldn't the live-in caretaker melt Gyul's heart?" The guardian hesitated before replying, "I understand what you mean, my lady, but looking like this, can I really melt Lady Gyul's heart?" Seeing his princess-like appearance, Goost smiled in amusement and answered, "Of course. There isn't a single kid these days who doesn't love this character." Then she confidently ordered, "Now let's head out and melt Gyal's heart." The guardian nodded and agreed. Meanwhile, little Gyal was sitting alone in the living room, quietly drawing while looking completely miserable. The guardian approached from behind and gently called out, "Lady Gyal, you seem very down, my lady. Would you like to play princess with me?" He tried making a cute face, but it was anything but cute. Instead of cheering her up, it only made Gyul angry, and she clenched her fist so tightly that the colored pencil in her hand snapped clean in half. Completely confused, the guardian asked, "Lady Gyul, what's wrong?" Just then, Yubom walked over from behind and asked, "What is this? What's up with that outfit?" The guardian explained, "Oh, this? I thought Lady Gyul would be happy if I dressed up as a cartoon character, so I gave it a shot." The moment Gyul saw Yubom, she gasped in shock. "Oh crap, she caught us." Letting out a tired sigh, Yubom said, "You're only making Gyul more scared looking like that. Go wash your face right now." The guardian immediately replied, "But Lady Gale told me you would definitely love it." Gyul instantly denied it. "I never said that." Soon afterward, the guardian headed into the bathroom to wash away the makeup and return to his normal appearance. At that moment, the front door opened from outside as Jitae and Yoriam returned home. Rubbing her head in irritation, Yoram complained, "What the hell? Why is it snowing in May?" Waving happily as the two walked in, Gyul enthusiastically greeted them. "It's really been a while, Mr. Yoram. Did you guys have fun?" Gyul asked cheerfully, but Yoram shot her an annoyed look and replied, "Did you seriously think we went out to have fun?" Looking confused, Gyul asked back, "Didn't you guys just get back from a trip?" Yoram answered with a sly smirk while holding a snowball in her hand. "Yeah, we did. So, since I'm back from a trip, I brought a gift for you." The instant Gyul realized what she meant, she spun around and tried to run, but Yoriam had already expected it. Grabbing the back of Gyal's shirt, she shoved the snowball down her back and burst into laughter. "Here, take your gift." An icy chill shot through Gyal's body, making her scream at the top of her lungs. "It's so cold. What did you put down my back? Is that a snowball?" Yoram casually replied, "Yeah, and it comes with a little dog bonus inside." Hearing that, Gyul immediately burst into tears. "I hate you." Yubom stepped forward and greeted Jitae. "Welcome back, mister. You've worked hard." He nodded in response before lowering his gaze toward little Gyul and asking curiously, "What is that?" Yubom answered, "It's a gift Gyul made for you, mister." Jitae accepted the drawing the little girl had just finished and examined it with interest. "This is me, and these two are Yoriam and Gyul, right? And the person cleaning up and the person hugging Gyul is Yubom?" Yubom replied, "I think that's you, mister." He looked back at the drawing and asked, "This is me?" Yubom nodded, "Because he's hugging Yul." Hearing that, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Jitae's lips. After a brief pause, he turned to everyone and suggested, "Let's go somewhere tomorrow, a 2-day, 1-night trip." Yubom's eyes immediately lit up with excitement. "You want to go on a trip, mister?" Gyul must have really put you in a better mood. Avoiding her gaze, Jitae quietly mumbled, "Not necessarily." Even so, little Gyul's mood instantly brightened, and at that very moment sunlight returned to the city as the freezing snow melted away. The sudden change left the people below looking around in surprise. Hey, the snow stopped. The scene then shifted to a place nearly 2,000 kilometers north of the Mongolian border within Russian territory. Around 20 years earlier, it had served as part of a military base during the war, but now it had become a highly restricted area with no trace of human activity. The whole family had arrived, and Gyul gasped in amazement. "Wow, it's so beautiful." She happily splashed through the water before turning to Jitae and asking, "How did you know about such a beautiful place, mister? Look how clear the water is. You can see everything all the way to the bottom," he said. When asked how he knew, he answered, "I discovered it while raiding a fortress." Meanwhile, Yoriam stretched out on the roof of the car and let out a wide yawn before complaining, "We could have just teleported here, so why did we go through the trouble of renting a car?" Yubom smiled at her and replied, "Taking a drive like this every once in a while is nice too." As he turned to walk away, she looked at him curiously and asked, "Mister, where are you going?" He answered, "I'm going to set up a tent nearby and look for something to eat. You girls go have fun. Can I come along?" she asked. But he turned her down without hesitation, telling her that as the oldest sister, she had to stay behind and look after Gyul, and even though the little girl tried not to show it, the rejection left her slightly disappointed. Yoram saw the whole exchange. She pushed her glasses up with one finger and watched them with a sharp, analytical stare, as if she were quietly recording every movement and every reaction. After sweating for a while, he finally finished setting up the tent, started a fire, and once the flames were stable, he went out to forage for food, only to stop when he found a strange purple mushroom in his hand. For a moment, he hesitated, staring at it with clear doubt, but in the end, he decided to bring it back anyway. When he returned to camp, he called out to the girls and said everything was ready, telling them to come over, but the moment his eyes landed on them, he froze completely. Yubom casually replied that they had already finished playing and were eating snacks, while he stood there stunned by the sight of all the girls now dressed in swimsuits. Looking at Yubom's outfit, he muttered under his breath, recognizing it, and she quickly smiled as she answered that it was the same swimsuit she had worn at the mall before, asking if he still remembered it. Then she leaned into the teasing mood and asked if he had secretly wanted to see it again, making his expression go completely dead as he flatly told her to put some clothes on. Yoram immediately walked over to provoke him further, asking why he was avoiding their eyes, whether he was embarrassed, and whether he had finally started seeing them differently, twisting his earlier comment about pitching a tent into another shameless joke. He had no answer. Soon after, Yoram paid for her teasing, because he punished her thoroughly and threw her straight into the river. Gyul watched with clear satisfaction and said that was her punishment for stealing her cup ramen, calling her second sister with a pleased look on her face. Just like that, the long day slowly passed, and by the time dusk settled over the campsite, the girls were sitting around the cooking pot with miserable expressions, staring down at the purple meal in front of them as if they were looking at poison. Gyul asked what it was. He calmly answered that it was mushroom hot pot. Yoram immediately narrowed her eyes and asked if he meant poisonous mushroom hot pot. Gyul added that back when she had been in the Amazon, she had already eaten too many poisonous mushrooms, so she did not want to eat them anymore. Yubom quietly wondered how Gyul had even survived in a place like that for months. The smell alone made Yoram's face twist in disgust like a monkey's, and she cursed under her breath, saying that if they were talking about poisonous mushrooms, this food looked like absolute trash, the kind even the neighbor's dog would refuse to touch. He snapped back at her. "And you all have no problem wolfing down Yubom's cooking," he shot back. Yubom immediately puffed out her cheeks and protested, "Mister, are you insulting my cooking? Last time you even said it was delicious." Her words caught him completely off guard, leaving him with nothing to do but clear his throat and avoid meeting her eyes. Meanwhile, Uriam waved the whole thing aside and declared, "I'm not eating this garbage, so bring out the cup ramen before I flip this table." Gyul instantly fired back, "You already ate every single one earlier without leaving any." As the argument continued, Yubom watched Gyul walk over to the pot, scoop up a spoonful of the mushroom hot pot, put it into her mouth, and eagerly keep eating, immediately drawing everyone's attention. Alarmed, Uriam shouted, "Gyul, you can't just eat random things like that. Hey, spit it out right now, hurry." Standing behind them, he remained perfectly calm and simply said, "It's good for your health." Instead of the reaction everyone expected, the little girl's face lit up with pure delight as she exclaimed, "Yummy! It's so yummy!" The others froze in disbelief. "Did you just speak?" someone asked in shock. Gyul happily took another spoonful, giggled, and said blankly, "Gyul can speak." The instant the words left her mouth, she seemed to realize how odd that sounded and thought, "Wait, what am I saying? Of course I can speak. I've been able to talk since I was born." At that moment, Jewel rushed over, wrapped Gyul in a tight hug, and laughed as she said, "Oh my god, so it wasn't that you couldn't speak all this time. You just didn't want to. You had so much you wanted to say, but you waited until now." Hearing that, Yoram pouted and teased, "Isn't it because your blonde sister is so noisy that you decided you shouldn't be like that?" Gale looked displeased and immediately shot back, "What are you talking about? I'm naturally a quiet person." Ignoring their nonstop bickering, Jitae turned toward Yubom and asked, "Did you already know about Gyul?" Yubom gave a small nod and answered, "Yes. I heard her talking whenever you weren't home, mister." Still suspicious, he asked, "Then why didn't you tell me?" She replied casually, "Because she wanted to choose the right time to speak herself, and the first person she wanted to talk to was you, mister." Even while they were talking, Yoram and Gyul continued arguing loudly in the background, but Jitae paid them no attention as his expression suddenly sharpened, recalling that in one of his regressions he had imprisoned the adult blue dragon after she tried to escape. Back then, Quan Jitae had caught the blue dragon while consumed by fury. Pinning her beneath his foot, he looked down with an icy expression and said, "How many times do I have to tell you before you understand? Blue dragon, you cannot leave this place." Even though she was badly wounded and his foot was pressing against her face, she never stopped repeating the same plea. "Please let me go. You're going to need me." As that memory resurfaced, Quan Jitae suddenly went still. The one standing before him now, however, was not the adult blue dragon from that regression, but a very young blue dragon, quietly leaning against him, and he found himself at a complete loss over what he should do. Unaware of the storm of thoughts racing through Jitae's mind, Jill simply kept her innocent smile and softly murmured, "The food is delicious." It was a smile Jitae had never witnessed in any of his previous lives. He must not regret the way he had treated this fragile child. That was the one thing Jitae could never allow himself to do, because regret marked the beginning of a regressor's curse. And so, in the end, all a regressor could do was pray silently within his own heart. With that thought in mind, Jitae slowly knelt until he was at Gyeol's eye level, a gesture that left Yubom and Gyeol completely stunned, while Yubom also watched him with obvious anticipation. A moment later, he gently rested his forehead against Gyeol's and quietly whispered, "Thank you." The little girl answered with a sincere smile, happily enjoying the warmth between them, and at least in this loop, Jitae hoped she would grow up healthy. Not long afterward, everyone finished the entire pot of mushroom hot pot that Jitae had prepared. Yoreum glanced at the now empty pot, puffed out her cheeks, and muttered, "Tch, I'm still hungry. Is all the food really gone?" Gyeol immediately scoffed and teased her. Wasn't someone saying earlier that even a dog wouldn't eat it? Before the argument could continue, Yubom spoke up. "Hey girls, since you handled the cooking, cleaning up is your job." However, before she could finish, Yoram stood, waved a hand dismissively and said, "Jul Gyeol, you two can clean everything yourselves." Gyeol instantly protested, shouting, "That's cheating! Where do you think you're going?" Yoram answered without a care, "Out for a smoke and a walk after eating, idiot." The moment she said that, a hand settled onto her shoulder. It was Yubom, whose voice had turned noticeably colder as she said, "Yoriam, you and Gyeol are cleaning up." Yoriam froze on the spot, unable to respond for several seconds, then finally let out a helpless sigh and gave in. "Fine, I'll do it. All right." Even so, the instant those words left her mouth, she activated a magic circle. Seeing it appear, Yubom asked in confusion, "Yoram, isn't that a summoning circle?" Yoram calmly replied, "Just wait a second and you'll see." Moments later, she reached into the magic circle, grabbed someone by the head, and struggled while grumbling, "Holy, you're heavy as hell. Get out here already. Hurry up." As soon as she finished speaking, the bodyguard guardian emerged and looked around in confusion before asking, "Lady Yoriam, why did you summon me? Don't tell me everyone was worried I'd be lonely and bored staying home by myself?" "Too bad," Yoriam replied. "You're delusional." Throwing an arm over his shoulder, she pointed toward the pile of dirty dishes and the empty pot they had left after eating, raised an eyebrow with a smile, and said, "What are you staring at? Hurry up and clean it." With no other choice, the bodyguard guardian reluctantly got to work, frowning as he asked, "Why is that servant guy here?" Yoram answered as casually as ever, "Because he's a servant." Watching the exchange, Gyeol puffed out her cheeks and snapped, "You're seriously cruel." Yoram simply pouted and brushed it off, saying, "Then you go help him." The moment she heard that, Gyeol immediately lost her nerve, backed down, and instead called out loudly, "Good luck, Mr. Servant." Just then, Jitae noticed something. His eyes shifted toward the forest, and his expression turned serious as he ordered, "You girls, get inside the tent right now." Gyeol blinked in confusion and asked, "Huh? Is something wrong, mister?" Without replying, Jitae kept his gaze fixed on the woods, watching as a figure slowly emerged from between the trees. He remained on guard as the newcomer approached. The man was middle-aged and wore a wide-brimmed hat, prompting Yoram and Gyeol to exchange confused looks and mutter, "Hiking gear? Who's this middle-aged uncle?" The man walked over with a warm smile, took Jitae's hand, and asked, "Is your family out here on a picnic?" Jitae answered vaguely, "We're on a trip. What about you?" The man smiled even more brightly and replied, "We're out here enjoying ourselves too. That's my beautiful wife, and this is my precious son." As he spoke, he pointed behind him, where a pregnant woman was standing. He continued, "I never expected anyone besides my friends to know about this place. It's a pretty secluded spot. By any chance, have you been picking mushrooms around here?" Jitae frowned slightly before answering, "Do you mean those bad mushrooms? I already ate them all." The unexpected reply left the man visibly stunned, but after a brief pause he let out an awkward smile and said, "Oh, really? Actually, I cultivated those mushrooms. Hardly anyone ever comes here, so I never imagined someone would eat them." Jitae responded apologetically, "I'm sorry about that." The man simply shook his head with a laugh and replied, "Haha, it's fine. It's my fault for not putting up a sign." While the two continued talking, Yoriam stepped closer to Jitae and quietly whispered, "Who is that? He looks ridiculously strong." Jitae gave a small shake of his head and answered, "I don't know." In truth, however, he knew exactly who the man was. He simply had never expected to encounter him here. The middle-aged stranger was Myung Yongha, the ninth-ranked superhuman in the world, the reincarnated mage and one of the very few natural element superhumans regarded as a national tactical weapon. Across previous loops, Jitae had fought beside Yongha, called him a friend, and even stood against him as an enemy. Although many details had faded from his memory, one thing remained clear. Yongha had always worried about the illness afflicting his pregnant wife, and perhaps those mushrooms had been cultivated for her sake. Thinking that, Jitae reached into the shallowest part of the abyss, pulled something out, and tossed it toward Yongha. Myung Yongha stared at the item in his hand with obvious confusion, turning it over as he asked in bewilderment what it was, and Jay answered as casually as ever, telling him that it could replace the mushrooms and was very nutritious as well. The moment he heard that, Yongha straightened up, bowed a full 90 degrees, and spoke with exaggerated gratitude, saying that Jay really did not have to be so polite, but since he had offered it, he would gladly accept. Then he turned toward his child and told him to thank the uncle, adding that this thing was even more precious than abandoned mushrooms, so they could consider Kwon Jitae's debt fully settled. But just as Youngha was about to leave, a voice called out from behind and stopped him. "Hey man, since fate brought us together like this, I wonder if you have some time." Seeing Jitae pause, Youngha kept smiling and continued, explaining that if they walked a little farther, they would reach a place with a beautiful rift, and the scenery there was absolutely peak, so instead of parting ways immediately, they might as well all go together. Jay wanted to refuse, but Yorum and Gyul moved faster than him. Gyul cut in with excitement, saying that if there was a beautiful view, she definitely wanted to go, while Yorum stepped forward with a completely different kind of interest, sizing Youngha up before bluntly saying that he looked pretty decent and asking if he wanted to fight her. Youngha burst into laughter at once, amused by how direct the girls were, and told them that they were really straightforward. But unfortunately, Uncle did not really like fighting. Jitae let out a helpless sigh. These two kids were truly something else. Right then, without warning, thick plant vines burst out of the ground, rising in an instant and wrapping around Yorum and Gyul's waists before either of them could react. Before they could even struggle properly, Youngha lifted them high into the air with the vines, laughing cheerfully as he told everyone to buckle their seatbelts because they were heading out to enjoy the view. Watching her husband's childish behavior, Youngha's wife spoke apologetically, saying she was sorry and that her husband had a habit of acting immaturely. Jay simply shook his head and told her it was fine, saying they would follow after finishing the cleanup so she and the others could go ahead first. Hearing that, Youngha's wife nodded and walked in the same direction Youngha had just run off. At that moment, Yubom came over with a smile, saying that everything felt so lively, almost like two families going on a trip together, before asking Jitae if he knew the difference between their group and that family. Kwon Jitae answered without even needing to think. It was because they were not a real family. But after hearing that, Yu-Bomb burst into laughter and shook her head, telling him that was not necessarily true. Then she told him to listen carefully, explaining that if he was the dad and she was the oldest sister, then the others would naturally be the younger siblings, but that still left one serious problem. No one was playing the mom, and according to her, that absolutely would not do. Those words left Kwon Jitae completely stunned, with no idea how he was supposed to respond. Without giving Kwon Jitae any time to respond, Yu-Bomb slipped off her hair tie, allowing her long, wavy hair to flow freely in the wind, then stepped straight toward him until they were face to face, lifted her eyebrows, rose onto her tiptoes, leaned in close, and softly whispered, "Maybe I should act as the mother." The moment those words reached him, Kwon Jitae could only stand there in complete disbelief, utterly unsure how to respond. Seeing Kwon Jitae's reaction, Yu-Bomb immediately burst into laughter, lightly patting his shoulder as she teased, "Just kidding, I'm just joking. Are your ears turning red again, mister?" Startled, Jitae quickly lifted both hands to cover his ears, but Yu-Bomb only pressed the issue with an amused grin. "Your ears really are red. Move your hand, let me see." Irritated, he waved her away and said, "Enough joking around, hurry up and catch up with him." At that exact moment, the Grand Duke's shadow spoke directly into his ear. "Master, I found a clue regarding Prototype X." Hearing the report, Kwon Jitae's expression hardened as a thoughtful frown crossed his face, and after remaining silent for a while, he finally said, "You go ahead." Yu-Bomb stopped in place, unable to understand what he meant, until he added in a cold voice, "I'll go handle some business and come right back." She quickly called after him, "Mister." But Jitae had already stepped into a space portal and disappeared. Watching his departing figure, Yu-Bomb quietly muttered, "Where is he going at a time like this?" The bodyguard guardian could only guess. If he said that, he's probably going to the bathroom, right? Must be an emergency then. Yu-Bomb was left completely speechless by the remark, then turned toward him, raised an eyebrow and asked, "Since you're completely done cleaning, you have time to goof around, don't you?" The bodyguard guardian nodded and answered, "Ah yes, I'm completely finished cleaning." Meanwhile, on another front in Moscow, Russia, a lone figure stood silently atop a skyscraper. It was the Grand Duke's shadow, currently disguised as a woman within the demon humanoid organization. Soon afterward, Kwon Jitae emerged from a space teleportation portal, and the Grand Duke's shadow immediately bowed before him. "You have arrived, master." Jitae replied casually, "I'm just dropping by briefly. I have to head right back." Hesitating for a moment, the Grand Duke's shadow said, "If you're busy, you could have just called." Looking up at the dark night sky, Jitae answered in a gloomy voice, "I just wanted to catch a breath of air." The unexpected response caught the shadow off guard, but Jitae paid no attention and asked, "Seriously, what is X's whereabouts?" Setting those thoughts aside, the Grand Duke's shadow handed him a file and said, "Please look over this. This is the demon humanoid's plan to deploy X to the front lines, a project to attack the Superhuman Alliance." Hearing the explanation, Kwon Jitae accepted the file, frowned, and opened the document to examine its contents. Standing beside Kwon Jitae, the Grand Duke's shadow continued the report. "Recently, Master, you wiped out the demon humanoids hiding in Reyes, throwing their organization into chaos. They have started to realize that something is standing in their way." After hearing that much, Jitae nodded in understanding and said, "So they decided to make the first move." The Grand Duke's shadow confirmed it with a nod. "The target is a 70-man strike team. X will conceal their identity, blend into the team, and slaughter every single one of them." Jitae's expression tightened slightly as he asked, "What about X's personal information?" The Grand Duke's shadow lowered their head apologetically and answered, I am sorry, master. I have yet to uncover that. Jitae remained silent for a long moment before burning the document in his hand and saying, seriously, I will go personally. You stay here and keep monitoring the situation. The Grand Duke's shadow accepted the order with a nod. Understood. Please be careful, master. Meanwhile, Youngha's group had already climbed to the top of a mountain, where they spread out a mat and waited together. As they chatted, Youngha learned Gyul's name and immediately laughed out loud. The baby's name means winter, and these girls are spring, summer, and autumn. These cute girls literally cover all 4 seasons, don't they? Hearing him laugh, Uriam muttered with clear dissatisfaction, no matter how much I think about it, it feels like our names were just thrown together randomly. Gyul answered without concern, what's wrong with it? I think it's cute. Yubom didn't join the conversation because she had already noticed something, and when she glanced back, she saw that Jitae had returned. Delighted, she called out, why are you so late? You said you'd only be gone for a bit. Jitae answered flatly, I ran into an acquaintance? Yubom looked at him suspiciously and asked, who did you meet? Before he could respond, Uriam leaned forward to tease him. Who else could it be at this hour? Probably his secret lover. Annoyed by the comment, Yubom shot her a glare, leaving Uriam no choice but to change the subject as she turned toward Youngha and shouted, so, when is this beautiful view coming out? It's almost morning. Youngha quickly replied, oh, it's about to start. Following his words, everyone lifted their eyes toward the sky and watched a crack slowly form across the darkness. Jewel cried out in surprise, oh, there's a crack in the sky. Then her eyes widened with pure delight as she saw that beyond the crack was another sky, filled with vibrant colors and beautiful little stars that were incredibly pleasing to the eye. Seeing everyone enjoying the sight, Youngha laughed with excitement and said, haha, what do you kids think? Pretty epic, right? Yoram could only stare blankly at the sky as she murmured in disbelief. Oh my god, I actually have goosebumps. Gyol quickly began recording the scene while exclaiming, this is insane. It's not an illusion, is it? Yubom turned toward Quan Jitae and asked, Mister, have you ever seen a view like this before? Jitae gave a slight shake of his head and replied, I'm not sure either. After answering, he fell silent, keeping his eyes fixed on the star-filled sky. At that moment, a blurry vision suddenly flashed across Yubom's eyes, making her bite her lip as she quietly muttered, Mister, don't tell me you… Before she could finish, Gyul suddenly cried out in amazement, wow, a shooting star. Just as she said it, shooting stars streaked across the sky, but Yubom paid them no attention, remaining completely focused on Quan Jitae. Nearby, Gyul and Yoram watched with unrestrained excitement, while Youngha's family was just as captivated because a breathtaking view like this was the perfect moment to share together. At the same time, Youngha's son quietly glanced toward Gyul, who was resting in Quan Jitae's arms, and his cheeks instantly turned red, though Gyul never noticed because she was completely absorbed in watching the shooting stars, her large eyes sparkling like water with unmistakable joy. They had this breathtaking scenery all to themselves that day, creating a truly romantic chance encounter. After that unforgettable night, a new day arrived, and everyone woke up to prepare for their farewells. Youngha shook Jitae's hand and laughed. Haha, it was short, but I really had a great time. Jitae nodded and replied, thanks to you, we got to see something amazing. Youngha suddenly winked before lowering his voice. That place is really beautiful, right? I actually proposed to my wife there. From behind him, his wife muttered with half-annoyed embarrassment, I can hear you, babe. Why are you bringing that up here? Jitae hesitated for a long moment before finally saying, that's romantic. Those unexpected words left Youngha completely stunned, prompting Jitae to ask in confusion, what's wrong? Scratching his head sheepishly, Youngha answered, oh, it's just that I didn't expect you to say something like that. Do you have someone special in your heart too? The question plunged Quan Jitae into silence as he slowly turned his gaze toward the riverbank, where Yubom and Gyul were standing, and a memory surfaced of a girl from the past, dressed in a white dress with hair reaching down to her waist, who used to play beside that very same riverbank. Her smile had once been so beautiful that it could make anyone's heart skip a beat. A trace of pain passed across Quan Jitae's face as he quietly murmured, not right now. Youngha seemed ready to say something else, but before he could, his wife suddenly coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood. Startled, Youngha cried out, honey, are you okay? You haven't had any symptoms lately, so why all of a sudden? Seeing how serious her condition was, he immediately grabbed her hand along with their sons, opened a portal, and hurriedly said, we'll take our leave first then. After saying goodbye to the family, Jitae walked over and called, Yubom Gyul, let's head home. Yubom, however, remained standing there in a daze without answering. Frowning, Jitae approached, gently patted her shoulder and called, Yubom. Only then did she snap back to reality. Looking at her suspiciously, he asked, why are you just standing there frozen? Yubom apologized. Sorry about that. I was just thinking about something. Then she suddenly remembered something else and added, oh, by the way, it seems like Gyul doesn't want to leave yet. She's been staring at that lake for a while now. Hearing that, Jitae silently looked at the little girl for a long moment. Gyal remained seated with her wide eyes fixed on the lake, her face filled with melancholy. After hesitating briefly, Jitae took out a bottle, walked to the water's edge, and filled it with lake water. The unexpected gesture left Gyul stunned. Smiling faintly, Jitae said, "Let's come back here again next time." Gyeol accepted the bottle from his hand, and after a long pause, a satisfied smile finally spread across her face. Just then, Yoriam leaned out from the car window and shouted impatiently, "Damn it, hurry the hell up!" Meanwhile, back at the hospital, Yongha's wife was placed in intensive care after they returned. Yongha sat quietly beside her hospital bed, his lonely back turned toward the room, while his wife had become so weak that she now depended on a ventilator to breathe. Biting his lip, he softly murmured, "Honey." At that very moment, someone suddenly placed a hand on his shoulder. Young-ha turned around in surprise and found a young man standing behind him, raising an eyebrow with a smile as he said, "Hey Weed, long time no see." The young man sitting there was BM, the world's second-ranked superhuman and the very first Ritter. Outside the hospital, patients and countless visitors moved constantly through the grounds while BM relaxed on a bench, tilted his head back, and finished off a bottle of orange juice. Across from him, Young-ha took a sip of his own drink, smiled, and said, "Huh? It's been a few months, hasn't it? I heard you've been swamped lately, BM. You didn't even show your face at the Grand Celestial Banquet." Puffing out his cheeks, BM answered, "I was just out gathering some items. I stopped by to see how you were doing, but now I got to get back to the lab to keep working." As those words left his mouth, he kept looking at Young-ha for a long moment before speaking again. "I heard your wife was doing better lately, so why is this happening again?" Young-ha released a weary sigh before replying, "Yeah, we just went camping not long ago and she had a relapse." As he spoke, he bit his lip. His face filled entirely with grief. 10 years had already passed, yet no matter how far medicine and magic had progressed, nobody had ever discovered what Hawan's illness actually was. If only Yonga had been able to protect her better during the Great War, perhaps everything would have turned out differently. If it had not been for that cursed ancient virus, Hawan would never have ended up like this, and the memory of that time still filled him with deep regret. Hearing that, BM quietly tried to comfort him. "You did your best at that." Yonga suddenly crushed the can in his hand, gritted his teeth, and muttered, "There's no way in hell I'm just accepting this." The outburst caught BM off guard, but Young-ha only tightened his fist even more as he continued. "So what if I'm a top superhuman? So what if I'm the strongest mage in the world? I don't give a damn about any of that. I just need Hawan to be healthy." The moment those words were spoken, he could not hold himself together anymore and broke down in tears. Watching him, BM leaned in for a closer look, making Young-ha force himself to stop crying as he asked in confusion, "What the hell are you doing?" BM casually smiled and replied, "You rarely ever cry, so I got to take this chance to get a good look." Normally, Young-ha would have laughed loudly like an orc, but now he was bawling his eyes out, making it an incredibly rare sight. Thinking back, BM realized the first time he had ever seen Young-ha cry was when his son was born. After saying that, BM raised an eyebrow and teased him, saying that his face back then had seriously been something else. And the moment Young-ha heard it, his expression twisted with annoyance as he snapped back that BM could at least pretend to comfort him instead of acting like a psycho. BM only shrugged, completely indifferent, before casually tossing something into Young-ha's hand and saying that he did not really do comfort, so Young-ha should just take it. Young-ha looked down at the object now resting in his palm, confusion crossing his face as he asked what it was. BM explained slowly that Young-ha should have Hawan try it, though he warned him not to get his hopes up too much, adding that it was genuinely good stuff and that getting his hands on it had been a massive pain. Then he turned to leave, telling Young-ha to give Hawan his best when she woke up. Hearing that, Young-ha smiled faintly and said that if it had been enough of a pain for BM to go looking for it, then it had to be something incredibly precious, and he thanked him. But right at that moment, Young-ha suddenly remembered the ginseng he had received from Jitae, and he quickly called out to BM asking him to take a look at something he had been given as a gift, then confidently added that he was willing to bet BM had never seen anything like it before. BM's footsteps froze, then he slowly turned his head, raised an eyebrow, and shot back with interest, asking if Young-ha was really saying he had something even BM had never seen before. Meanwhile, beside a crystal-clear stream in another place, a monkey was frantically chasing after a bird, forcing the little bird to scream for help as if its life were about to end, while Gyeol sat on a boulder not far away, calmly watching the chaotic scene unfold. Right then, a sudden voice called out, "Hey Gyeol!" making the little girl turn her head. The moment she saw what was in front of her, her eyes went wide because Jitae was standing some distance away with his shirt unbuttoned, his toned abs exposed beneath the sunlight, and he was even waving at her as he told her to come over and play in the water. The sight was so striking that Gyeol stared at him in complete fascination, unable to look away. Then, without hesitation, she leaped down from the boulder and glided smoothly across the surface of the water, rushing toward him with effortless grace. As soon as she drew close to Jitae, Gyeol launched herself into the air, her small body hanging there for a brief moment as if time itself had paused. But before long, she dropped straight into Jitae's arms. He caught her easily, laughed with genuine happiness, and said, "Ha, gotcha. Our Gyeol is really good at jumping, and you look so cool too." Hearing that, Gyeol froze in surprise and repeated the word cool, as if she had never expected to hear it. Jitae spun her around in the air a few times, laughing warmly as he answered that of course Gyeol was cool, because she was both the prettiest and the coolest. But in the end, all those beautiful scenes from just now turned out to be nothing more than Gyeol's dream. From outside the room, Jitae quietly poked his head in, and after seeing that Gyul was fast asleep, he closed the door without making a sound and walked away. It was already deep into the night. The moon had climbed to its highest point. The manager was fast asleep, and Uriam was no different, having long since fallen into a peaceful sleep on the large bed. Jitae silently stepped outside, but the moment he did, his body suddenly froze. Yu-Bomb had appeared behind him before he even noticed her. He frowned and asked what she was doing awake at this hour instead of sleeping, but Yu-Bomb only looked at him and spoke slowly, telling him to let her come with him. Jitae replied coldly that he would be back in a bit and told her to go to sleep. Even then, Yu-Bomb did not move, and with a serious expression, she asked if the urgent matter he needed to go out for was related to the reason he had left yesterday. Hearing that, Jitae was taken aback, but he quickly hardened his voice and asked if she had seen something through Providence. Yu-Bomb opened her mouth slowly and reminded him that whatever was seen through Providence could not be spoken of, but what she could say right now was that he needed her. Jitae did not change his mind. His voice rang out coldly as he told her that this was none of her business. But before he could even finish, Jitae abruptly froze because Yu-Bomb had lunged forward and wrapped her arms tightly around him. She whispered softly, asking if he really thought she was just a child who needed to be protected, someone who should be kept away from ugly things and hidden from filthy things, and whether he truly believed that as long as he filled their lives with good things, they would be happy. As she spoke, her fists clenched, gripping the fabric of Jitae's clothes tightly. Then Yu-Bomb murmured in a low voice that if she were like other kids and only saw the good things, she would not have cared, but she belonged to the Green Dragon clan. Hearing that, Jitae frowned and fell into a heavy silence. After a long moment, he stepped out of Yu-Bomb's embrace. Jitae spoke flatly and said he was leaving. Yu-Bomb had failed to sway him, and a flash of disappointment passed through her heart as she lowered her head and murmured that she was sorry. Then she asked what someone should do if something was extremely painful and deeply unpleasant, yet absolutely had to be done. Jitae paused in his tracks, but he did not turn around as he answered flatly that it still had to be done. Yu-Bomb bit her lips slightly and asked if that remained true even when people hated it, even when someone had to suffer. Jitae only gave a casual nod and continued walking toward the door, only to stop when he saw a massive greatsword placed directly in front of the entrance. Yu-Bomb explained slowly that she had borrowed it from the manager, saying the time to use it would eventually come, but even then, she hoped he would never have to draw that sword. Jitae could only stare at her in stunned silence, and after a moment, he murmured under his breath, But before he could finish, Yu-Bomb smiled gently and cut him off, telling him to have a safe trip. Meanwhile, on another front, inside the International Superhuman Association headquarters in Tokyo, preparations were already underway for today's large-scale raid, and the famous powerhouses of the Superhuman Alliance had gathered one after another. The 70-man strike team of the International Hunter Alliance was fully assembled, and naturally there was one more person present in the room. The captain of the Superhuman Alliance sat there with a visibly displeased expression. Jitae stood before him, raised an eyebrow, and asked if he was the captain there, then calmly proposed that they make an extra spot for him on the team. The moment those words landed, the captain's face darkened completely. He gritted his teeth and muttered, "What?" The 70-man strike team of the International Superhuman Alliance had already been finalized, and the target of this raid was the giant boss that had appeared inside an S-rank dungeon, the Hadia Sea Kraken. The danger level of the raid was obvious at a glance, and because of that, the Alliance had gathered only superhumans who stood within the top 0.5% or higher. To put it simply, the force gathered there was equal to the military firepower of an entire developing nation, and the captain who had summoned them was none other than an executive of the International Superhuman Association, the rank 90 powerhouse in the world, Shiraishi Ryos. Shiraishi looked at Jitae and asked if he was Japanese. Jitae answered that he only lived nearby. Shiraishi continued, saying that in other words, Jitae wanted a place on this 70-man raid team, and on top of that, he also wanted to check the complete files of every member. Jitae answered coldly that he caught on quickly. At that, the corners of Shiraishi's mouth curled upward in pure amusement. He covered his face with one hand and burst into laughter, saying that finding classified information about their operation and bypassing the surveillance network just to stand in front of him certainly proved Jitae was capable enough for a dangerous mission like this, and that having such a powerful asset join the team was something he would welcome with open arms. Then his tone changed instantly. He asked if Jitae seriously thought he would say something like that. Shiraishi pointed his finger forward, ready to launch an attack, and reminded him that the raid would begin in only a few hours. In a situation like this, Jitae had no prior coordination with the team, no connections, and was not even a member of the alliance, so Shiraishi demanded to know what kind of trust Jitae expected him to have before letting him join. By the end, his teeth were clenched in pure rage. Shiraishi gritted his teeth and snapped, asking what the hell Jitae thought the alliance even was. Jitae only replied calmly that he had thought Shiraishi might be someone he could actually talk to. That calm answer only made Shiraishi's anger burn hotter. He pointed toward the door and barked at Jitae to get himself into a holding cell immediately, warning him that if he resisted, Shiraishi would consider him an enemy of the alliance and kill him without hesitation. Even in the face of such a threat, Jitae's gaze did not show the slightest trace of fear. That reaction made Shiraishi even more furious. Without holding back, he immediately fired a blast of energy straight at Jitae, but Jitae simply leaned to the side and dodged it with ease. Seeing that, Shiraishi slammed his body down into his chair, kicked the desk in front of him with tremendous force, and sent it flying toward Jitae like a massive projectile. But before the desk could reach him, Shiraishi thrust both hands forward again and unleashed a rapid barrage of mana bullets, riddling the desk with countless holes until, in a single instant, it was blasted into tiny pieces. Even that was not enough to satisfy him. Normal attacks were clearly not working, because every strike he threw was being countered by Jitae in an almost insultingly simple manner. Shiraishi's expression darkened completely. He muttered that he had not wanted to resort to this, then reached out and touched the armrest of his chair. The next instant, his body launched straight into the air. As soon as he became airborne, he drew a bow, pulled the string back, and aimed directly at Jitae's head. His voice turned ice cold as he told Jitae not to dodge this one because he really did not want to blast a hole through the basement of the building. Once his aim was set, Shiraishi activated his skill, Judgment. An arrow tore through the wind, shooting straight toward Jitae from behind, but Jitae maintained his calm composure, reached out his hand, and caught the arrow with absolute precision. Shiraishi's lips twitched in pure terror. Jitae had caught the heavenly bow of judgment, and he had done it far too easily. While Shiraishi was still trapped in a daze, his own arrow was thrown straight back at him. The heavy impact slammed his entire body hard into the wall behind him, shattering it into pieces before he collapsed to the ground with a painful groan. Jitae walked over and stopped right in front of him. Even then, Shiraishi somehow managed to keep his face composed. Jitae stepped forward and asked if he had changed his mind yet. Shiraishi replied that it was hard to say, then asked what Jitae planned to do if he kept refusing. Jitae answered that he supposed he would just skin him alive and wear it. The moment those words fell, his entire body erupted with a violent surge of green mana. Laughing through the pain, Shiraishi let out a strained chuckle and said that while he might look young, he still had some years on him, so an old man's skin was tough, and trying to wear it would be a massive pain. Then, without wasting even a single moment, he activated his skill, Brilliant Sprint. His body shot forward from where he stood, spun sharply around, and bolted outside at full speed. As he ran, Shiraishi gritted his teeth and forced himself to stay calm, thinking that outrunning that monster was impossible anyway, so the only way out right now was the emergency teleportation device in the room directly beside the office. All he had to do was reach headquarters, report the situation, and call the guards. The moment he smashed through the wall and leaped into the adjoining room, his eyes suddenly went completely blank. For a few seconds, he could not even process what he was seeing. The emergency teleportation device had already been destroyed by someone beforehand. Shiraishi stared in utter shock at the wreckage in front of him, but before he could even understand what had happened, a sword was already pressed tightly against his neck. Jitae stood there with an incredibly heavy aura of murderous intent radiating from his entire body. Then he repeated the same question in a cold voice, asking if Shiraishi had changed his mind yet. Terrified, Shiraishi stammered out a curse under his breath. After taking a few seconds to think, he finally spoke up and welcomed Jitae to the raid team. Back in the office, Jitae was now sitting in a chair, calmly reviewing the profiles of the raid team participants. Meanwhile, Shiraishi was kneeling on the floor nearby, his eyes still carrying a trace of pure dread. Inwardly, he wondered who the hell that monster really was. He was definitely not a demon. Maybe he was a Ritter from another world like BM. But Shiraishi immediately rejected that thought, because if Jitae were a Ritter, there was no way the Alliance would have absolutely no information on him, and more than anything, he could not understand why someone like Jitae wanted to join their operation in the first place. No matter how hard he thought about it, guessing Jitae's real plan was impossible. After finishing his review, Jitae turned toward him and asked if this was all the information on the raid team. Shiraishi flinched and quickly answered that it was. Jitae pointed out that among the 70 people, the information for one person was still missing. Shiraishi asked in confusion what he meant by that. Then he explained that the original operator could not be reached, so they had rushed to find a replacement, which was why the name had not been added to the files yet. But since the replacement had been sent directly by headquarters, there was no need to worry. Jitae immediately asked if he could meet that operator right now. Shiraishi obeyed at once, speaking through his communication bracelet and ordering the operator waiting nearby to come to his office immediately without asking questions and to hurry. Then, suddenly, a voice rang out inside Jitae's head. "Master, could we speak for a moment?" He glanced over and answered, "What is it?" The voice continued, "I have obtained information regarding Prototype X." The moment he heard that, his expression sharpened and he spoke without delay. "Now that you found it, transmit the memories immediately." But instead of obeying, the voice hesitated and stammered, "I'm sorry. The thing is..." Those words made him pause, taken aback by the sudden uncertainty in the report, and a suspicion rose in his mind. "Is it someone I knew from my past life?" The voice answered, "Yes, that is correct." Just then, from outside the room, a pair of petite feet stepped through the doorway, and the person who entered slowly scanned the surroundings before gasping in shock. "Huh? Why is the office in such a mess? Why is the captain kneeling over there? And he's injured too. Shiraishi immediately forced out an excuse. It's nothing. I just tripped. The newcomer looked between them and asked, Are you getting scolded? Shiraishi snapped back angrily. That doesn't matter. He wants to meet you. That answer startled the girl, while he fixed his gaze on her with cold intensity, thinking that even if Prototype X's identity turned out to be an acquaintance from his past life, it changed nothing, because whoever stood behind that name still had to die. But the moment she removed her mask, his eyes widened in complete disbelief. She looked at him and asked, Were you looking for me? Eh? He muttered under his breath, stunned by what he was seeing. Ha Seongbi, she is the returned ex-girlfriend. This was after Jitae had begun his second regression, and 3 years had already passed since the war with the Demonkin first broke out at Seobeek. Humanity had made camp there to rest, with some people tending fires, others preparing food, and Jitae standing among them in silence, taking in the view while carrying the weight of his second regression cycle at the age of 32. As he stared across the camp, someone suddenly approached from behind and tapped his shoulder, and when Jitae glanced back, a finger pressed lightly against his cheek. The newcomer was a girl, and she laughed brightly as she said, Haha, you fell for it again, Captain. Jitae looked down at her, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. What's with that outfit? Her face strongly resembled Setbyol's, though she looked somewhat more youthful, and with a cheerful smile she replied, We rarely get to rest, so I tried to create a vacation vibe. What do you think? Does it suit me? Jitae said nothing and simply avoided her gaze. Seeing that reaction, Setbyol immediately teased him. You're blushing. Jitae shook his head in denial. No, I'm not. Ha. Setbyol did not think much of his reaction, and after a moment she suddenly made a proposal. Captain, do you want to go up that hill tonight? Jitae frowned slightly. The hill? Setbyol nodded softly. Yes, I have something I want to show you. While the two stood there talking, the people around the camp could not help whispering among themselves. The captain and Setbyol. What's going on between those two? It seems like they've known each other for a long time. Love still blooms even on the battlefield, huh? Then someone suddenly asked with suspicion, Why did Setbyol join our mercenary unit? To them, it felt far too grim for such a young and pretty woman to be in a place like this. Unaware that the others were gossiping about them, Jitae and Setbyol were happily playing by the lakeshore, and when Jitae lifted her horizontally into his arms, she screamed in excitement. Someone watching from the shore exclaimed in surprise, Don't tell me she fell in love with the captain at first sight and joined because of him. Hearing that, another person shook his head. No, she originally worked at an orphanage, and as everyone knows, that was when the war broke out. The orphanage was destroyed and all the children died. The person's voice grew heavier as he continued. Setbyol was devastated at the time. Then she awakened as an operative-class superhuman and was inevitably pulled into this grim world. Hearing the explanation, the other person nodded in understanding. I see. She's always so cheerful, so I never expected she had that kind of past. That evening, Jitae and Setbyol really did arrive on the hill, and the moment she saw him, she waved at him excitedly. Come here. Come here. Setbyol glanced at Jitae and smiled. You remembered the promise, huh? I thought you'd forgotten. Jitae frowned slightly and asked, What's here? Instead of answering right away, Setbyol lifted her head and looked up at the moon hanging in the night sky. She winked at him and smiled. You really aren't romantic. There's a beautiful night sky here, and a pretty girl like me is standing right beside you. Jitae fell silent at her words, thinking quietly, and as the atmosphere between them grew still, Setbyol blushed faintly and cleared her throat. Actually, there's something else here. You know my ability is danger-detecting eyes, right? Jitae's expression immediately turned serious, and he frowned as he asked, You mean there's something dangerous here? Startled by how sharply he reacted, Setbyol cried out, No, you're taking it too seriously. Close your eyes and just listen to me. Hearing that, Jitae shut his eyes tightly in confusion. At that moment, Setbyol spoke in a softer voice. My ability does detect danger, but once you get used to it, it sometimes senses other things too. If my feeling is right, what I'm sensing this time is a tremor. Hearing that, Jitae opened his eyes and asked in a low voice, Are you trying to say... Before she could finish, his eyes narrowed on their own because the night sky had suddenly become streaked with countless shooting stars. Jitae looked up in amazement, and at the same time, Setbyol suddenly sprang forward before leaping straight into his arms. Looking up at him, she asked cheerfully, Do you see it? That's the tremor. At her words, Jitae seemed to think about something for a moment, then slowly reached out and touched Setbyol's face. A second later, in that perfect instant beneath the falling stars, Jitae pressed a deep and romantic kiss against her lips. After a long moment, he finally released her. Following a shy pause, Setbyol raised an eyebrow and teased him. The captain's lips are so dry. Let me lend you some lip balm. Jitae cleared his throat and nodded, clearly embarrassed. Then, as another shooting star crossed the sky, Jitae looked at Setbyol and proposed. When this local battle is over, will you marry me? Setbyol stared at him in surprise and asked back, You're proposing to me just like that, all of a sudden? Jitae frowned slightly. What's wrong? Don't you like it? Setbyol shook her head. It's not that I don't like it. If it's an order from the captain, I must follow. Hearing that, Jitae gave one of his rare smiles. That night on the Starry Hill, the two of them shared many plans for the future, but then disaster struck. During a battle, Satebiol was gravely wounded. Someone had attacked the unit with a knife, and many people fell as blood flowed across the ground like a river. The one wielding the blade turned out to be Jitae. He looked completely insane, repeatedly driving the knife into Satebiol's body, while Jitae kept shouting desperately, "Stop, please, please stop." It turned out someone was controlling him from behind. That person was the collapse-class superhuman, Hasegawa. Hasegawa chuckled and said, "What a beautiful sound. No melody excites me more than killing the one I love with my own hands." After saying that, his tone suddenly sharpened, and he ground his teeth as he demanded, "Why commit such an outrageous act? Do you know how much damage you've caused us?" Then he continued coldly, saying that he had promised Satebiol he would let Jitae live, so Jitae should survive and remember this moment forever. With that, Hasegawa withdrew the strings controlling his puppet and turned away, leaving Jitae standing there with a horribly sullen expression. Hasegawa chuckled triumphantly as he walked off. "Remember well the consequences of daring to oppose us, demon kin." In that regression, Hasetbiel died by Jitae's own hands, and that moment from his second regression became a torment carved into him forever. After he began killing and the entire mercenary unit fell, Jitae's mission to save Earth failed, and he was sent into the next regression cycle. Back in the present, seeing Jitae dazed and unfocused, Hasetbiol called out anxiously, "Hey, are you okay?" Jitae finally snapped out of the past and looked down at the finger Satebiol had pointed toward him. Realizing what he was staring at, Satebiol hurriedly explained, "I just poked you because you've been zoning out and saying nothing." This startled Shiraishi, and he quickly warned her, "What are you doing? Don't provoke him." Satebiol looked at him suspiciously. "Why? Is he someone important?" At the same time, Jitae activated the pendulum clock ability, and the person whose malice had to be checked was Hasetbiol. Very quickly, Jitae learned that for some reason, Hasetbiol's life path in this regression had changed, and she had become a cursed one, a contract-bound superhuman aligned with an abyssal entity, which meant she had turned into a demon kin. The entity bound to Satebiol was the seventh lord of the abyss, Rashata. After receiving all the information, Jitae immediately shut off his ability. There was no need to ponder who Rashata was. What he had to do was clear. His sole mission was to stop Rashata. Thinking that, Jitae slowly spoke. "Hey, my position is wingguard, right?" Startled, Shiraishi replied, "Yes, that's right." Jitae gave a cold request. "Switch me to combat coordinator. I'll operate with this woman." A few watches later, at the dungeon area in the Hicha Sea, the ocean surged violently. After a moment, a spatial gate opened, and people began stepping out from within, followed by many others behind them. This was Shiraishi's 70-person assault team from the Superhuman Alliance. Satebiol walked behind Shiraishi, squinting at Jitae as he moved at the front with a proud silhouette. Then he reached back and drew the large blade from his back. Thus, the assault on the Kraken dungeon officially began. The Hathia Sea was already churning violently, and the unstable waves warned everyone present that a clear danger was approaching. Those participating in the battle used the brief downtime to check the operation details, but when they saw Jitae's name listed, several of them began whispering in shock. "The combat coordinator?" Someone complained unhappily, unable to hide his suspicion. "Why was someone suddenly added? Is it really okay to let an unknown fellow join such a dangerous operation?" Not far away, Jitae leaned against a cliff and rested in silence, while Shiraishi approached him calmly and spoke in a low voice. "I told the team you're an acquaintance of mine. A few people seem suspicious, but it shouldn't become a major problem, and you won't cause any more trouble, right?" Jitae nodded nonchalantly. "Yeah." Hearing that, Shiraishi looked satisfied. "All right. Finish the job and quietly leave for me. I find this whole thing really troublesome." Satebiol, who was sitting on the ground nearby, could not help speaking up. "I think you're putting pressure on them." Captain Shiraishi looks flustered. "Surely you're someone important, or maybe an inspector from the Alliance." Jitae remained silent. Hasetbiol paid no mind to his silence and laughed lightly. "Then you must have a lot of experience with dangerous dungeons." "Actually, I'm very afraid of water, so this is my first time acting as a combat coordinator in an ocean dungeon like this." After saying that, she turned toward Jitae and winked jokingly. "If I fall into the water, don't leave me behind. I'm heavy, so I'll probably sink." Jitae was immediately stunned into silence. Seeing his reaction, Satebiol blushed and muttered, This is bad. I need to go do something. I'm not usually like this. I'm suddenly so nervous today." With that, she hurried away, while Jitae said nothing the entire time and simply watched her leave with an impassive expression. The Satebiol he knew had always been a coward like that. She was not only afraid of deep water, but also trembled at the sight of blood. Yet the woman standing before Jitae now showed no fear of the water at all. Even though she carried fragmented memories lost from the timeline, Satebiol still did not recognize him, because her core was different, and she was merely imitating Hasetbiol through the host's memories. Perhaps her true soul had been bound by the seventh lord of the abyss, Rashata. And the one who had engineered this entire situation was an entity outside of time. What that entity wanted was singular and cruel. Jitae's despair. It wanted to make him fall by forcing him to kill his own Hasetbiol. To be precise, it was pure malice aimed directly at Jitae. But clearly, the seventh lord of the abyss, Shiraishi, did not understand him very well. At that moment, from the depths of the sea, a massive tentacle writhed upward. The faces of everyone present immediately turned ugly. What appeared before them was the Kraken, the giant monster that had finally dragged itself out of the Hathia Sea, crawling ashore one heavy step after another. And the moment its full body emerged, everyone understood that the reports had been wrong because this thing was far larger than anything they had been told, a true giant specimen whose size alone was enough to crush morale. Just then, one of the fighters rushed anxiously toward Shiraishi and urged him, "Captain Shiraishi, give the order." Shiraishi snapped back to attention at once and hurriedly replied, "Ah, right, deal with it quickly. We still have a celebration to attend. Frontline charge." The instant his command fell, arrows of light began forming in his hands, and at the same time the guard unit surged forward without hesitation, launching countless beams of energy toward the Kraken in one coordinated barrage. Several silhouettes flashed across the battlefield and vanished from sight, and when they appeared again, they were already right in front of the Kraken, attacking it with everything they had as swords and blades struck again and again against its body. But the Kraken's outer hide was as hard as iron, almost completely impervious to their attacks, and even though their weapons kept bouncing off without leaving any meaningful damage, the fighters refused to retreat and continued pressing forward. Then fortune finally favored them. One of the attackers managed to drive his weapon into the Kraken's eye, and the sudden pain instantly enraged the monster, causing the surrounding fighters to panic as its massive body trembled with fury. Unfortunately, by the time they realized what was happening, it was already too late. A gigantic tentacle lunged forward with a thunderous crash, then lashed down toward them with terrifying force. Shiraishi urgently shouted, "Everyone, brace yourselves, seal its tentacles, arcane-type superhumans, now!" He immediately ordered the support units to amplify mana and commanded the marksmen to provide continuous covering fire, forcing the entire formation to move together as they coordinated smoothly and fought back against the Kraken, buying time until the combat coordinator could identify a weak spot. For a while, their strategy worked. The chains binding the Kraken's tentacles held firm, the covering fire kept raining down, and the front line managed to endure the monster's rampage. But before long, the chains began to creak and show signs of snapping under the Kraken's overwhelming strength. The priest controlling the chains trembled as he murmured, "It's too strong. We can't hold it for much longer." Shiraishi immediately turned toward Jitae at the rear and yelled, "Has the combat coordinator identified the weak point?" Jitae replied slowly, "Its left eye." Shiraishi narrowed his eyes and asked, "Aim for that? Is that the core?" Jitae explained in a matter-of-fact tone. "Hitting it makes the Kraken react in pain." Shiraishi gave a slight nod, showing that he understood, but just then, he seemed to realize something, and his expression changed as he cried out in alarm. "Heian, where is she?" Jay answered calmly. "She hasn't returned since she said she was going to the restroom." Shiraishi's face tightened with worry, and he shouted, "Damn it, is she crazy? Going to the restroom at a time like this?" He bit his lip hard, then forced himself to focus on the battlefield again, and asked with difficulty, "The left eye, are you sure?" Jitae did not answer, but Shiraishi took his silence as confirmation and prepared to move. Someone anxiously asked, "Captain, what are you going to do?" Shiraishi cried out fiercely, "Hold those tentacles tight. I'm going to strike hard." The moment his words ended, he released his energy. Immediately after that, a beam of energy appeared in Shiraishi's hand, and in the next instant he shaped it into an arrow, drawing every bit of power he could gather into that single strike. Then he screamed wildly, "O monster of the dark deep, I vow you shall sink into eternal sleep." The moment his words ended, the arrow was pulled taut. Shiraishi slowly released his grip, and the arrow tore through the air with violent force, flying straight toward the Kraken's left eye. With a thunderous boom, the arrow detonated on impact, and the Kraken let out a furious roar of pain as the explosion burst across its face. The others immediately retreated to avoid the blast, shouting anxiously as the battlefield shook around them. Did Captain Shiraishi succeed? At that moment, the Kraken's massive body began to collapse, sinking lower and lower as if the strike had finally brought it down. After delivering the attack, Shiraishi hurried back ashore, but his expression was drained instead of relieved because he knew better than anyone that his power had not been enough. If only his shoulder had not been injured. Even with that direct hit, it still was not enough to kill the Kraken, and Shiraishi understood that they had to finish it before the monster recovered. At the same time, a figure stood on a cliff not far away, silently watching the Kraken sink step by step beneath the waves. Then that person lifted their foot and jumped down. It was none other than Setbiol, and her target was Shiraishi. Her eyes were bloodshot, burning with killing intent, and at this critical moment, Jitae suddenly appeared to stop her. With a violent crash, the sea exploded, spraying water in every direction. Shiraishi stared at the scene in bewilderment and murmured, "What was that?" Something had flashed past him. Beneath the waves, shattered pieces of armor began sinking into the depths, and Setbiol was sinking with them, her gaze twisted with vengeance as she ground her teeth and muttered, "You bastard! Since when did you know my plan?" Jitae stood coldly before her and said in a matter-of-fact tone, "You don't understand me at all. I have no lingering feelings left. The Zetbiol of that time and the Quan Jitae of that time, the two people who had once shared bright moments and endured a dark past together, had already been killed by his own hands. After saying that, Jitae fixed his gaze on Setbiol, his face filled with unmistakable killing intent. Setbiol glared back at him with pure hatred, grinding her teeth as she asked, "You know me?" At that moment, Setbiol realized something. Setbiol stared at him for a moment, and then her expression shifted as if the pieces had finally begun falling into place. "Ah, so that's it. No wonder you looked familiar. I think I'm starting to remember." Her voice softened into something almost nostalgic as she leaned closer and continued, "It was on a battlefield before, right? We used to be a pair who lived and died together. We must have held hands and even shared a kiss under the starry sky." She brought her face near his, speaking as if she were savoring each old memory, and murmured, "Those lips, rough as they were so sweet. If I had known you would stop me like this, I should have bitten off your tongue back then." The moment those words left her mouth, she struck him with a powerful punch, but Jitae immediately reached out and blocked the blow without moving from his place. At the same time, Setbiol's body began reverting to its true form. Countless legs sprouted from her back, spreading out through the water like grotesque limbs, and her voice twisted with murderous pleasure as she said, "You said it earlier, didn't you? That you killed me back then." By now, she had fully transformed. "Then now it's my turn to kill you." This was the complete prototype X-form. Setbiol smiled with pure satisfaction and asked, "Isn't that right?" Without the slightest hesitation, she lashed out at him with her legs, and following the flow of the water, the tentacles came rushing in from every direction. Jitae did not hesitate either. He swung his sword and easily severed the incoming tentacles, cutting through them with clean precision, and the moment he finished, more tentacles surged toward him. He dealt with them in the same manner, moving with cold and efficient control, slicing apart every attack as if none of them were worth fearing. This made Setbiol irritated, though her irritation quickly turned into a delighted roar. "Haha." She attacked him again and again, driving her limbs through the water in repeated assaults, but every strike was easily parried by him. That made her pause in confusion. "Haha. Is this really the Jitae I knew? Compared to back then, you've become overwhelmingly stronger." Her voice turned sharper, poisoned by memory and resentment. "If you had been this strong back then, you could have protected both me and our comrades." She suddenly lunged forward and grabbed his hand. "But I've been wondering since earlier, why do you only block and refuse to attack? Is it out of guilt? Are you unable to kill the woman you once loved again?" Her grip tightened as she forced the past between them. "Back then, you tore me apart. You slashed me and stabbed me into pieces. You even gouged out my eyes cleanly. You don't know how much I suffered back then, Jitae." At that moment, old images began rushing back into his head. Setbiol continued, her voice quiet yet filled with pain. "That morning I was truly, truly cold." She smiled as she spoke, but that smile carried an indescribable agony, and in her remaining eye, the image of Jitae appeared. Then the image of him began to shrink and fade. At that moment, the system sent a notification. The Pleasure Time PCX ability had detected an item displaced from the world's timeline. Target, Arma's Great Sword. In the next instant, countless slashes appeared through the water, and the one who created them was none other than Quan Jitae. He had already mastered his emotions, and because of that, he did not fall into the illusion again. Subjected to a relentless barrage of strikes, Setbiol cried out in unbearable pain while the system notification continued to echo in his mind, warning that the Pleasure Timepiece's ability would protect him from the approach of malice. He narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself that he could sense the Pleasure Timepiece's power lingering on the inner blade of the Guardian sword, and wondered if, when the malice had been drawn out from the Guardian, a trace of that power had remained embedded in the sword. The image of the sword radiating with strange force flashed through his mind, and with it came Yu-Bomb's earlier words, ringing clearly in his memory. "I borrowed it from the janitor earlier. Sooner or later, you'd need it." Only then did he understand. Had that girl foreseen this situation and handed him the sword for that exact reason? If this blade truly carried that power, then it could dispel both malice and demonic energy without forcing him to kill the girl whose body had been taken. Pain tore through Setbiol's body, making her grit her teeth in rage as she screamed, "You bastard! What did you do to my body?" But the next instant, her eyes widened in shock because he had already rushed straight in front of her, his voice cold and firm. "Stop playing with that poor girl's body. Come out now." As soon as he finished speaking, he drove another slash into her. The moment the blade touched her, it felt as if parts of her body were being peeled away, and she cursed inwardly as panic finally began to creep in. "Damn it. Every time that sword touches me, the shedding layer gets destroyed. At this rate, the demon state itself will disappear. Is there no better way?" Then her gaze shifted toward the giant squid lying on the seabed, and a cruel smile spread across her lips. "That's right. As long as my body doesn't touch that sword, it's fine." The moment that thought settled, she lunged straight toward the squid below and landed lightly on its body. Countless tentacles burst from her back and stabbed into every part of the giant squid, sinking deep into its flesh as a violent source of power exploded from her eyes. In an instant, she seized full control of the squid. Looking down at the scene, he understood with a grim expression that this loop was not limited to the demon alone. It seemed she could also create a mental link with monsters. She gave no answer. Instead, she only let out a furious shout and commanded the squid's tentacles to shoot straight toward him. The guardian sword in his hand began to glow as he activated Invisible Sword, second form, and energy swirled tightly around the blade. Without hesitation, he swung in a decisive arc, releasing the dispersing lotus form, and the strike cut cleanly through the incoming tentacles. Watching the attack, she froze in surprise. This black power did not exist anywhere in this woman's memories. She could sense it coming from the kraken's skin, yet it was neither mana nor blessing. It was pure killing intent, sharpened through countless battles of supremacy and curses. And as she felt that terrifying force pressing down on her, a single question forced itself out of her mind. What the hell did you do to obtain such power? Facing the slash that came crashing toward her, she could only smile helplessly. Haha, you really are a crazy monster. The blade descended straight toward the top of her head. The instant it struck, a violent aftershock tore across the shoreline where the battle had unfolded, making the warriors nearby flinch in alarm as several of them shouted in confusion. "AAA, what is this? Why all of a sudden? Get out quickly." Shiraishi also felt that power and immediately understood where it had come from. This ominous force must be his. He let out a tired sigh, unable to hide his disbelief. Well, this is unbelievable. Personal matters caused this much commotion? After the battle ended, the sky slowly returned to its usual clear blue, and Jitae began walking across the ruined shore with Setbiol held in his arms, her body completely unclothed. At that moment, the system delivered another notification, announcing that it was beginning to collect the traces of malice contained within Setbiol. Another message followed, stating that Setbiol would need to be monitored periodically for remaining traces of malice. Looking at the notification window, Jitae finally released a quiet sigh of relief. So, it's over for now. Just then, the communication bracelet on his arm began to vibrate, and Gale's voice rang out from the other side. Uncle, where are you?" He answered calmly, "I had some personal business to take care of." But on the other end, Gale's voice quickly grew urgent. "Come back quickly. There's no room here now. Yoram is mixing your booze and drinking it." Faced with the girl's endless mischief, Jitae could only feel helpless. And so, the 71-member strike team of the International Superhuman Alliance completed the S-rank subquest to punish the Kraken in the Hethia Sea. Immediately afterward, Jitae brought Setbiol back home with him. When the children saw her lying there in a naked, cocoon-like state, every one of them froze wide-eyed and open-mouthed. The moment Jitae stepped inside, he was met with a silent roll call of guilty faces because every sister was already waiting at the door as if they had gathered for an interrogation. Yoram stood at the front with her arms crossed and immediately demanded an explanation, while on the sofa behind him, Setbiol lay unconscious with nothing covering her except a spare black shirt. Yoram stepped forward first, her eyes narrowing with mischief as she teased him and asked if this girl was his girlfriend. Gale, hearing the accusation that Jitae had stripped her, was instantly shocked beyond belief, while Jitae broke into a cold sweat and could only explain that Setbiol was an old acquaintance. But Yoram refused to let the matter die there and kept twisting the situation into something ambiguous, until Jitae brought his hand down in a sharp chop to the nape of her neck and silenced her on the spot. He then stated firmly that this girl did not know him at all. Yubam also stepped in and asked whether he had gone out yesterday because of her, and when Jitae replied that he needed to keep the girl close for information, Yoram, still holding her swollen head, reluctantly accepted his reasoning. But then Gaul suddenly shouted her objection, startling Yoram beside her. With a firm expression, Gaul declared that this house belonged to their group, and to her it was a sanctuary where they could relax without worry. After everything they had been through outside, she pointed at Setbiol and said she did not want anyone disturbing the privacy of their home, leaving Yoram speechless. Jitae pointed to the janitor as an example, but Gaul immediately waved that argument away, saying that Uncle was not human. Yoram found that logic strangely reasonable and immediately switched sides to support Gal. Gaul then turned to Yubam for her opinion, and Yubam, who was also uncomfortable around strangers, showed clear concern on her face, especially because this stranger was a woman. With the votes counted, the result was overwhelming. The strange girl was officially barred from staying in the house. Once that decision was settled, Gale urged everyone to sleep early so they would be ready for school, and the group filed into their rooms one after another, leaving Jitae alone with the girl still sleeping soundly on the sofa. Yoram stayed behind for a moment and asked what he planned to do with this trouble lying there. Jitae sighed, already certain that once Setbiol woke up, she would have to find somewhere else to stay. Of course, Setbiol had no idea she had just been voted out by the entire household while still unconscious. The next morning, sunlight poured brightly outside the penthouse, birds chirped in the distance, and the day seemed to begin peacefully. Then Yoram rushed out breathlessly to find Jitae, while Gaul hid anxiously behind her and watched from the side. Yoram reported that the strange girl from last night was starting to go mad. Setbiol had woken up completely out of control, brandishing a broken bottle like a weapon as she screamed and demanded to know what kind of hellish place she had been brought to. Jitae, carrying Gyeol in his arms, calmly watched Setbyul causing a scene. Still furious and disoriented, Setbyul demanded an explanation, asking why she was missing her clothes. Her face flushed crimson as her imagination ran wild, and she began picturing all the unsavory things Jitae might have done to her while she was unconscious. Though Setbyul looked small and fragile, she insisted with absolute fury that she had superpowers, while Urium stood beside Jitae with an exasperated expression, already tired of the endless theatrics. But then Urium's gaze turned cold, and at the same time, Jitae noticed something unusual through a cyst. The traces of malice inside Satebiol had accumulated to 10%, and that number alone signaled the beginning of a terrifying transformation. The eternal clock activated, revealing a new truth about Myung-yong's condition, and the system confirmed that she had been psychically corrupted, causing her personality to become extremely violent. Only then did Jitae realize that this was the dreadful consequence of being directly exposed to malice. Setbiol suddenly lunged forward with terrifying speed. Wrapped in a golden aura, she swung the broken bottle shards wildly and screamed for everyone to get out of her way at once. Yoram calmly suggested they incapacitate the crazed girl first and deal with the details later, but Jitae quietly warned her not to kill Satebiol. Myung Saetbiol shot forward like an arrow with the broken bottle in her hand, screaming in rage at being ignored, but in the blink of an eye, Yoram caught the hysterical girl by the wrist. With a perfectly executed throw, she slammed Setbiol ruthlessly to the floor and knocked her out in one clean movement. Yoram basked in pride over her flawless technique, but Jitae's attention had already shifted elsewhere. The jacket had slipped off again, leaving Myung Setbiol completely exposed. Yoram panicked, while the girl fainted again from sheer shock. The red-haired girl hurriedly covered poor Setbiol with the jacket, muttering scolding remarks under her breath. Annoyed, Yoram then snapped at the janitor and ordered him to clean up the broken glass, but her angry command was met with a cold refusal from the iron armor. Yoram, Jitae, and little Gyul all froze, stunned by the unexpected defiance. The janitor declared that his duty was to protect Bone, not to mop floors, and as he spoke, purple smoke began pouring ominously from his armor. Psychic contamination erupted. The janitor roared that Jitae had to return the sword at once. A chill ran down Yoriam's spine, and little Gyol trembled as killing intent seeped from the armor. Jitae's eyes hardened when he realized the janitor was falling into the same state Setbiol had experienced earlier. The eyes of the iron armor shone brightly, as if reason had completely vanished. Jitae understood that during the battle, the janitor had also been infected by a wave of malice. Thick black energy wrapped around the armor, turning the janitor into a dangerous enemy swallowed by madness. Jitae quickly set Gyul aside and prepared to confront the uncontrolled threat. The janitor took a fighting stance with the mop in his hands, gripping it as if it were a real weapon meant for attack. Tension showed in every seam of the armor while purple smoke billowed from him, and in the next instant he moved as fast as lightning. Jitae stepped in and delivered a precise chop to the janitor's neck, ending the chaos at once. A loud crash echoed through the room as the giant armor collapsed to the floor before the stunned eyes of the two girls. The helmet tumbled away across the floor, revealing nothing but an empty void inside. Yoram was horrified when she realized that both Setbiol and the janitor had contracted the same terrifying affliction from that evil power. Myung Setbiol and the janitor had both been subdued, lying scattered across the floor, and Yoram anxiously asked Jitae what they were supposed to do next, since they obviously could not take either of them to a hospital. Instead of answering directly, Jitae asked an unrelated question. "Did you finish the alcohol stored in the room?" Then he swept his arm outward and opened a shimmering purple portal, preparing to take them all somewhere else. Their destination was a place capable of healing the aftermath of psychic contamination. The group entered the underground maze, a vast space filled with gloomy ancient stone architecture, and Yoriam was immediately awed by the grandeur of the place. To Jitae, it was merely a secret refuge. But when the red-haired girl looked at the endless rows of iron cages, she felt as if she had stepped into an underground prison. Jitae calmly led the way, completely indifferent to his sister's astonishment. Yoram began worrying aloud, asking if Jitae intended to lock the sisters up there whenever they disobeyed him. Behind those bars, figures from the past seemed to remain imprisoned, and through one narrow gap, a blazing red gaze peered out, filled with hatred and pain. Jitae looked into the depths of the maze and muttered that this place was no longer what it used to be. Steady footsteps echoed through the stone labyrinth, breaking the eerie silence with every step. Eventually, they stopped before a metal door marked with the nameplate BM. Yoram and Gyal both craned their heads forward, curious about who could possibly live there. Yoriam sensed the presence of someone extremely powerful, and Jitae confirmed that the person beyond the door was the world's second-ranked hunter. The news that the second strongest person in the world lived in this place left Yoriam gaping in astonishment. Jitae ordered Yoriam and Gyol to wait outside. Even as Yoriam screamed frantically to be allowed inside, and even as she pleaded that she would only watch, Jitae coldly shut the door and entered alone to face whoever was waiting within. The moment he stepped into the dim room, Jitae felt a terrifying pressure aimed straight at him from the darkness. A massive monstrous arm covered in foliage lunged forward to attack, but Jitae drew his sword at once and blocked the strike by a hair's breadth. Sparks flew from the clash, yet Jitae calmly observed that this was a rather rude greeting for a guest. Deep within the laboratory's darkness, a man in a white coat sat drinking as if nothing unusual was happening. He drained the bottle and smiled enigmatically, showing no surprise at Jitae's intrusion. He was BM, the world's second-ranked hunter and one of the first returnees, and he coldly declared that he had never invited a guest like him. Inside an ordinary classroom, the teacher kept lecturing from the podium, while below him, one boy ignored every word and filled his exercise book with rough drawings of dragons and snakes. Arendot sat with his chin resting on his hand, his gaze drifting far away as if his soul had been hung from a distant branch, and even while the class moved on around him, he remained completely absorbed in his scribbles, unmoved by the noise, the lesson, or the world in front of him. Then his eyes suddenly flashed with a strange light, as though they were peering through thick corrective lenses and seeing something far beyond the classroom. This was about 40 years ago, when a terrifying incident swept across the entire globe and became known as the Great Babylon Disappearance. During that crisis, thousands of children with extraordinary abilities suddenly vanished in a series of mass disappearances. And in the face of that impossible disaster, armies around the world searched desperately, yet not a single trace was found. 15 years passed, but the missing children never returned, leaving only white flowers placed on empty desks. Then, one man suddenly came back to Earth through violent streaks of electricity. His name was Aaron, the first person to return from another world, and he was better known by the alias BM. At present, he held the number 2 position in the global superhuman ranking. BM emptied a bottle and let out a heavy sigh, his face nowhere near cheerful as he bitterly muttered about his beloved chimera getting its head chopped off by Jitae right inside the lab. Jitae remained completely unfazed and replied that a clean cut like that could simply be reattached, so there was nothing to worry about. BM bluntly asked why Jitae had come. Jitae answered without hesitation, saying he wanted to borrow the inner chamber of the underground maze. The scientist narrowed his eyes with suspicion, unable to decide whether Jitae was truly a superhuman or some agent of the devils. Jitae did not care what BM thought. All he needed was a place where he could treat his people for around half a year. The moment BM heard that, he set his price. 30 days. He insisted that 1 month was the absolute limit and that anything beyond that would exceed his tolerance. Jitae frowned, knowing 30 days would never be enough for a complete treatment, and he tried to negotiate since he had not come empty-handed. BM immediately lowered the offer to 25 days. Then, with an arrogant attitude, he kept pushing even further until the offer dropped to exactly 20 days. BM smugly declared that there was nothing in this world he needed, then pushed up his glasses and said that Jitae barging into his place and receiving 30 days at all was already an enormous favor. Hearing that arrogant tone, Jitae finally snapped and muttered that BM should just shut up. In the next instant, a jet of black killing intent erupted outward, tearing through the lab space like a blade, and with one sweep of his hand, Jitae began destroying BM's expensive equipment. BM panicked and shouted, demanding to know what the hell he was doing, but Jitae only stared at him coldly and told him to shut up. Jitae calmly declared that it was now his turn to bargain, and as BM's face hardened, he lowered the time even further, asking whether 15 days or 10 days sounded better. BM clenched his teeth in rage, warning Jitae that he would regret touching his belongings, then coldly declared that he no longer had any interest in using Jitae as a test subject and would simply eliminate him instead. The moment BM prepared to activate the right hand of Ahelia technique, Jitae's expression remained completely unchanged. BM grinned with murderous intent, certain that the finishing blow was already in his hands, and vowed to erase Jitae from existence without leaving even the slightest trace behind. Behind BM, a massive mass of energy rose into the air, its surface covered with glowing red eyes and that grotesque arm stretched forward, ready to devour the young man standing before him. Jitae stood still, half of his mysterious face swallowed by darkness. Then, without hesitation, he released the Ahelia curse. A terrifying pressure instantly filled the entire room, and BM's monstrous arm froze in place. Midair. No matter how much force BM poured into it, the arm could not advance even a single inch, and as his entire body stiffened under that invisible weight, panic spread through him. At first, BM suspected it had to be some high-level illusion, but the cold sweat running down his face quickly told him the truth. This was not magic, and it was not trickery. It was primal fear closing in on him, crushing him so completely that even the will of the world's number 2 superhuman was being overwhelmed. Even the demonic blood flowing through Ahelia's arm trembled before Jitae. BM, now terrified, wondered who this young man truly was, because the pressure coming from him was more dreadful than anything he had ever faced. Jitae casually picked up a test tube filled with a strange compound and asked BM what he had been creating. The scientist immediately panicked and shouted that Jitae must not touch that specimen under any circumstances. Forced under pressure, BM finally admitted that it was a specimen meant to create a humanoid chimera, then hurriedly explained that it was only part of a plan to make a backup copy for his old age, not some grand scheme to dominate the world. BM lowered his voice and begged Jitae to put the test tube down so they could discuss things peacefully, but Jitae coldly said the man was lying. That single accusation broke BM down, and he immediately promised to reveal the whole truth. Only then did Jitae return the specimen to its place, making it clear that he did not care what BM was doing as long as he agreed to lend him the inner chamber. Now afraid, BM hurriedly consented and told Jitae he could use the underground maze however he wanted. Jitae explained that he planned to rent the room for about a year and would visit frequently. He added that he would bring 2 people suffering from severe psychic contamination here for treatment. BM nodded eagerly as soon as he heard that, promising to watch over them carefully and help with their condition. As payment for the room, Jitae left behind a precious bottle of liquor and said it was a gesture of thanks. The moment BM opened the cap, an exquisite aroma drifted out, leaving the scientist completely dumbstruck. BM stared at the bottle in astonishment, slowly realizing that the liquor in his hands was a top-tier treasure that money could scarcely buy. Jitae merely turned his back with complete indifference and walked away, leaving BM still frozen behind him. The scientist cradled the bottle carefully, unable to stop wondering where that young man had gotten something so precious. Meanwhile, in the corridor outside the room, Uraeum was trying to force Gyul to move aside so she could enter, but the little girl stood firm in front of the door and coldly gave her a decisive no. Uraeum began to lose her temper, harshly ordering her younger sister to let her through at once. Jewel answered with a fierce shout of refusal. She adamantly refused to let Uraeum pass, glaring at her with sharp warning in her eyes as she declared that she would protect the door no matter what. Uraeum yelled in frustration, insisting that she had no intention of barging inside. She only tried to sneak a peek. But the moment Uraeum moved, Gyul quickly split herself apart and blocked every possible approach, repeating Jitae's instruction that the door must not be opened for anyone. Uraeum was furious, yet there was nothing she could do against the stubborn child standing in her way. She was indignant that she, a proud dragon lady, was being completely thwarted by a kid. Uraeum impatiently said this was no time to waste, because something extremely interesting was surely happening inside. In her imagination, Jitae and BM were already locked in a bloody death match so fierce that the entire underground maze trembled around them. She pictured thunder and lightning tearing through the sky, with the battle shaking heaven and earth. But Gyul only replied curtly that she did not care. That blasé expression left Uraeum completely speechless. The little girl looked at her with open contempt, as if she were staring at a fool. Uraeum could not believe her own sister could be so indifferent. Defeated, she collapsed to the floor and began lamenting, wondering who in the Yu household could actually be called normal. She stared helplessly at the ceiling, wearing the look of someone who had lost all faith in reason. Then, suddenly, Uraeum changed tactics. She softened her voice and began coaxing Jewel sweetly, quietly asking whether the girl had been upset lately because Jitae no longer had time to play with her. Uraeum promised that she would help Gyul persuade Jitae so the two of them could go out alone together. At the thought of a private outing with him, Gyul's eyes immediately lit up with joy. Uraeum continued painting an irresistible future, telling Gyul that she and Jitae could visit snow-covered mountains together. There, the uncle and niece would happily ski side by side, enjoying the winter air as if they had stepped into a fairy tale. They could also sit together in the freezing weather and slurp steaming bowls of ramen to chase away the cold. For a child like Gyul, Uraeum's invitation was dangerously sweet. Uraeum pressed on, asking whether that did not sound wonderful, carefully trying to weaken the girl's resolve. Gyul was completely enchanted by the offer. Gyul's eyes sparkled with anticipation, and after a moment of hesitation, she nodded softly in agreement. But just when Uraeum seemed to have secured her victory, a hand suddenly appeared behind Gyul. The little girl looked bewildered as someone hoisted her up from behind, cutting off the sisters' negotiation before Uraeum could take another step. Uraeum still had not noticed the third presence. She was too busy sneering in triumph, arrogantly declaring herself the winner and assuming that Gyul could never hope to match a great dragon lady like her. Then a thunderous strike crashed down. Uraeum only managed to cry out in pain before she collapsed. The one who had acted was none other than Jitae, and he looked at her with a cold, warning gaze. Jitae lowered his eyes toward Uraeum sprawled across the floor and asked what she was doing there. Uraeum looked up at him with visible disappointment, asking whether the spectacular battle she had been waiting for was already over. Jitae calmly replied that they had not fought at all and had resolved everything peacefully through negotiation. Seeing Uraeum so utterly deflated, Jitae suggested that if she wanted to fight that badly, she could go inside and test herself against BM. He reminded her that she had always wanted to face top-ranked superhumans, so this was exactly the kind of chance she should have been hoping for. At that moment, BM stepped out from inside, his demeanor already restored to its usual confidence. He looked at Uraeum and issued a direct challenge, warning her that once the fight began, he would show no mercy to anyone. Uraeum froze, stunned by the sudden proposal, yet the shock quickly turned into excitement. Without hesitation, she nodded at once, her eyes burning with fierce determination. Uraeum smiled with wild excitement, baring her sharp fangs as if she had just found a new hunt worth chasing. BM tilted the bottle back and drained the liquor in one satisfying gulp, letting it spill from the corners of his mouth while his face flushed bright red from the strength of the alcohol. Jitae watched him calmly as BM praised the superb flavor, insisting that something like this could never have been produced on Earth. BM confidently declared that this was wine fermented in the world of Eren. At that moment, the image of Eren's magnificent castle surfaced, the very world where BM had been forcibly relocated 40 years ago. After drinking more, BM wondered aloud where Jitae had managed to get it, because he had searched the entire world and still failed to find even a trace of this liquor. BM was so ecstatic that he said he would gladly trade 10 years of access to the inner chamber for it. Jitae turned and called for Yoriam to come out, but she flatly refused. Instead of forcing her immediately, Jitae asked BM for one more favor. BM, still holding the bottle in his hand, looked surprised by the request and stared at Jitae intently, waiting to hear what he wanted next. In the end, Jitae only wanted BM to take care of the fired-up Yoriam for a while. BM then asked about the identities of the 2 children accompanying Jitae. Meanwhile, Yoram was already in a state of extreme excitement. Gyul hugged her stuffed bear close beside Jitae while he handed Yoram over to BM, and as she raised her bright blue eyes to look around with curiosity, even BM could not help complimenting the girl's cuteness. Yoram, however, was focused entirely on the man in front of her and asked with open curiosity whether he was truly the world's second-ranked superhuman. She excitedly said she had watched videos of him online before, but this was her first time seeing him in person. BM brushed his hair back and asked if he looked prettier than she had imagined. Yoram instantly shot him down, saying he looked more like an unemployed gamer. Then she tossed her head and asked whether he was stronger than Javier Karma. BM sneered at the name, saying it had been a long time since he had heard it. In his memory appeared the figure of a burly blind hunter, and BM wondered how that man had fared after being possessed by a demon. Hearing those horrific stories, Yoram grew uneasy and broke into a cold sweat. BM walked toward the door and stated that there were at least 5 people in the world stronger than Javier. Then, most importantly, he declared that he was stronger than all 5 of them combined. The instant Yoriam heard that, her eyes lit up. She thought her uncle was insanely cool. BM pressed a hand against the touch panel and the door opened. Together, they entered a vast chamber used to measure the strength of chimeras. BM stepped inside, faced Yoriam, and told her she was free to attack whenever she was ready. The instant BM finished speaking, Yoriam shot forward like a streak of red lightning, driving a brutal punch straight at him, only for BM to stop it with effortless ease, gently brush her fist aside, and smile as he told her there was no need to rush. His gaze then sharpened, turning cold as he looked directly at the bloodthirsty little dragon before him. Yoram twisted through the air, flipped above him, drew her sword in one clean motion, and slashed down with terrifying speed. Meanwhile, Jitae carried Gyal into the inner chamber buried deep beneath the underground maze. He moved through the stark white corridor, walking farther into the heart of that hidden place until a hand reached toward a black mass glittering like scattered starlight, almost like a spatial rift torn open in the air. Around the armored knight and the mysterious girl, shadowy beings with long spider-like arms began to take form. Jitae calmly told them to remain there and recover until their condition stabilized. His eyes stayed piercing as he looked ahead, and there, standing before him, was the Heaven Crystal, a relic he had not seen in a very long time. The enormous crystal shone with a gentle golden radiance, displaying the peak of ancient magical craftsmanship, yet its light carried a terrifying power, forcing anyone who touched it into a state of perfect bliss and complete satisfaction. Jitae stared at it and silently judged that the happiness it created was nothing more than an artificial product. He then recalled that, long ago, a fierce fire dragon had been imprisoned in this very place for an extended period. Within the crystal, the image of that dragon from the past appeared, its eyes filled with despair and desperate pleading. The happiness experiment had ended in disaster, leaving its victim begging not for freedom, but for death. Beside Jitae, Yugel stood wide-eyed and let out an amazed sound, as if she had barely understood what she had just heard. The girl stared at the crystal with such intense fascination that she began to drool, until Jitae snapped his fingers and pulled her mind back before preparing to leave. The scene shifted to a modern penthouse at night, where the surroundings had fallen into an eerie silence. Yubom sat on the sofa with Gyul, quietly realizing why the house had been so messy lately. Gyul wistfully asked whether they would ever see the janitor again, and Jitae confirmed that they would not for a while. Then Yoriam came down the stairs, battered, bandaged, and furious, answering in a rough, irritated voice before exploding with rage and shouting for them to bring the janitor back, making nearby Gyul jump in fright. Yubom worriedly examined Yoriam's injuries, while Jitae silently concluded that BM had completely defeated her. Gyul puffed her cheeks in disapproval at her sister's attitude. On Yoriam's door hung a warning sign that read, "Anyone who doesn't knock will be bitten." Inside her room, Yoram lay sprawled across the floor, panting hard, her eyes vacant and stunned after the crushing defeat. Yoram told herself she had already known how the fight would end, yet she had never expected to be crushed so completely that she never even found a chance to properly fight back. As she looked at Gyul standing there, the bitter truth settled over her, and she realized the world was far too vast for her current strength, while she was still nothing more than a rookie soldier. The little dragon suddenly jerked upright in shock and yelled when Gyul appeared inside her room without warning, then snapped at her sister in irritation, reminding her that she was supposed to knock before entering. Gyul stayed silent for a moment, then quietly brought up the promise Yuriam had made back in the maze, reminding her that if she opened the door, Yuriam would talk to Jitae in exchange for ramen and a ski trip. Yuriam sat up and asked if she meant what had happened earlier in the maze, then tried to correct the details, saying she had only promised to persuade him if Gyul stepped aside. After saying that, Yoriam collapsed back onto the floor and flatly declared that she had no intention of going to talk with him. She told Gyul to leave and remember to turn off the lights because she was in a terrible mood. But the moment Gyul heard that, tears began forming in her eyes, and she stared at Yoriam with such a painfully pitiful expression that the little dragon could not stand looking at it. Annoyed beyond endurance, Yoriam sprang up and demanded to know exactly what Gyul wanted her to say. In the end, she gave in, took her sister by the hand, and went with her to find Jitae. Jitae was working alone in a dark room when he heard a sound at the door and turned his head. Yoram stood in the doorway with a deliberately nonchalant expression, asking what he actually wanted to say to her. Behind her, Gyul gathered her courage, stepped forward hesitantly, and asked Jitae whether he would be free tomorrow. The mop scraped steadily across the tiled floor while a giant chimera busied itself with cleaning, and farther away, the mysterious researcher sat in a white lab coat, leisurely sipping his drink as if nothing unusual had happened. He glanced at the half-empty bag of liquor, sighed to himself, and decided he would drink less next time. Behind his glasses, amber eyes began calculating the true identity of the person he had just encountered, and as he stared into the beaker before him, his thoughts kept circling back to one impossible fact. Jitae possessed that rare wine from Aaron. He placed the liquor bag on the table, now convinced that Jitae was also a regressor like himself. In his mind, the image of Jitae sitting coldly atop a mountain of monster corpses surfaced, and the researcher confirmed his conclusion. Jitae was someone who had returned from Arendat. Remembering the dark circles under Jitae's eyes, he even felt a trace of sympathy for the exhaustion carried by those who had lived through many lives, but that sympathy vanished as his gaze sharpened. The giant chimera extended its hand and offered him something tiny. It was a single black strand of hair, and the researcher was certain it belonged to Jitae. Since all his research data had been wiped out, he had nothing left to do except set his sights on Jitae himself. A smirk spread across his face as he looked at the strand of hair, considering it a rather useful parting gift. Elsewhere, little Gyeol stood before Jitae, stammering as she asked whether he would be free tomorrow. Jitae pressed her for details, which only made the girl sweat harder. She fidgeted, twisted in place, and turned pale under the pressure of his attention before finally pointing straight at Yoriam and saying that her sister had something to say. Yoriam stood beside her with a sullen expression, while Jitae told them to speak for themselves instead of making Gyul do it. Yoriam huffed in irritation, turned her face away, and muttered that it was not important anyway. Jitae gently rubbed Gyul's head to reassure her, but the girl looked up at him with a worried expression. Then Yoriam suddenly regained a serious look and met Jitae's eyes directly. Curling her lip, she began making a suggestive proposal and invited him on a private date, just the two of them. Below them, Gyul froze in absolute shock, her spirit seeming to leave her body as her mouth hung open in disbelief. Jitae asked what Yoriam wanted to do tomorrow, wondering if she intended to fight BM again. But Yoriam only stretched and said no, telling him to go hang out with that blue-haired kid instead. She turned her back, walked toward the door, and gripped the doorknob, but before leaving, her voice softened. She told Jitae to stop by later because she had something extremely important to discuss. Jitae and Gyeol watched her dragon-like figure leave in confusion, and after a moment, Jitae turned to Gyeol and asked where she wanted to go the next day. Gyeol shyly touched her fingers together and murmured that she wanted to go skiing, and before long, the two of them found themselves high in the snowbound Himalayas, where majestic white peaks rose beneath a clear blue sky. Jitae and Gyeol sat together on a sled, racing down a steep slope with Gyeol in front, shouting in pure excitement inside Jitae's protective arms as the sled skimmed over rocky outcrops and the freezing wind whipped across their faces. They shot forward through a storm of white snow, and when the slope suddenly dropped away, the sled flew into the air before landing again with a smooth, perfect glide. Jitae kept his calm expression as he steered them down the mountainside, while Gyeol's eyes shone brighter than ever because she had never felt this happy before. The sled tore through the thick snow, carving long trails across the mountain, and even when the ground leveled into a wide open stretch, their speed did not slacken. Afterward, Gyeol was still sprawled on the sled, giggling to herself, and Jitae knelt beside her to ask whether she had been scared. She simply answered that she was having a lot of fun. A little later, Gyeol sat in the snow and whined that her legs would no longer listen to her, so Jitae stepped forward, picked her up, and told her they still had to climb farther up the mountain. He placed Gyeol on his shoulders and asked if that felt better, but the girl accidentally covered his eyes with both hands, leaving him unable to see the path ahead. Then, with innocent curiosity, she asked what would happen if she covered his nose as well. Jitae could only answer that he would not be able to breathe, and Gyeol giggled before reaching down to cover his mouth too, completing the set. When night fell, the two of them stopped at a small wooden hut in the snowy forest to warm themselves. An empty pot, clean bowls, and chopsticks had been set out, and Gyeol collapsed onto the floor, patting her belly as she said she was full, while Jitae tidied up the pile of instant noodle wrappers scattered nearby. The girl had eaten all 20 packets by herself. Then Gyeol stealthily crawled closer to Jitae with a scheming look in her eyes, reached out with her tiny hands, and seemed ready to do something to his feet. Jitae glanced down just in time to catch the child trying to take off his socks, then asked her directly what she was about to do, making Gyeol freeze in place. He warned her that the socks were dirty and not toys. Hearing that, Gyeol drooped and lowered her head. Jitae then asked whether she had actually meant to take a strand of hair since he had given her one last time. The girl mumbled a confirmation, looking terribly remorseful, then clasped her hands tightly on her knees and quietly apologized. Gyul looked up at Jitae with teary eyes, so pitiful that Jitae could only sigh softly as he watched the remorseful child sitting before him. He raised a hand to his head, decisively plucked out a single strand of hair, and placed it carefully into Gyul's palm, warning her that this would be the last time he gave her one like that. Then he ruffled her hair and told her that from now on, if she wanted something, she should tell him directly instead of going through her sisters, because no matter how busy he was, he would still make time for her. Gyul's face brightened with pure joy, and she happily agreed. The fire crackled in the hearth, filling the small hut with a cozy warmth as the snowy night deepened outside. Later, Gyul hugged her teddy bear and drifted into sleep, still wearing a contented smile. Within her dream, an ancient memory seemed to rise inside the young blue dragon, while Jitae quietly watched her sleeping face and calculated the time, wondering whether today might finally be the day. It was the day when a young hatchling of the dragon race would receive the revelation of its ancestors. Every dragon clan had its own nature, its own inclination, and through that instinct, each dragon discovered the purpose it was meant to follow in life. The Green Dragon clan loved the arts and often grew into skilled artisans, creating beauty with refined hands and patient hearts. The Gold Dragon clan yearned to roam the continents, and many of them became guardian deities who protected all living beings. The Red Dragon clan, meanwhile, was made of fervent warriors who forever chased glory on the battlefield, charging into war as scarlet warriors with destructive power and iron will. But the Blue Dragon clan had no fixed path prepared for them in advance. Exactly 80 days after birth, each Blue Dragon would receive direct guidance from the ancestral dragon, a will bound through blood and passed down across generations, entrusting a mission to every tiny individual born under that lineage. In the center of the spiritual realm, little Gyul stood alone, her deep blue eyes shining with determination as she faced the inevitable destiny waiting before her. Then a massive blue dragon of supreme majesty materialized in front of her, its brilliantly glowing eyes piercing deep into Gyul's mind as the great ancestral dragon called out to her, "My daughter." A mysterious new chapter began in the youngest sister's life as Gyul floated alone in a deep blue space like the bottom of an endless sea, and from within that quiet water, a voice suddenly echoed out, gently calling her his daughter. It was the first time Gyul had ever heard that voice, yet the moment it reached her, it wrapped around the little girl with a warmth so familiar that it felt as if she had known it since the beginning. Before her, a massive blue dragon emerged from the depths, his scales and fins glowing with brilliant light beneath the water, and Gyul stared up at the majestic creature in a daze before softly murmuring, "Grandpa." The great blue dragon looked down at his little granddaughter with a calm, affectionate gaze and told her that he understood her heart, just as she understood his, then quietly noted that Gyul seemed to be living a very happy life right now. Hearing that, the little girl smiled and nodded, honestly admitting that she really was happy at this moment. The dragon's expression softened as he said that happiness existed because someone sincerely wished for it. Then he asked whether Gyul wanted to do the same for that person. To make that possible, he explained that there was an important task she would have to carry out. His eyes narrowed with solemn weight as he warned her that a long, dark night would soon fall, and within that darkness, some people would collapse so deeply that they might never be able to rise again. When that time came, Gyul had to use her own two hands to protect what was most precious. Gyul anxiously clenched her small hand, frightened because she knew she had no strength at all, but the ancestor told her that strength was not what mattered. The thing that would decide everything was the will inside her heart. A glowing finger gently touched the little girl's chest, as if passing down a sacred message, and the great blue dragon manifested into the form of a man with long blue hair, telling her to think carefully about how she could protect the person she loved. Only when her determination became strong enough to pierce through the darkness would Gyul and the people precious to her be able to smile again. His final words, "I know you can do it," faded through the water as his figure slowly dissolved into the deep blue. Gyul tightened her tiny fists, carving every piece of advice she had received into her heart, and her eyes burned with firm determination as she promised herself that she would absolutely protect what mattered most. Then the scenery shifted, carrying everything back to the modern city beneath a clear blue sky. Inside the cafe called In Coffee, Jitae sat through a work meeting, and across from him, Yeonju lowered her head as she apologized for not being more proactive during the incident involving Prototype X. Jitae casually took a sip of his coffee and asked whether she had uncovered anything else about the organization known as Invisibility. Yeonju looked at him and asked if he remembered Malaysia's ball, and Jitae confirmed that he did, because it was an extremely rare large-scale S+ rank dungeon whose location was almost impossible to detect, a place where every room carried unpredictable danger and whose threat level ranked among the absolute worst, to the point that even top-tier hunters had to stake their lives just to enter. Yeonju then revealed that Lair's year-end event had been scheduled inside that very Malaysia's ball, and the Invisibility organization planned to use the cadets gathered there to create 100 new demons while also pushing themselves toward the position of supreme leader. Jitae sank into thought, realizing that this was a method of operation he had never seen in any of his previous regressions. Yeonju handed him a stack of documents and explained that the organization had been filled with rumors about the person who destroyed Prototype X. A wanted poster appeared with Jitae's silhouette on it, listing the target under the name X and offering a massive bounty of 15 high-grade mana stones. Jitae remarked that they were certainly willing to spend big, but since they still did not know his real identity, he had no reason to be worried. He instructed Yeonju to clean up matters on the Russian side first, then continue staying close so she could observe why this situation was developing. Yeonju nodded and accepted the order, but her gaze suddenly shifted behind her with a slightly flustered look. Jitae also sensed something odd, turned around, and asked why Gyul was acting like that. The answer was clear at once. The tiny bodyguard, Gyul, was loudly slurping her drink through a straw while glaring daggers at Yeonju, because in her eyes, this woman was deeply suspicious. Right in the middle of their conversation, the watch on Jitae's wrist suddenly vibrated with a new notification from Lair's academic affairs office. After reading the important notice, Jitae glanced at his watch and began his routine work session, announcing that it was time for guardian consultations, which immediately made the three girls sitting on the sofa stare at him in surprise. An official notice had come down from Lair, so Jitae intended to hold individual talks with each of them. Gyul, dressed in a super cool suit like a baby dragon bodyguard, also wanted to participate, but Yoram quickly brushed her aside, told the kid to stay out of it, and moved fast to steal the first slot. Yoram stepped forward, grabbed Jitae's arm, locked herself onto it, and gave him a playful wink as she begged him to prioritize her consultation first. Yoram began her consultation first, while Yubom and Gyul waited outside with resigned expressions, and little Gyul remained completely serious as if she were guarding an important official meeting. Jitae sat down, opened the file in front of him, and asked whether anything had been bothering Uraeum lately. He focused carefully on her answer, intending to record any meaningful psychological changes in the Red Dragon girl. Uraeum lowered her gaze and quietly confessed that she felt really weak. Jitae assumed she was still upset over losing to BM, so he told her not to lose heart, because that old man was absurdly strong. However, that was not the real problem. Uraeum had recently won a sparring match against an upperclassman, yet the victory had not made her happy at all. Instead, she felt as if she had not won with the strength of a normal human, and that thought left her deeply insecure. Agony spread across her face as she remembered the moment her original dragon power had surged from within her, and Jitae immediately understood that she had secretly used mana from her dragon heart, a major taboo while the dragon daughters were living in the human realm. He stayed silent and listened as Uraeum blamed herself for acting stupidly just to satisfy her own ego. Looking straight into her eyes, Jitae told her that she was already very strong and would go much further in the future. He reminded her that her very existence carried a supreme power of absolute dominance, a force no one could deny. However, trying to skip hundreds of years of training in a single instant was an act that went against the natural order, so Jitae asked her bluntly whether she was truly ready to accept every consequence just to become stronger right away. After thinking for a moment, Uraeum answered that to her, living happily in the present was the most important thing. Brushing away her melancholy, she looked at Jitae with eyes full of resolve and trust, and Jitae nodded in understanding before putting pen to paper and writing down the most important points from their conversation. Then he stood up and promised that once vacation started, the two of them would train together so she could properly raise her strength. This was not empty talk. Jitae decided that he would personally teach and train the stubborn girl, showing her how to become truly strong without breaking any rules. His sudden offer left Uraeum stunned for a few seconds, and to hide her embarrassment, she pouted and said she had never asked him to teach her in the first place. Then Uraeum burst into laughter and teased Jitae, asking whether he wanted to take her in as his prized disciple. Jitae silently wrote in Uraeum's file that she was the type who always acted tough in order to hide her lack of self-confidence. The next one to enter was Gyul, who came in with bright excitement and immediately asked whether she needed to prepare anything special, then quickly claimed that her studies were still going well, that she was making plenty of new friends, and that her school life had no problems at all. When Jitae looked ready to call in the next person, Gyul hurriedly stopped him and said there was something important she wanted to ask. The Yellow Dragon girl then expressed her desire to participate in work trips to military bases, just like the other cadets. Jitae asked her reason, and Gyul answered that she wanted to volunteer, meet more new people, and broaden her horizons. Inside her head, however, she was already imagining herself shining brilliantly on a performance stage while soldiers cheered for her with overwhelming enthusiasm. Seeing Jitae fall silent, Gyul laughed awkwardly and asked whether she had just made a completely ridiculous request. Jitae wrote down a note and told her that he would consider it carefully once her plan became more specific and clear. At the same time, he thought to himself that her desire for attention, excitement, and public admiration was unmistakably a trait of the Gold Dragon clan. Looking at the folder, Jitae noticed that only one final consultation remained before his task was complete. Yubom walked into the room with a calm demeanor and her usual gentle smile resting on her lips, ready for her turn. Jitae began by asking how Yubom's life had been going, and she spoke about her classes, her daily routine, and how she had been taking care of the other dragon sisters. Then, with a soft smile, Yubom suggested that creative activities such as drawing or writing might be helpful. After that, she turned the question back on Jitae and asked whether he felt like he was lacking anything himself. Jitae maintained his usual calm attitude and said he was fine, but Yubom continued pressing him, gently asking how he had really been doing lately. When Jitae showed no particular reaction, Yubom dug deeper into the matter, repeating her question about whether there was any secret desire hidden inside him. A brief flash of contemplation passed through Jitae's eyes under the green dragon girl's unusually persistent concern, and the word love suddenly surfaced like a loaded hint toward what he might truly be missing. Then Yubom abruptly leaned close to Jitae's face, using a piece of yellow paper to cover her lips as she looked at him with a deeply teasing gaze. She tilted her head, her emerald eyes sparkling with anticipation, waiting for an honest answer from her guardian. The evening sun poured through the penthouse window, making everything look peaceful from the outside, but inside the room, a storm was already beginning to form. Yubom giggled with a mysterious smile, and Jitae immediately sensed trouble, keeping his usual deadpan expression as he warned her that she should stop. On the surface, his face remained perfectly calm, but inside, he was probably screaming from being relentlessly pestered by this girl. Yubom ignored the warning completely and moved forward without hesitation, plopping herself down onto Jitae's lap as if it were the most natural thing in the world, even though he reminded her that they were still in the middle of a counseling session. Jitae complained that his knees hurt while Yubom sat there casually scribbling on the files like a real professional, then pouted sulkily and said she only wanted to stay close to him like this, yet somehow she was being pushed away despite the room being massive. The two of them kept struggling back and forth, with Yubom pressing forward and Jitae constantly dodging, until she boldly claimed that the two of them should have become this intimate a long time ago. Jitae could only turn his gaze away, trying to keep a cool head against her relentless offensive. Seeing him flustered, Yubom pushed even harder, leaning her face close enough to make him flinch back, but because he leaned away too far, the swivel chair suddenly lost its balance and began tipping backward. A sharp thud echoed through the room, marking the disastrous end of the teasing session. The two of them crashed onto the floor, with Yubom landing directly on top of Jitae in an incredibly awkward position. Jitae lay frozen beneath her, staring blankly at the ceiling, while Yubom seized the chance to ask him straight to his face whether he saw her as a burden or as a woman. But then she suddenly froze. The mischievous smile from earlier disappeared at once, replaced by complete embarrassment, and Yubom's face turned bright red as she lowered her gaze, realizing only then that she had gone far too far. In that same instant, a dark premonition connected to the demon Hasegawa flashed through her mind like a terrible omen. Right at the critical moment, the youngest sister, Gyeol, appeared out of nowhere at the door and froze for several seconds at the sight before her. The innocent little girl stared at the two of them on the floor and asked what kind of racket they were making. Jitae quickly tried to clear his name, explaining that Yubom had suddenly jumped on him out of nowhere and that he had done nothing wrong. But before he could say more, Yubom immediately slapped a hand over Jitae's mouth and laughed it off, claiming she had only been playing a little prank on him for fun. Seeing her older sister receive counseling in such an intimate way, Gyeol's face slowly began to sink because the youngest child suddenly felt as though she had been left behind, and before either of them could stop her, she dropped a line that nearly made both adults faint, declaring with complete seriousness that she wanted to do it too. With a determined face and eyes shining like stars, Gyeol demanded that Jitae counsel her right this second, leaving Giant utterly speechless as he stared at the youngest girl, while Yubom stood nearby giggling to herself, fully aware that she had accidentally planted a dangerous seed of jealousy inside the child's head. Sensing that the atmosphere was turning risky, Yubom quickly slipped away under the excuse of making dinner, leaving Jitae and Gyeol to handle the mess by themselves. But the instant she stepped outside the room, her smile disappeared, and her expression turned dark and gloomy, as though the vision she had just seen had terrified her far more than she was willing to admit. Inside the room, Jitae had no choice but to sit down on the floor with a reluctant expression, beginning an unplanned counseling session for the youngest girl, while the world outside was already being swallowed by breaking news about the S+ ranked dungeon raid event known as Malaysia's Ball. Professor Wyan appeared on television with a commanding presence, announcing the plan for this massive campaign as reporters questioned whether allowing cadets to participate in such a dangerous mission was far too reckless. But with a confident smile, she declared that the strength of this year's cadets had risen many times beyond anything seen in the past. One after another, the emblems of top guilds and powerful clans flashed across the screen, promising an intense struggle for positions, while Wyan emphasized that they had invested an enormous amount of money, manpower, and preparation to ensure the event's complete success. In the offices, reporters and staff typed frantically, racing to update the hottest headlines, while the professor ended her speech with ambitious red eyes that seemed to glow with hidden malice, quietly concealing the dark conspiracy behind the event. Elsewhere, Guak Panwi watched the broadcast in a foul mood, grinding his teeth in rage as his cast-covered arm reminded him of his crushing defeat against Jitae, while Hashimoto stood nearby and wondered about her superior's sudden harshness. Guak Panwi clenched his fist and shifted every ounce of blame onto the man named X, the one who had completely ruined his plan, telling himself that once he survived this rough patch, everything would return to normal. Staring at Wyan on the screen, he fantasized about the day she would seize the throne and imagined himself sharing in her glory, before turning to Hashimoto and bragging about the preparations already made for Malaysia's Ball. Seeing that Hashimoto seemed hungry for gossip, Panui suddenly remembered that this was classified information and quickly told her to pretend she had heard nothing, but Hashimoto had no intention of giving up that easily. She turned on her charm at once, pleading with him while swearing that her lips were completely sealed, and with a falsely sweet smile and eyes glittering like stars, she melted Panui's stubborn heart before he could properly defend himself. Guak Panui's face flushed bright red, because even heroes could not resist a pretty face, and his resolve began to waver under Hashimoto's shameless attack. In the end, he finally spilled the secret, though he did not forget to warn her that she absolutely must not repeat it to anyone. The classified information was shocking beyond measure. 2 Calamity-class demons and 1 Disaster-class demon were going to attend the gala, and as the truth settled in, powerful entities with glowing red eyes and overwhelming bloodlust slowly revealed themselves from the darkness. Among them was none other than Lord Hasegawa, a name terrifying enough to send shivers down anyone's spine. Right in the middle of the story, Guak Panui's phone suddenly rang, and he quickly stepped away to take the call, leaving Hashimoto sitting there by herself. The moment he was gone, the sweet expression she had worn only seconds earlier vanished without a trace, replaced by a razor-sharp glare as she bit her lip slightly, her face filled with cold calculation, as though she had just secured a very valuable piece of prey. It turned out Hashimoto had been a spy all along. She secretly reported the situation to someone else, stating that she had successfully obtained the necessary information, and the coldness in her eyes made it painfully clear that the cheerful date from earlier had been nothing more than a complete act. Back at the penthouse, Gaol and Gyul were lying flat on the floor, seriously studying chickens through a book, and when they saw Jitae preparing to head out, Gyul's eyes lit up like high beams. Even then, she did not forget her most important request, telling him to remember to buy fried chicken for her. Jitae stepped out wearing an incredibly elegant black suit beneath a long trench coat, carrying the refined aura of a gentleman, and the 2 little girls were completely dazzled by the old uncle's fresh new appearance, freezing for several seconds as they stared at him. Gaol innocently asked if he was going to attend someone's wedding, since he had dressed up so sharply, but the answer that met her excitement was Jitae's cold gaze as he told her that he was attending a funeral. The 2 children stared blankly at each other, unable to understand what kind of event a funeral was for it to sound so serious. The sunset slowly fell over the penthouse, signaling that a long and turbulent night was about to begin. Jitae strode through the crowded plaza, his funeral clothes seeming to separate him from the lively world moving around him, while painful memories suddenly rushed back without warning. The image of a girl with a bleeding wound tightened his heart, followed by the memory of himself screaming in despair inside a pool of blood, a past he never wanted to repeat, and then the disgusting smile of the old man Hasegawa, the mastermind behind every tragedy he had been forced to endure. Jitae gnashed his teeth as a chilling bloodlust radiated from him, while the name Hasegawa carved itself deeper into his mind. Around him, the crowd began buzzing with chatter about a beautiful girl standing alone in the middle of the plaza, waiting for someone, and they wondered what kind of tycoon an absolute stunner like Yu-Bomb could possibly be waiting for while dressed so luxuriously. Yu-Bomb stood there in a glamorous black dress layered beneath a highly elegant white blazer, drawing every eye in the area, and the moment she caught sight of Jitae's familiar silhouette, her eyes instantly brightened. Yu-Bomb hopped up and down, waving her hand with pure excitement while completely ignoring the attention of everyone around her, then ran over with a pout and blamed Jitae for making her wait so long, looking both embarrassed by the staring crowd and sorry for herself. Then she spun around eagerly, asking whether the outfit matched his tone and whether it looked good on her. But when Jitae kept the same straight face without giving her the reaction she wanted, Yu-Bomb immediately began turning on her cute charms to soften the atmosphere. Jitae only sighed and ordered Bomb to go back home at once, because he did not want her getting dragged into such a dangerous matter. He had already predicted that she would argue, that she would insist he definitely needed her help this time, and Yu-Bomb's jaw dropped in shock because he had read her thoughts perfectly just as she was about to say those exact words. Jitae continued reading her like an open book, saying she would claim that if he went alone, the timid Yu-Bomb would be left behind, crying all night while waiting for him to return, as if they were trapped inside some sappy movie script. Bomb silently stared at him, clearly not expecting Jitae to understand her psychology so thoroughly, but he was not teasing her. He stated plainly that he was going to kill people, that he was not some kind of good person, and then bluntly warned her that everything waiting ahead would be brutal, ugly, and far from clean, which was why he did not want her to witness those things with her own eyes. He demanded that she return home quickly, but Yu-Bomb turned the question back on him, asking whether he understood what it felt like to live in a clan like hers. She explained that living in that clan meant being forced to see destiny, along with the unbearable helplessness of knowing what would happen yet being unable to change anything, and that feeling was truly horrible. Then she recounted the heartbreaking destiny she had seen only yesterday, where an autistic child killed the mother who had cared for him for 20 years. A cruel tragedy Yu-Bomb could only watch in despair, unable to intervene, unable to save anyone, and unable to stop anything. Yu-Bomb gently placed her hand on Jitae's arm and told him that no matter what happened, she still wanted to stay by his side and help him. She desperately wanted to support Jitae, the same way he had once saved that woman before. Jitae let out a weary sigh, clearly beginning to waver under her determination and sincerity. In the end, he finally agreed, but he did not forget to threaten her first, warning that if she caused even the slightest trouble, he would kick her back home immediately. Hearing that, Yubom's face instantly lit up, and she happily replied, "Yes, sir," as though she had just claimed a major victory. The story paused there before shifting to Kyoto, Japan, where the city at night stood beneath countless high-rise buildings packed tightly together, hiding dark secrets that were slowly beginning to come alive. Inside a luxurious room, a henchman bowed his head and reported to Lord Hasegawa that every preparation for the plan had been completed. A powerful hand reached out and took hold of a black fedora, releasing a mysterious and highly dangerous aura, and the figure beneath it was none other than Hasegawa, a calamity-class demon with glowing red eyes and a horrifying smile, eagerly anticipating the fun that was about to begin. Later, Kyoto appeared under the brilliant glow of late afternoon, the ancient city bathed in sunset while carrying an air of deep mystery. At its center, a modern skyscraper shone brightly against the fading sky, serving as the venue for a grand high society event. Inside the banquet hall, the atmosphere was extremely lively, with elegant guests raising their glasses, exchanging smiles, and filling the room with polished laughter. Then the elevator chimed, announcing the arrival of someone new. Jitae and Yubom stepped out in elegant pitch-black attire, and Yubom was struck with awe for a moment, her emerald eyes widening as she took in the extravagance before her. Beneath the gorgeous chandeliers, couples guided one another across the floor to the melodious rhythm of a waltz, while the surrounding crowd, filled with aristocratic faces, remained completely absorbed in business small talk and multi-billion-won contracts. The two of them calmly made their way into the main hall, blending into this vain world as they began their mission. Yubom softly whispered to Jitae, realizing that this was the very place where he would have to enter a life-or-death battle. And even though she had already seen it through her heavenly destiny ability, she still felt overwhelmed because the place looked nothing like a battlefield. Jitae coldly reminded her not to let her guard down because they were standing in the middle of the enemy's den. Yubom scanned the surroundings, noticing that the guests appeared to be ordinary humans rather than demons. But before she could think further, a glamorous blonde woman suddenly stepped forward and started a conversation with Jitae. Recognizing him as a completely fresh face, she curiously asked which prestigious family he belonged to. The woman smiled with clear meaning, her gaze unable to hide her interest in Jitae's cold exterior, while he casually replied that he was from the Konosuke family. Hearing that name, she was astonished, because it belonged to a highly powerful ninja clan, and she laughed with delight, saying she had never expected such a mysterious family to have such a handsome man. Meanwhile, another man also began making his way toward Yubom, but before he could properly approach her, the blonde woman beside Jitae took her chance first and invited him to dance, only for Jitae to refuse without hesitation, giving the blunt and simple reason that he did not know how to dance. Even after being rejected, the woman refused to back down, confidently insisting that it would not be a problem because she could lead him herself. But just as she pressed in again, Yubom reached out and caught Jitae's hand, cutting through the woman's persistence with one decisive move. Jitae turned in slight surprise, looking at the partner who had stepped in to rescue him, while Yubom gave the woman a bright but clearly loaded smile and declared that Jitae had already promised to be her dance partner beforehand. Caught off guard by the sudden interruption, the blonde woman froze in place, her expression twisting with obvious annoyance and jealousy, before she turned away and stormed off in a huff, not forgetting to grumble under her breath about how rude the two of them were. Once only the two of them remained, Yubom softly asked Jitae if they really did have a dance planned, then quietly reminded him that the two of them had taken a dance class together before, as if giving him a reason he could not easily reject. Around them, the banquet hall was already shifting into motion, with guests pairing up enthusiastically beneath the dazzling lights, and Yubom judged that blending in completely was the safest way to avoid drawing suspicion, so she asked him to try dancing with her. Then Yubom slightly lifted the hem of her black dress and performed an elegant, graceful greeting, while Jitae looked at her in silence, seeming to understand that this was the best way to maintain their cover for the moment. He extended his black-gloved hand and took hers, stepping forward with her onto the dance floor. The moment the pair appeared beneath the lights, the surrounding guests began whispering among themselves, their curiosity rising as they watched the striking couple enter the center of attention. A few nearby girls murmured with jealousy over Yubom's beauty, while the man from earlier could not take his eyes off her, and someone else was already thinking of waiting until the dance ended before approaching the handsome Jitae for a conversation. In the middle of the splendid banquet hall, Jitae and Yubom began to glide with the music, moving in perfect rhythm like a genuine high society couple who belonged among the elite. Yubom smiled and teased Jitae, saying his dancing had improved a lot and that he must have been secretly practicing alone. But Jitae kept his dead guacpanwi expression and flatly insisted that he had absolutely no time to play around. Without changing his tone, he asked whether Yubom had sensed anything unusual, and she replied that the people present did not seem like demons or brainwashed victims, though the atmosphere itself still felt strangely wrong. Then Yubom turned the question back to him and asked about the target they were hunting. Jitae revealed that their target was someone who always hid behind the guise of an artist and loved playing music. But right at that moment, a low voice echoed from directly behind them, calling out the exact fake identity Jitae had just created. An old man wearing a mysterious smile appeared before them and introduced himself as Hasegawa, the host of the gala, casually shaking Jitae's hand as he apologized for interrupting their private moment before turning his curious gaze toward the beautiful girl standing beside him. Yubom bowed slightly with polished grace and introduced herself as Haru, the personal secretary of the second young master of the Nosek family, then smoothly followed with flattering praise, saying she had long heard of Mr. Hasegawa's illustrious reputation and his soul-stirring compositions. Hasegawa smiled in clear satisfaction, while Yubom secretly reached out and grabbed Jitae's sleeve, creating an intimate atmosphere right in front of the old man's eyes. She even added a shamelessly cheesy line, saying she and her boss also wished to become a pair of beautiful butterflies so they could immerse themselves in tonight's party. The old man burst into laughter, praising the two of them as a true match made in heaven, and even wished Yubom a swift path toward becoming a genuine lady of that prestigious family. With his dead guakpanwi expression still fixed on his face, Jitae quietly whispered to Yubom, asking whether she was overacting a little too much. Before she could answer, a subordinate suddenly stepped forward and reported that all preparations for Lord Hasegawa's performance had been completed. Yubom looked visibly thrilled, saying she could hardly wait any longer to enjoy his artistry, and Hasegawa responded with practiced humility before preparing to begin. The instant the old man turned away, Yubom's gaze sharpened into something cold and dangerous, and she asked Jitae whether he intended to send that old man off for good today. Jitae watched the targets retreating back and explained that the old man was immortal, which meant taking him down was not as simple as she imagined, because even after death he would always resurrect eventually. It was only a matter of time before he returned, and with a pensive gaze, Jitae revealed that the duration of that resurrection period was a staggering 10 years. He said that if Yubom had not been there holding him back, he probably would have leveled the entire extravagant venue together with that old man on the spot. To Jitae, 10 years was already enough time to put an end to Hasegawa's annoying existence, so completely eradicating him was not necessary right now. However, Yubom reminded him that he had personally said her presence was necessary for this mission. Jitae stayed silent for a moment, then gave a slight nod, admitting that he understood what she was trying to say. Up on the stage, an announcement echoed through the banquet hall, signaling the beginning of the performance with Liszt's masterpiece, La Campanella. Jitae instructed Yubom that the party would only continue until tomorrow, so they had to use every single second they had to take action. Yubom's eyes suddenly filled with firm resolve, and she swore that she would absolutely find a way to finish off that old man today. On the stage, Hasegawa had already taken his seat, his demeanor no different from that of a true musical maestro, and with a triumphant smile spreading across his face, he prepared to begin his show. Then the piano music rang out. However, hidden beneath the melody were bizarre glowing red notes that began spreading through the entire space, silently infecting the atmosphere under the cover of his elegant performance. Night fell over Kyoto, yet the skyscraper remained brightly lit, standing like a lighthouse in the middle of the quiet city. Inside the deserted hotel corridor, only the faint sound of footsteps echoed across the red carpet. Suddenly, Yubom stumbled and sank down, her face turning pale from intense pain, forcing Jitae to quickly move in and check on her. She clutched her chest with heavy breathing and confessed that she felt incredibly nauseous. Jitae looked at her with genuine worry in his eyes and softly called her name, telling her that if she could not endure it anymore, she should head back because it still was not too late. Yubom tried to steady herself, explaining that this was the first time she had ever heard such a disgusting piece of music, one filled with foul energy so vile that it made her entire body rebel against it. Jitae turned away in thought, as though the old man's piano playing was still lingering in his mind and haunting the space around them. He said this place was too filthy and evil, and that it truly was not meant for someone like her. Illusions of glowing red notes materialized around them like an ominous warning, and Jitae asserted that a kid like Yubom should not be forced to face things like this. He asked why she stubbornly insisted on throwing herself into such a place just to witness these horrible sights. Yubom bowed her head in silence, her sorrowful eyes staring into the empty void. Then she softly said that if she had not come, Jitae would probably have to keep fighting all alone in this defiled world forever. Her words left Jitae stunned because he had not expected her to care about him that deeply. The next morning, the sound of a door opening signaled the arrival of a new day and the beginning of far more tense developments. Yubom stepped out with a completely fresh look, her entire presence filled with determination, and she asserted that she had not spent the whole night merely sitting there and shivering. With a smile carrying a bloodthirsty aura, she declared that today would be the final performance of Old Man Hasegawa's life. The audience began to shriek as the glowing red notes suffocated the atmosphere, their bodies twisting in sickening angles while their mouths gaped wide to release bizarre broken noises that no living human should have been able to make. In the middle of that zombie-like crowd, Jitae and Yubom still stood firm, facing the madness spreading through the banquet hall without being swallowed by it. Looking at the humans around her, Yubom realized a chilling truth. None of them possessed life anymore. Jitae casually confirmed her suspicion, stating that they were nothing more than soulless corpses, then explained that the entire audience seated here were only toys, puppets that Hasegawa had constructed from dead bodies. Yubom smiled with complete confidence and asserted that, as a dragon daughter, there was no way she could mistake something like this. It turned out that earlier, when she had touched the elegant guests, she had already sensed something unusual beneath their polished appearances. A surge of brilliant blue energy radiated from her hand, exposing the truth hidden beneath the human facade. Yubom was certain that an artificial life pulse was operating inside them, and it only became fully exposed once that artist began playing his music. The audience laughed and clapped, but their eyes were terrifyingly hollow and vacant. The horrifying truth had finally been revealed. The only things truly alive on the bodies of those corpses were the pairs of ears attached to them. Jitae curled his lip in disgust, exposing Hasegawa's perverted hobby of collecting real human ears. That mad artist had meticulously sewn each pair of ears onto the corpses, creating his ideal audience, one that existed only to worship his music. Jitae thought to himself that he had been too impatient in his previous lives, killing Hasegawa before he could discover this hidden secret. Returning to the discussion, Yubom questioned Hasegawa's immortality and brought up the catalyst used by those who formed contracts with demons. She drew a picture of a demon on paper to illustrate the law of cause and effect that came with selling one's soul. According to her explanation, if a demon failed to achieve its purpose after transformation, then it would have to undergo a process of molting. Yubom's eyes sparkled with excitement as she made a suggestion, clearly believing she had found the solution. Jitae agreed, but before anything else, he needed to force that man to expose whatever he was hiding. He fell into thought, calculating silently as darkness covered his cold face. In the end, Jitae decided to act according to the plan Yubom had laid out. Back in the auditorium, Hasegawa lifted his hands from the keys, looking bitterly disappointed that he still could not find anyone with ears capable of truly listening. Then his glowing red eyes revealed his true demonic nature, and he howled in rage as his sacred performance was interrupted. Hasegawa ordered his minions to immediately sever the ears of those who had dared to disturb him, and at his command, the living dead lunged forward like starving beasts while he remained at a distance, calmly directing the massacre from behind them. Surrounded on every side, Yubom looked at Jitae and asked whether this was the kind of brutal world he had always been facing. Jitae nodded without hesitation, and the girl quietly closed her eyes, as if that single answer had settled something inside her. A surge of emerald green power began radiating from Yubom's body as she decided that she wanted to understand more of the world belonging to the man beside her, not from behind his back, not as someone waiting to be protected, but as someone willing to stand in the same danger. The walking corpses pounced, yet before they could reach her, an enormous invisible pressure exploded outward and blasted the monstrous bodies back. Yubom stood firm, her blue hair whipping through the air as violent magical energy rose around her, and then she spoke to the souls destined to rot and decay. Brilliant rune circles surfaced one after another, carrying the authority of ordainment, until a massive magic formation shone beneath everyone's feet and forced every creature in the auditorium to collapse to its knees. The overwhelming power made the entire space tremble, and magical chains wrapped tightly around the corpses, binding them so completely that they could not move even a single millimeter. Even Hasegawa could not escape it. His face twisted in astonishment as that authority pressed down on him, and dragon scales began appearing across Yubom's cheeks while she activated her ultimate skill, Destiny of Life. With a razor-sharp gaze, she declared that she would handle all of the puppets so Jitae could move freely. Jitae looked at her with complete trust, then immediately turned toward the true target and dashed forward like a dark streak of death. While the living dead remained pinned beneath the dragon daughter's magic, Hasegawa struggled inside the brilliant blue circles, hissing through his teeth as he failed to understand what kind of wicked spell could restrain him. He roared in fury, insisting that such measly magic could never hold him down, but his demonic energy was too violent, and Yubom quickly began burning out as the scales on her cheeks started to fade. Seeing her falter, Jitae understood that she was still too young to suppress a demon like Hasegawa alone. The corpses seized that opening and rushed forward, shrieking hideously right in front of his face, but Jitae moved in an instant, swinging his blade and creating dark flashes that tore through space itself, blasting away everything blocking his path. Jitae's face was cold as he looked straight at Hasegawa, who was howling in rage because his show had been ruined, his hands clawing at the air as he failed to accept that someone had dared to look down on his melody. He threatened to cut off both of their ears and attach them to his loyal puppets, turning them into part of his eternal audience, and with a twisted smile spreading beneath his glowing red eyes, Hasegawa promised that this gift would grant them absolute silence. In the next instant, he activated his molting state, draining energy from the puppets around him to force his own strength higher, while Jitae quietly observed the sickening transformation and understood that this was Hasegawa's final trump card. The magic shattered under that swelling malice, and Yubom collapsed to the floor, exhausted and panting as she apologized for being unable to maintain the spell any longer. Jitae gently told her that what she had done was already more than enough, and when Yubom looked up at him, her eyes were filled with absolute trust. Jitae stepped forward, his right hand wrapped in a pitch-black, chilling mist as he prepared to end everything, and in the center of the ruined auditorium, his silhouette radiated a terrifying bloodlust. Hasegawa lunged madly, screaming about the arrogance of those who dared to whisper in his presence, calling their existence nothing but useless noise that insulted true art. Yubom anxiously called Jitae's name as the demon closed in, but Hasegawa only laughed with gleeful cruelty, convinced that he was about to punish the insolent fool before him. He bellowed that the performance was sacred and that no one had the right to stop it, then invoked the laws of ancient Egypt to justify the brutal act of cutting off ears. Grabbing a corpse by the hair, he treated it like proof of how useless ears were when they did not know how to listen. But Jitae continued walking calmly through the resurrecting corpses, the pitch-black sword in his hand vibrating slightly, and then delivered the bitterest insult possible, calling Hasegawa's entire performance absolute garbage. That single sentence tore deeper than any blade. With his ego shattered, Hasegawa shrieked and cursed Jitae as the true demon, but in the next flash, a dark streak of light gleamed through the auditorium, and Hasegawa's head separated cleanly from his neck. The slash was so decisive that the demon's body remained standing upright for several moments afterward, and the force behind the strike was powerful enough to shake the entire high-rise building. Yubom stared in utter shock at the brutal scene that had unfolded before her eyes, while Hasegawa's severed head tumbled across the floor, his eyes still wide open in complete bewilderment. Hasegawa's severed head rolled through a pool of murky black blood, ending the madness of the self-proclaimed artist who had turned death itself into a stage. Jitae stood over his fallen enemy with a cold gaze, not a single ripple of emotion crossing his face, and declared that Hasegawa's little playtime ended right there. Only then did the demon's body collapse heavily to the floor, the headless corpse reduced to something utterly pathetic. The white-haired old man's severed head rolled across the floor, blood splattering in every direction, while Jitae casually walked over and stepped on it as though it were nothing more than a broken toy. He looked down at the enemy beneath his foot with a cold, unmoved gaze, completely unfazed by the horrific sight. In the distance, Yubom stared in utter shock as the enemy was taken down by a single clean slash, her jaw falling open as cold sweat slid down her cheek from sheer disbelief. The moment Yubom called out, "Mr." Jitae immediately reassured her that a freak like this would not die so easily. Beneath his foot, the severed head began letting out strange, raspy chuckles. Hasegawa realized that Jitae's power went far beyond the understanding of ordinary superhumans, and with a grin stretching from ear to ear, he claimed that Jitae was the one he had been searching for all this time. Jitae asked him flatly what his goal was, whether he wanted to slay demons or bring world peace, but he shut him down almost instantly, saying that dying men usually talked too much. Then he exposed the truth. The old man had signed a contract with the Abyss as a deranged performer, and his immortal power was actually a gift from Amarbarka, the Lord of the Abyss. Shocked that Jitae knew his secrets so clearly, Hasegawa asked what his true identity was, but Jitae only looked down at him with a cold gaze and said the old man was wrong about one thing. Hasegawa remained stubborn, insisting that even if the audience had left, his show would continue, while his corpse forced itself back onto its knees, desperately clinging to his so-called performance art. He laughed maniacally and declared that he would create a brand new audience with his own hands right there. The moment those words left his mouth, countless creepy red threads shot out and surrounded the room. Yubom was caught off guard as the threads wrapped tightly around her body and suspended her in midair, and horror flashed across her face when she realized she could not move at all. Hasegawa admitted that Jitae was strong, but the girl beside him was simply too weak. Then he forced Yubom to grip a sharp shard of glass, turning her into a murderous puppet in his hands. Jitae stood still, watching as the thick red threads blocked every path between them, while the old man claimed that no matter how strong humans became, they were always bound by their humanity. Hasegawa mockingly called that bondage love, then smirked as he threatened that if Jitae touched him, Yubom would die, and if he stood still, she would kill him. With that cruel choice forced onto him, the controlled Yubom lunged straight toward Jitae. The glass shard in Yubom's hand hovered above Jitae, ready to stab down, while Hasegawa gloated from the side, waiting for the pair to finish each other off with their own hands. Jitae only smirked and criticized the old man's terrible taste, saying it had not changed at all, his face remaining terrifyingly calm even as Yubom's forced attack came rushing toward him. Then, without warning, the red threads were shredded apart by strange bursts of green light. Hasegawa's eyes widened in shock, unable to understand what the hell that light was, and in the next instant, the banquet hall vanished completely, replaced by a vast universe filled with countless stars. The old man panicked, convinced he had been dragged into some kind of illusion, but Yubom appeared before him and coldly declared that he had stepped into her inner world. Brilliant strands of green mana wrapped around her arms, releasing a divine pressure that seemed capable of forcing everything to its knees, and Hasegawa shuddered as he finally realized that this girl had never been human from the beginning. He was bound tightly in midair by chains of light, helpless and suspended like an insect caught in a web, while Yubom looked down at him with the eyes of a god and stated that her power came from the Great Azure. Hasegawa screamed that even if his current strength had been weakened, his source would never lose to hers, but behind Yubom, the silhouette of the Great Azure Dragon emerged, a mythical being that held the power to create life and magic, while the green threads moved under her control like extensions of her own hands. Yubom gently reminded him that he had gotten one very important thing wrong. While tied up tightly, Hasegawa had arrogantly called Jitae and her a passionate pair of lovers, but Yubom corrected him on the spot with a cold voice. They were not lovers. Then a mysterious little smile crossed her face as she added that they were not lovers yet. Behind the green threads wrapped tightly around his face, Hasegawa's bloodshot red eye trembled, and his head was bound so firmly that he could only choke out meaningless groans. When he woke again, he found himself inside an unfamiliar cathedral, facing Jitae and the green-haired girl. Jitae explained that the original hotel had collapsed, meaning the old man could no longer perform there, so he had moved both of them to this place instead. The gloomy yet magnificent cathedral became the perfect stage for the grand finale, and there, Jitae exposed Hasegawa's crimes, revealing him as the one who had indirectly forced countless people to slaughter each other in this place. Horrific memories flooded back into the old man's mind. Images of humans butchering one another in a mad frenzy, while the cries and despair of the unfortunate victims he had once used as entertainment echoed through the cathedral. Hasegawa had used those red threads to control the souls of the living like mindless puppets, turning their terror, violence, and deaths into another twisted performance. Yubom stood in silence, sadness faintly darkening her eyes as she looked at the wreckage left behind by the old man's atrocities, while Jitae declared that his final show would end right here, in this sacred place. Hasegawa answered with a defiant smirk, asking whether Jitae had truly forgotten who he was, then proudly boasted that his musical pieces had been composed through the sacrifice of countless souls to demons, convinced that as long as an audience remained alive to remember his work, he would continue to exist forever. He screamed with frantic certainty, insisting that there was no possible way to end his life, but Jitae simply grabbed his head and admitted that, under normal methods, killing him right now really would be impossible. Then he mocked the old man for standing there with such arrogance when he had never even prepared himself to face death, and in the next instant, a surge of dark energy erupted from Jitae's hand, making it clear that Hasegawa was about to experience something far worse than dying. Jitae's grip tightened, his hand stained with blood and wrapped in overwhelming pitch-black magic, while the full scene revealed the absolute dominance of the regressor over the disaster-class demon now groveling beneath him. Hasegawa shrieked in agony as he felt his soul being crushed piece by piece, and Jitae stepped down onto his ruined body, coldly explaining that failing to perform was a serious breach of contract before ordering him in a chilling voice to perform right now. Hasegawa roared back, still clinging to the belief that the body of a disaster-class demon would recover in no time, but his eyes suddenly shrank in terror when he realized that his severed arm showed no sign of regenerating. Yubom stood nearby with her magic active, directly interfering with the old man's recovery and choking out every trace of his regeneration until Hasegawa's body began dissolving into strange flakes of green light. She looked down coldly at the defeated enemy as he slowly faded into nothingness, while he screamed in despair that he could still perform, only for a pitch-black explosion of energy to erupt and begin erasing his existence from reality. Inside his collapsing mind, Hasegawa desperately told himself that losing one arm meant nothing and that his show could still continue, then screamed Amarbarka's name, begging the Lord of the Abyss to hear the first piece for which he had sacrificed his soul. He pleaded through tears and blood, hoping for one last salvation from the demon he worshipped, but the only answer was silence, while Jitae and Yubom watched with blank expressions as if witnessing the curtain fall on a cheap play. The headless corpse sitting at the piano bench began turning into ash, scattering through the air as the final fragments drifted across Jitae's gloves, marking the permanent end of the madman. In the silent cathedral, Jitae stood without moving, watching the last glowing particles of Hasegawa's remains fade completely into nothingness. Jitae's gaze was unusually calm, as if the crushing burden of that life-or-death battle had finally lifted from his shoulders, while Yubom looked around the quiet cathedral in a daze and gently asked what kind of horrific things had truly happened in this place. Without answering right away, Jitae suddenly reached his hand toward her, making Yubom flinch as her cheeks instantly flushed with embarrassment. But instead of patting her head, he pinched her cheek hard and scolded her for daring to carry out such a reckless and dangerous plan. Rubbing her reddened cheek, Yubom argued that they never would have been able to destroy Hasegawa if she had not done things that way, and as Jitae heard her answer, the anger in his expression slowly faded. Then he gently placed his hand on her head, offering a rare gesture of care from a man who was usually so cold, and as he looked deep into her eyes, he gave her the most sincere praise he could offer for everything she had done. Good job. Yubom's eyes sparkled with pure happiness the moment she heard his acknowledgement, and when Jitae suggested that they should head back, she answered with the brightest smile she had shown all night, softly replying with a sweet, okay. The invitation to go home echoed through the silence, marking the peaceful end of a long night filled with chaos and death, as Jitae and Yubom walked side by side toward the bright light at the end of the road, closing the final chapter on the musical dictator. It was a beautiful sunny day in the family penthouse, and for once, the atmosphere seemed almost perfectly peaceful as sunlight poured through the wide windows and fell across the lush green plants decorating the living room. Gail sat on the floor in front of the coffee table, completely focused as she wrote in a thick notebook, humming softly to herself with the satisfied expression of someone deeply pleased with her own work. The notebook turned out to be her self-made Mr. Observation diary, and on the very first page, she had drawn Mr. Jitae standing on top of the world, accompanied by a bold statement claiming that he was the strongest person on the entire planet. Gale had also written that he had probably been alone for a very long time, which might explain why he never seemed to care much about his surroundings, and beside that note, she had drawn a serious-looking version of Jitae while guessing that he must be hiding countless untold stories. Below it, she had drawn a suit with another note declaring that Mr. looked incredibly sharp whenever he wore one. And as Gale propped her chin on her hand, her thoughts quickly drifted far away from the diary in front of her. In her imagination, she saw herself wearing a glamorous dress while dancing with him beneath dazzling lights, with Jitae dressed in a sleek black suit, looking even cooler than usual. The more deeply she sank into that fantasy, the more her face flushed, until she stuck out her tongue with a slightly goofy grin, completely unaware of how suspicious she looked from the outside. Right at that moment, Jitae appeared behind her and asked why she was smiling with such a creepy expression, making Gale jolt in shock and let out a loud shriek. She frantically covered the notebook with both hands and insisted that it was nothing, but her panicked attitude betrayed her immediately, while Jitae calmly glanced at the cheesy title written across the cover, Mr. Observation Diary. Trying to recover, Gale quickly made an excuse, saying that she planned to add more drawings once they became closer, but Jitae only gave her a cold, expressionless "oh" before turning away. Before leaving, he reminded her to finish writing soon so she could move on to her other chores, and only after he walked off did Gale finally release the breath she had been holding. She told herself that next time she should hide in her room before writing anything like this, just to stay safe. But then a strange thought suddenly crossed her mind. Normally, Jitae never paid attention to what she was doing, yet today he had been the one to approach her and ask first. Realizing that, Gale crossed out the line claiming that he did not care about his surroundings, wondering if maybe he was slowly beginning to change after all. Her imagination started running again, and she happily convinced herself that she might be the reason he was becoming warmer. While she was still lost in that delusion, Gale suddenly appeared out of nowhere and read the diary's title aloud, giving Gale a second shock in the same morning. Then, without hesitation, Gale brutally criticized her sister's drawing skills, saying they were terrible and that even she could probably do better. Gale suddenly noticed that Gyeol was holding Mr. Jitae's civil servant ID card, and when she asked where she had gotten it, the little kid casually admitted that she had just stolen it. Gale immediately told her to return it to him right away, but Gyeol only pouted and refused, leaving her sister both shocked and curious enough to take the card and examine it for herself. On the card was Jitae's portrait, wearing the same stoic expression he always had, but the moment Gale noticed his birthday written as December 12th, her eyes instantly lit up. Meanwhile, at the International Superhuman Association headquarters, the mood was the complete opposite of peaceful. A news broadcast on the television was reporting a horrific explosion that had just occurred in downtown Kyoto, Japan, where the blast had torn through the upper floors of a hotel and unleashed a massive shockwave strong enough to collapse part of the building. The identity of the culprit and the number of casualties were still unknown, but with firefighters and police working urgently at the scene, many had already begun suspecting that the disaster was the work of a superhuman. The footage showed a devastated area buried beneath thick smoke and dust, until a hand pressed a button on the remote and cut the broadcast off in the middle of the report. Jefferson Antonio covered his face and released a heavy sigh filled with exhaustion and irritation before turning his anger toward the subordinate standing in front of him. That subordinate was Minamoto Ai, the world's 13th ranked superhuman and a special agent serving the Japanese royal family. Jefferson slammed the table and shouted that he refused to accept how they still did not know who had caused the explosion, then demanded to know what kind of information the Japanese royal family was hiding about this disaster. His voice was so loud that Minamoto Ai felt a splitting headache coming on, silently cursing that the old man was being far too noisy. Unfortunately for her, Jefferson's hearing was sharp enough to catch it, and he immediately snapped that he had heard every word she had just mumbled. He emphasized that they needed to investigate quickly because the higher-ups were already panicking, so I promised to handle it as soon as possible and tried to slip away before the conversation could drag on any longer. But Jefferson refused to let her off that easily, saying that he still had many important things left to discuss, forcing I to stop and release a weary sigh. Then Jefferson held up a report revealing that the secretary's office had just received an anonymous tip about an upcoming gala at Malaysia's Ball Dungeon. Minamoto Ai kept a cold expression and calmly asked what the big deal was, but Jefferson warned that something extremely dangerous was about to happen there, causing A to instantly guess that demons were planning to cause trouble. Jefferson nodded in confirmation, his face turning deadly serious as he revealed that the intelligence pointed to 2 demons, 1 disaster class and 1 calamity class, hiding inside the association and preparing to reveal themselves soon. Even Minamoto Ai's expression changed the moment she heard that, and as her hand moved to the hilt of her sword, the air inside the room suddenly grew unbearably heavy. She asked Jefferson directly whether he was prepared to take full responsibility for what he had just said, and for a moment the two simply glared at each other in a tense standoff, neither willing to back down. Jefferson then explained that the anonymous tip had been sent straight to his own desk, meaning the informant had been skilled enough to bypass every layer of the association's security without leaving even the faintest trace behind. At first he had assumed the whole thing was nothing more than fiction, but once they began cross-checking the details, the clues aligned with terrifying accuracy. Hearing that, I sarcastically remarked that this was clearly not the time for him to criticize her family, then wondered why he was choosing to reveal such crucial information to her in the first place. Jefferson answered by reminding her that the dungeon in question was located directly within Japan's territorial waters. A map appeared, showing a demon unit from the Balkans moving straight toward Malaysia's ball dungeon, and Jefferson ordered Ai to lead the Japanese royal family's underground special forces unit to quietly eliminate those demons before the situation could spread. Meanwhile, the association's own airborne special forces would be responsible for wiping out the rats hiding inside their ranks. He emphasized that every order he had just given was a classified command from the highest level, and that the entire operation needed to be handled smoothly so no rumors would leak during the year-end holidays. Outside the window, the busy city streets stretched endlessly beneath the evening lights, while Minamoto Ai sat in her car, silently despising Jefferson's arrogance and the way he treated her family as nothing more than cleanup crews for the association's messes. She suspected that this tip about the demons was closely connected to Hasegawa's mysterious disappearance, because if a Calamity-class demon like Hasegawa had truly been taken down by a single person, then whoever did it possessed terrifying ability. AI narrowed her eyes, trying to piece every event together, and wondered what that person's ultimate goal could possibly be. The co-driver asked whether they should assemble the underground special forces unit immediately, but Ai remained unusually calm and ordered the team to stay on standby for now, since she wanted to personally check a few things first. She decided that she would stop by the Chungcheon banquet first and see what the situation looked like with her own eyes. A shiny gold badge hung from the rearview mirror as the car continued forward, and by then, night had fallen over the city. At the same time, the family penthouse was wrapped in silence beneath a sky filled with stars. The door opened with a quiet click, marking the moment Jitae finally returned home after a long, exhausting day, and as he stepped into the pitch-black room with fatigue written plainly across his face, a sudden voice began counting from the darkness. 1, 2, before the lights flashed on all at once and confetti burst through the air. "Happy birthday, mister!" All four dragon girls shouted together, freezing Jitae in place for several seconds as Gael stood proudly in the center of the room with a strawberry cream cake in her hands, while Yoriam, Yubom, and little Jeol cheered around her with far more energy than the tired man could immediately process. Jitae stared at them blankly and asked whose birthday it was, completely failing to remember the date, so Yubom smiled and explained that she had accidentally seen his ID card a few days earlier, while Gael confidently declared that December 12th was definitely Mr. Jitae's birthday and no one else's. Only then did Jitae realize that she was right, and before he could properly react, Gael proudly asked whether he was surprised and whether their grand entrance had not been absolutely amazing. Her excitement overflowing as she added that this was the first time she had ever thrown a birthday party for someone. She looked so delighted that anyone watching might have mistaken the celebration for her own birthday, but Jitae's attention soon shifted to Gael's glamorous outfit, and while somehow finding a bright red party hat placed on his own head, he asked her what exactly she was wearing. Gael grinned from ear to ear and explained that since this was a birthday party, she had borrowed Sister Yubom's dress to match the fancy atmosphere, then twirled in place and asked Jitae if it suited her face bright with anticipation. A moment later, Gael pouted and complained that the dress felt a little tight around the chest, wondering aloud whether the tailor had made a mistake with the measurements, while Yubom stood beside her in complete silence, left speechless by her younger sister's innocent misunderstanding. Right then, Yoram entered while carrying another cake, this one topped with only a single candle burning brightly, but unlike the others, her expression looked painfully forced, and she grimaced as she muttered that these cheesy birthday wishes were far too cringe for her taste. Then she declared that the congratulations were already enough and stepped forward with a mischievous smirk, a look dangerous enough to make even Yu-Bomb call her name in worry. "Yoram!" In the next instant, a sharp whistling sound sliced through the air, signaling that something unexpected had already begun. Jitae still held little Gyeol in his arms, the red cone hat sitting absurdly on his head while his expression turned fully alert, and before anyone could stop her, Yoram tossed the cake aside, sprang into the air, and launched herself straight toward Jitae in an attack, leaving Gael frozen nearby, gasping and screaming in horror. A close-up captured Yoram's delighted face as her red eyes glowed with reckless excitement and her sharp fangs flashed through a wild grin, and while everyone else panicked around her, she yelled that she was absolutely going to deliver a birthday punch, turning Jitae's carefully prepared celebration into complete chaos. Both hands pressed hard against the floor, trembling from the strain as Yoriam forced herself through inverted one-handed push-ups, sweat running down her face while she huffed, puffed, gritted her teeth upside down and wondered whether she should just throw in the towel. For a noble member of the Fire Dragon clan to learn combat from a human was ridiculous enough to be humiliating, the kind of disgrace that would make even a passing dog burst out laughing if the story ever got out. But whenever Yoriam looked back at Jitae, she could not even be sure that the man was truly human. The gap between them was simply too massive, so overwhelming that she felt even her entire clan might fail if they rushed him all at once. And after admitting to herself that fighting the old guy to the death and back still would not give her a chance of winning, her frustration twisted into a smaller, pettier goal. If she could not defeat him, then she would at least pull a prank on him and get some payback. That was how the Fire Dragon decided to launch a surprise attack with a birthday cake. At that exact moment, Jitae was holding baby Gyeol in his arms, completely off guard, and Yoram grinned to herself as she decided that with both of his hands occupied and a child in his grasp, there was no way he could block, while at this distance he would never be able to dodge either. This was the golden chance to slap a cake straight into the old guy's face. "Happy birthday, old guy!" Urium shouted and charged forward like an arrow, flying straight at him with the cake in her hands. But Jitae only stood there calmly, watching the kid rush toward him without showing the slightest panic. Then baby Gyul suddenly sensed that something was wrong. Sweat broke across the little girl's forehead as she felt the attack closing in, and in that instant, Grandpa's image flashed through her mind along with his teaching about protecting what was precious, reminding her that she had to hold on to the most important things no matter what. Gyal's eyes suddenly flared with bright green light, her dragon soul awakening with a fierce will to protect, and a glowing magic circle materialized around Jitae, forming a shield that erupted outward and blasted Urium away before the prank could land. Urium flew backward in panic while Yubam stood frozen, unable to do anything but watch the accident unfold. The cake spun through the air and sailed straight toward a bewildered Gaol. Splat. It landed dead center on the blonde girl's face. The room instantly fell into dead silence, and Urium scratched her head with guilty hesitation, realizing she had taken the joke a little too far. Putting that mishap aside, the birthday party finally began for real, with a lavishly decorated table covered in food. After wiping her face clean, Gaol quickly pulled herself together and stepped forward to host the gift-giving ceremony, trying to restore the ruined atmosphere as if nothing embarrassing had happened. Jitae sat down with his usual cold expression, looking completely unmoved by the entire event as he muttered that he was not a child and had no need for presents, but Gaol only smirked at him, teasing that a 27-year-old was still practically a toddler by dragon standards. Jitae ignored her comment, picked up the first gift and asked who had prepared it, and Yubam immediately stepped forward with a bright, proud smile, announcing that it was from her. Inside the red box rested a silver pocket watch, old-fashioned yet elegant, with delicate engravings that gave it a classic and strangely refined appearance. The moment Jitae touched it, however, his system suddenly warned him that the eternal clock ability was vibrating violently, making him narrow his eyes in confusion. Intrigued by the reaction, he pressed the button on the side and opened the cover, wanting to see what kind of object had triggered such a response. Inside the watch was a photo of the entire little dragon family standing together beside a lake, smiling in their own awkward ways, with the words "Happy Memories" written across it. Jitae stared at the photo in silence for a long moment, his expression softening almost imperceptibly before he quietly thanked her. It was rare for him to show such gentleness, and seeing that the old man actually seemed to like the gift, Yubam smiled warmly, overflowing with pride. Next came Gaol's turn, and she held up a pink slip of paper with obvious excitement, proudly declaring that it was a wish voucher. She rambled on about how Jitae could use it to make her do absolutely anything he wanted, insisting that it was the ultimate gift, but her confidence collapsed instantly when Jitae asked if he could receive cash instead. Beside them, Urium burst into loud laughter, mocking her younger sister's gift for being completely insincere before proudly announcing that she would show them what a truly practical gift looked like. With that, the fire dragon reached into a paper bag and pulled out her masterpiece. It was a freshly washed old white sock. The entire room fell into stunned silence. Urium confidently explained that it was a sock she had worn often, but that she had washed it thoroughly using her own special method before presenting it to him, then asked if he felt deeply moved by her sincerity. Yubam could only stare in silence before telling Urium to stop, because the whole thing looked unbelievably strange. Gaol and baby Jeol also stared blankly at their oldest sister's bizarre gift, unable to understand the fire dragon's logic, while Jin's face twisted in confusion, as if he had no idea what reaction was even appropriate. At that moment, Jitae suddenly remembered that baby Gyul also used to peek into his socks from time to time, making him wonder whether dragons had some strange obsession with them. His brow furrowed, and he finally asked, in a flat voice, whether socks carried some profound spiritual or symbolic meaning among the dragon race. Gaul was about to explain something, but Urium instantly clamped a hand over her younger sister's mouth, cutting her off before a single useful word could escape, then told Jitae it was nothing and warned him not to start making strange assumptions. Leaving the sock issue aside, Urium quickly turned toward baby Jewel and urged her to hurry up and show off her own gift, and the shy little girl stepped forward in front of Jitae, looking up at him with nervous determination before softly asking him to close his eyes. Jitae obeyed without complaint, shutting his eyes while quietly wondering what kind of trick the child was planning this time. Jewel then instructed him very seriously that he was not allowed to open his eyes yet, not until she was completely ready, and only after a brief moment did she brighten with a radiant smile and tell him he could finally look. When Jitae opened his eyes, he found a necklace hanging right in front of his chest, with a tiny glass vial dangling from it like a carefully protected treasure. Yubam explained that this was a gift she and Gyul had prepared together with great care, and inside the small glass vial was one of Gyul's dragon scales, while the necklace string itself had been woven from the little girl's own hair. Hearing that Gyul's hair had been used to make the necklace, Jitae paused for a moment before asking whether exchanging hair like this carried some deep hidden meaning. Yubam quickly waved her hands, denying any hidden intention, and explained that there was no secret agenda at all, only that Gyul adored him so much that they had made the necklace this way, then warned him that he absolutely must not lose it. Jitae's expression softened into a faint smile, and he nodded, promising that he would take care of the gift with the utmost caution. Standing right beside them, Gale froze in absolute shock, unable to believe what she was seeing as the cold old man actually cracked a smile in front of everyone. Yoram immediately joined in, teasing him by pointing out that his face had looked like a sour lemon when the others were giving him presents, yet the moment he saw Gyeol's gift, he suddenly cheered right up. After that, Jitae told everyone to go to bed early since it was already getting late. The story then shifted to the freezing land of Marie Birdland in Antarctica, the only territory on the continent that had not been claimed by any sovereign nation. At that moment, however, a secret group was constructing a base there in complete secrecy. This organization was called the Celestial Banquet, a powerful underground alliance that stood apart from the International Superhuman Association because, unlike the association, it was a gathering of elite powerhouses united by one absolute goal. They existed to wipe out demons. Among their members was Minamoto Ai, a female prosecutor from the Japanese royal family's Special Duty Bureau and the 13th ranked superhuman in the world. Next was BM, the first person to ever return from Arendat and the current second-ranked superhuman in the world, followed by Myung Youngha, a recovery master from South Korea's prestigious Myung Magic Clan, who held 9th place in the global rankings. Yet despite his legendary status, Myung Youngha was currently sobbing like a broken man, crying out Minamoto Ai's name over and over again with no concern for dignity. When Minamoto Ai walked in and saw the scene, she could only release a weary sigh before asking BM what was wrong with the old man this time. The moment she appeared, Myung Youngha rushed over and clung to her leg, bawling that the doctor had just delivered monumental news, and between half-choked sobs, he explained that after all these years, his wife was finally showing signs of recovery. The joyful announcement stunned everyone in the room, because Han's illness had always been treated as completely incurable. Yet the concentration of the ancient virus inside her body was now dropping rapidly, creating a miracle that no research had managed to achieve in the past 10 years. Myung Youngha gripped BM's hands tightly and declared that it was all thanks to the medicinal herb BM had brought back. BM answered modestly that he had not done anything remarkable, explaining that the herb itself had acted like an extremely powerful antibiotic and was eradicating the virus from Han's body on its own. Curious and overwhelmed, Myung Youngha asked where BM had found such a miraculous medicine, saying that he had never seen anything like it, not even in Arendat. BM then revealed that he had received it from a stranger he encountered along the way, but as he recalled that man, his gaze sharpened with seriousness, and he stated that the stranger had not been ordinary at all. He was an incredibly powerful individual. Just as the atmosphere began to grow heavy, Minamoto Ai cut in and pulled BM aside to a corner, clearly intending to discuss something private. Behind them, Myung Youngha continued mumbling to himself, wishing that romance would blossom between the two of them so they could experience true bliss together. But Minamoto Ai simply congratulated him on Han's recovery in a blunt voice before turning away and completely ignoring his rambling. BM was dragged along in confusion, even jokingly asking whether she had suddenly developed feelings for him, but Minamoto Ai shut down the idea instantly by telling him he was not her type. Then her expression darkened as she mentioned a single name: Hasegawa. That alone was enough to signal that a massive conspiracy was likely already in motion, and BM's face also turned dead serious once he understood that a disaster-class demon had emerged, promising a battle troublesome enough to become a real headache. BM and Minamoto entered the stairwell together, their conversation continuing as their footsteps echoed through the narrow hallway, and BM asked whether Minamoto truly believed that the same person was responsible for both Hasegawa's disappearance and the strange report submitted to the Superhuman Association, before pointing out that the report had mentioned 1 Calamity class and 2 Disaster class demonic humans, meaning Hasegawa had to be one of those 2 Disaster class monsters. Minamoto admitted that she could not say for certain, but judging from everything they knew, the possibility was extremely high. Even so, the association would continue with the year-end event exactly as planned for now. She explained that she had been ordered to handle the demonic humans gathering around the event area, while the others would focus on searching for those who had already infiltrated the association itself. Hearing this, BM suddenly burst into laughter, openly mocking the situation as he remarked that it almost sounded as though the association had actually discovered something useful, when in reality it seemed Minamoto and her group were the only ones carrying the burden. He then asked whether he was supposed to keep all of this hidden from the tree and whether they should not be discussing such a dangerous matter together. Minamoto's expression darkened as she replied that their lives might depend on that decision. She reminded him that he had only just escaped the hell that had tormented him for 10 years, and she did not want to ask him to return to that same nightmare alongside them, because forcing that burden on him again would simply be too cruel. Meanwhile, nearby, a man laughed cheerfully while speaking to his son over the phone, warmly asking whether he wanted to eat something delicious that night. BM's face suddenly became serious as he called out to Minamoto, but instead of saying anything meaningful, he only teased her. With a faint laugh, he sarcastically asked whether she had always been this kind, admitting that he was genuinely touched. His teasing immediately irritated Minamoto, and she clenched her fist while threatening him, asking whether he wanted to die. BM quickly abandoned the joke and returned to the matter at hand, asking what exactly she wanted him to do. Minamoto told him to find Hasegawa's whereabouts and uncover whoever was behind everything, saying that such a task should be simple for him. BM complained that he was not some expert detective, but as he thought over her request, Jitae suddenly came to mind. After considering it silently for a moment, he turned around and began walking toward his room. Minamoto watched his sudden movement in confusion, wondering whether he had already thought of something. With a faint smile, BM replied that it was nothing major, but there was indeed someone suspicious. The scene then shifted to Yujite's house, where everyone was happily celebrating his birthday, and after clearing every bit of food from the table, they were finally full enough to start heading back to their rooms. Gayul yawned as she slowly climbed the stairs, saying that she was falling into a food coma, while Urium followed behind her and remarked that after eating that much, it was only natural, so she was not surprised at all. Meanwhile, Yujite glanced down at the watch on his wrist and realized that it was already very late. His attention then shifted toward Yugul, who was already drifting off to sleep, and after gently poking her cheek, he told her that she should sleep in her own room. At the same time, inside another room, Yubam was writing in her diary. She noted that it was his birthday and reflected that, judging from Yujite's awkward behavior throughout the celebration, it seemed he had never truly been celebrated before. She even found his shy expression unexpectedly cute, and as she happily hummed while continuing to write, the door suddenly opened. The protagonist entered the room while carrying Gyul, and when he noticed that Yubam was still awake, she immediately became embarrassed, quickly closed her diary and scolded him for coming in without knocking, calling him a pervert. He calmly explained that he had only come to put Gyul to bed because she always slept with her. Yubam put her diary away and remarked that she had thought Gyul was planning to sleep with him instead. After gently placing Gyul on the bed, he told Yubam that once Gyul fell asleep, she should go to sleep as well. However, just as he turned to leave, Gyul grabbed the back of his shirt. Confused, he looked over his shoulder and Gyul calmly said that she wanted to sleep with him. He gently refused, explaining that he had to sleep in his own room, but Gyul innocently pouted, making him wonder why she was suddenly acting this way. Yubam smiled and explained that Gyul simply wanted him to sleep with them. She then told him to stay until Gyul fell asleep, reminding him that Gyul had even given him a birthday present. Left with no real choice, the protagonist fell silent for a moment before eventually giving in. Soon afterward, the room's lights were switched off and the three of them lay together on the bed. Feeling cramped, Jitae awkwardly remarked that the bed was too small, while Yubam teasingly replied that the real problem was simply that he was too big. He then glanced toward Gyul and noticed that her eyes were still wide open, making him wonder why she was still awake instead of sleeping. Gyul froze in place, and Yubam explained that she was probably just excited because they were sleeping together. She then showed Yujitae how to gently pat a child in order to lull her to sleep, encouraging him to try it himself. Although he hesitated at first, he eventually reached out, but instead of patting her softly, he accidentally placed his hand too heavily on Gyul's stomach, leaving the little girl completely stunned. Yubam immediately burst into laughter and explained that nobody patted a child that hard, adding that he had only made Gyul even more awake. Yujitae quickly pulled his hand back, and Yubam advised him to be much gentler, telling him to carefully stroke Gyul's head instead. Understanding what she meant, he reached out once more and gently stroked Gyul's head. Feeling the warmth of his touch, Gyul slowly began to relax, while Yubam quietly watched him put her to sleep. Within moments, Gyul peacefully drifted off. The quick result amazed Yubam, and she complimented Yujitae, remarking that his petting must have been incredibly gentle. Jitae ignored the compliment and told her that she should also go to sleep before Gyul woke up again, but Yubam casually replied that Gyul was a deep sleeper and would not wake up easily. As Jitae glanced back at her, Yubam hesitantly asked whether he was not going to put her to sleep as well. She admitted that lately she had been unable to sleep properly because she kept seeing terrifying prophecies in her dreams. He casually replied that they were nothing more than nightmares, but Yubam pouted and reminded him that he was her guardian, adding that she was still just a child. Seeing her sulking expression left him completely helpless, and he silently wondered what he should do. Yubam then gently placed her hand against his cheek and demonstrated that he should pet her softly, just as he had done for Gyul. Her sudden action left him surprised and speechless, and the soft feeling of her hand against his face made him blush with embarrassment. Before she could say anything more, he immediately turned his face away, startling Yubam. He then stood up, saying that he was tired and needed to sleep, while reminding her to get some rest as well. Yubam stared at him in confusion, realizing that she had never seen him act like that before. After stepping outside the room, Yujitae let out a quiet sigh and muttered that he had grown far too accustomed to this ordinary daily life, harshly criticizing himself for becoming a loser. Just then, a system window appeared in front of him, displaying a notification that the Grand Clock EX power had confirmed the target had been exposed to a small fragment of malice. The designated target was revealed to be the 30-man Airborne Special Forces. Looking at the notification in front of him, Yujitae let out a quiet sigh of relief and remarked that this outcome was far better than what he had feared. Then, after a brief moment of silence, he began wondering about the identity of the designated target. The scene then shifted to a construction site where a worker was violently slammed against a wall and cried out in pain. Seeing such brutality unfold in front of him, another man stepped forward in fury and cursed at them, demanding to know what they thought they were doing. He pointed out that he had believed they were members of the Superhuman Association, then questioned whether they were even allowed to behave in such a violent manner. The leader of the group, whose eyes were glowing with a fiery red aura, gritted his teeth in anger and replied that even he did not understand why they were acting this way. He then warned the old man to leave while he still had the chance. Although the man trembled in fear, he continued standing his ground. The leader glared at him with unmistakable murderous intent, releasing a terrifying aura as he declared that he genuinely felt like he was going to kill him. The group was then revealed to be the Global Superhuman Association Combat Squad, better known as the 30-man Airborne Special Forces. Later that night, Jitae arrived at the construction site in the northwestern region of Heitling, and as he checked the system window, another notification appeared, stating that Clock EX had confirmed the target had been exposed to a small fragment of malice. The designated target was the 30-man Airborne Special Forces, a combat squad affiliated with the Global Superhuman Association, and made up of both men and women with muscular physiques that resembled barbarian warriors. They were a frontline unit that was always deployed during dungeon raids and also assigned to defend against terrorist attacks. And at one point in the past, the protagonist himself had also been a member of that same squad. As Jitae stepped forward, he noticed two workers lying helplessly on the ground and asked whether they were facility managers working at the site. One of the men trembled in fear and warned him that the place was dangerous, desperately urging him to run away, but just as he finished speaking, a powerful stomp echoed from behind, making Jitae turn around in surprise. The leader of the enemy group gritted his teeth in anger and told the old man that he had already ordered him to run away, not to put a bullet in his own head. Behind him, the rest of the group radiated a murderous aura, while the leader glared furiously at Jitae. He was then revealed to be Belbarian, the captain of the Global Superhuman Association's 30-man Airborne Special Forces. The bald old worker began sweating profusely as tears streamed down his face, and in despair, he sorrowfully muttered that perhaps it was finally time for him to join his wife. At that moment, the Clock X system appeared before Jitae, glowing with a golden aura as another notification window materialized. The system explained that in this timeline, the 30-man Airborne Special Forces had been dispatched to search for the hidden demonic humans, but during that mission, they had been exposed to malice, causing the entire group to become violent in both behavior and speech until their mental corruption was undone. Recalling the previous events, the protagonist quietly concluded that they must have been dispatched because of the report he had made. He then asked the old man whether he was still able to walk. The man stared at him in confusion as Jitae calmly continued forward and stated that he would take care of those people himself. He instructed the old man to run away and not tell anyone what had happened there. Hearing this, the old man was stunned and questioned what Jitae had just said. As Barian noticed Jitae approaching, he lowered his stance, clenched his fist in anger, and demanded to know Jitae's identity. Barian furiously demanded to know whether Jitae had come to stand in his way as well, and while he drew back his arm to unleash a devastating punch, the old worker screamed in terror, warning that the situation had become far too dangerous, only for his warning to die in his throat when Jitae calmly raised one hand and blocked the massive blow as if it carried no weight at all. At that instant, memories from the past flashed through Jitae's mind. Back then, Barian had once approached him from behind, placed a hand on his shoulder, and told him that he needed to eat more because he was far too skinny, joking that Jitae did not look like someone who belonged among them, before casually offering to recommend a few protein supplements. Returning to the present, Jitae looked at Barian and sarcastically remarked that compared to those days, his body had definitely grown bigger, but his punch had become weaker, then questioned whether all those muscles were nothing more than decoration. Provoked by that insult, Barian's rage exploded, and he demanded to know what Jitae meant, but before he could move any further, a crushing force struck his side and stunned him completely. With nothing more than a casual flick of his hand, Jitae sent Barian flying into the wall. Jitae quietly concluded that there was no point trying to speak with him anymore, since Barian had already been swallowed by malice, and as he removed his coat, he stated that force would be the only answer, while thick veins rose across his hand. The old worker stared at him anxiously, unable to understand what was happening, while Jitae calmly walked toward the rest of the group. One of the men muttered in disbelief, wondering how their captain had been defeated so easily, while another acknowledged that the young man was terrifyingly strong. Then one member of the group clenched his fist as a crimson aura burst around his body and declared that he wanted to fight Jitae himself. The others followed at once, raising their weapons, tightening their fists, and preparing for battle with savage excitement, their terrifying auras surging as they shouted that they would crush him because their physical strength had already been enhanced to the B+ level. Without hesitation, they all charged toward Jitae like madmen. Jitae, however, remained completely calm before the incoming enemies and released only a soft breath. His gaze locked straight ahead. Then, in an instant, he lunged forward and opened the fight with a brutal knee strike directly into one man's face, making him cry out in pain. Another man immediately swung a large axe from behind, but Jitae moved with remarkable agility, dodged the attack effortlessly, and drove a powerful punch straight into the man's face, sending him crashing heavily into the ground. The remaining attackers kept rushing toward Jitae, shouting that no matter how strong he was, a single young man could never stop all of them if they attacked together. At that moment, Jitae's eyes flashed with a purple glint. He activated the Blade Gulakwar combat technique, and in one sudden burst, his body shot forward in a zigzag pattern, cutting through their formation as he delivered precise critical strikes to every opponent in in his path. While moving between them, Jitae reflected that he had become slightly rusty with his acceleration skill, and he also admitted that controlling his strength had become harder than expected, before wondering whether the current Yu Urium would be able to learn this technique properly. As that thought crossed his mind, a large crate suddenly came hurtling toward him from behind. Jitae sensed it instantly, turned around with complete calm, and sliced the crate in half with a single slash. However, by the time he turned back again, Baryon had already regained consciousness and drawn his weapon, the Rui Jingu nunchucks. Gathering every bit of his aura and physical strength, Baryon charged straight toward Jitae and brought the nunchucks crashing down with tremendous force, making the surrounding air feel unbearably heavy. Even so, Jitae casually raised one hand and blocked the attack without moving an inch. The overwhelming pressure spread through the weapon, countless cracks formed across its surface, and moments later, Jitae crushed the level 3 artifact with his bare hand. Baryon stared in complete astonishment. He could hardly believe that someone had destroyed a level 3 artifact using only one hand, while the shattered pieces of the nunchucks scattered across the ground before him. Seeing Baryon sitting there in a daze, Jitae stepped forward and calmly asked whether he had calmed down a little. Baryon still could not accept what he had witnessed and demanded to know who Jitae truly was. Jitae simply replied that Baryon did not need to know, then instructed him to follow obediently because he intended to treat both him and his subordinates. Those words struck directly against Baryon's pride. He scoffed and questioned whether Jitae was ordering them to surrender, and without the slightest hesitation, he rushed forward and wrapped his arms tightly around him. Preparing to attack, Baryon shouted that the arrogant villain should not look down on them because they were warriors who had wagered their lives on the front lines, then demanded to know whether Jitae truly believed they were afraid of death. Jitae remained calm and explained that he had never said he intended to kill them. However, Baryon refused to believe him, ignored his words, and told him to shut up. Instead, he ordered every warrior to stand up and fight until the very end for their pride. One by one, the men slowly began to rise, preparing to attack Jitae once again. Realizing that the group had no intention of surrendering easily, Jitae released his aura once again, and his eyes glowed with a deep purple light. He remarked that Baryon was just as annoying as ever, though that stubbornness was also something he had always liked about him. As Jitae unleashed his terrifying power, countless souls poured out above his head, surrounding him in an ominous, dark aura that twisted the entire atmosphere into something suffocating. For the first time, fear appeared in Baryon's eyes. He stared at the horrifying sight in utter shock, unable to move as the pressure bearing down on him grew heavier with every passing second. Then, in a threatening voice, Jitae called out to Baryon and asked whether he intended to cooperate now. The air around them became dangerously tense. Jitae summoned the Legion of Fallen Angels, together with the Scales of Balance Eye at SS level and the Shadow of the Grand Duke at SS level. This was one of the 3 great powers he had stolen from the Demon Realm's Grand Duke, a terrifying authority also known as the SS level Grand Duke's Punishment. After a short while, every member of the group had been neatly chained and completely brought under control. Jitae then activated the power of Clock EX and began cleansing them. A system window immediately appeared before him, displaying a notification that confirmed traces sent from beyond the horizon had been detected within the 30 members of the Airborne Special Forces. The power of the Grand Clock X began collecting the traces of malice that had surfaced from within them, and soon another notification appeared, showing that the collection progress had reached 15.3%. As Jitae continued the cleansing process, he glanced to the side and noticed one of the fallen angels standing beside him. He remarked that this was exactly why he had not wanted to use this power, adding that it was simply too excessive. The fallen angel remained visibly flustered and silent. Jitae then looked toward the 30 mentally contaminated members of the Airborne Special Forces and wondered whether they would all fit in there, before noting that he would have to bring some good wine with him later. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to BM's laboratory. At that moment, a ram monster was holding a magic stone and placing it carefully inside a device, while BM watched the process with deep satisfaction. He felt relieved because he had finally managed to use Hera's kaleidoscope, a level 4 artifact. Until now, he had been trying to analyze the strand of hair that had been left behind, but none of his devices had produced any meaningful results. However, BM believed that Hera's kaleidoscope would be completely different, and he was determined to discover the source of that mysterious power. While he was fully absorbed in his research, someone suddenly placed a hand on his shoulder from behind. BM became slightly annoyed and remarked that he was busy at the moment, telling the person that they could play later. However, the figure continued tapping a finger against his shoulder, making BM even angrier. The moment he turned around, he discovered that the visitor was none other than Jitae, who was standing there with a bottle of wine in his hand. Jitae's expression immediately turned cold when he noticed the strand of hair that Gyul had lost. Seeing his reaction, BM began sweating and quickly explained that he had found the hair on the floor after Jitae's previous visit. BM desperately insisted that he had only found the strand of hair while cleaning, explaining that he had neither stolen it nor intended to use it for anything harmful. Without the slightest hesitation, Jitae immediately took the strand of hair and declared that he would be taking it back before destroying it completely with his mana. The decisive action left BM utterly stunned, and he could only cry out helplessly as the hair vanished before his eyes. Returning to the main matter, BM asked what had brought Jitae there this time. wondering whether he had come to check on the girl's condition and the armored knight. Jitae confirmed that he had, then added that he had also brought more corrupted people with him. As he spoke, he handed BM the bottle of wine. BM accepted it immediately and became visibly delighted, but when he asked how many people had come this time, Jitae simply glanced behind him and calmly replied that there were quite a lot. When BM looked back, he saw a large group sitting on the ground in orderly rows. Completely helpless, BM remarked that they were huge as well. Jitae explained that there were 30 people in total, then commented that the place would probably need to be expanded. BM complained that Jitae was basically making him handle even more work. As BM observed the group more closely, he noticed the badges attached to their uniforms. Jitae explained that they belonged to the Airborne Special Forces from the Alliance, and BM immediately recalled Minamoto's words about the Alliance using the Airborne Special Forces to search for the demonic humans hiding within their ranks. At that moment, Baryon slowly began showing signs of regaining consciousness. Jitae approached him and calmly asked about his condition. Baryon looked around in confusion, unable to understand where he was. Since Jitae did not know how to explain the situation properly, he awkwardly stated that this place was a hospital and that he was the doctor. Baryon looked even more confused when Jitae casually introduced BM as the nurse. Recognizing BM, Baryon admitted that he had never expected to see him working part-time as a nurse. Jitae then explained that Baryon and the others would have to remain there for approximately 3 months to 1 year. He pointed out that Baryon could probably already feel that his thoughts and emotions were currently unstable and difficult to control. If he left in that condition, he would lose control again and harm many innocent people. For that reason, Jitae instructed him to stay there obediently and receive treatment. Baryon agreed, stating that he would do as instructed, but admitted that he had one favor to ask. Since they were soldiers, they could not allow their combat abilities to decline, so during their stay, he asked whether there would be a place available where they could continue training. BM immediately grew irritated and asked whether the place looked like a gym to them. But before he could continue venting his frustration, Jitae calmly placed a hand on his shoulder and told the soldiers that the nurse would prepare everything they needed, leaving BM helpless once again as he muttered that Jitae was truly mean. Jitae then looked to the side and noticed 2 familiar figures diligently cleaning the area, prompting him to ask BM about their condition. BM answered honestly, admitting that things were not good. He explained that the armored man was still grieving the master he had once served and kept muttering about returning to his lady's side, but the real problem was the girl, who had completely lost her will to live. BM warned that if she did not receive the light of paradise immediately, her emotions would continue sinking even deeper, and as Jitae listened, he quietly wondered what the will to live truly meant. Meanwhile, the girl sat quietly and watched as the armored knight had already blended in with the soldiers. At that moment, Jitae approached her and gently asked whether something was troubling her. She immediately recognized him and apologized for the scene she had caused earlier, explaining that, for a while, it had felt as though something had possessed her. Sitting beside her, Jitae calmly told her to let it go, because everything was all right. She then said that she had heard the people there belonged to the Alliance, and when Jitae confirmed it, she slowly began to open up. She revealed that she had once worked at a small orphanage in the countryside, until one day a massive rupture suddenly appeared and monsters poured out, throwing everything into chaos. Although all the adults managed to evacuate safely, she and the children failed to escape in time. The children hid inside the building while she went outside alone to check whether any monsters were approaching. Fortunately, the monsters passed by the orphanage, and for a brief moment, both she and the children were overwhelmed with relief. But in the next instant, that hope was destroyed when something suddenly struck. She collapsed helplessly to the ground, and when she slowly opened her eyes, she was stunned by the devastation before her. The entire orphanage had been completely destroyed. She explained that the Global Superhuman Association had made a mistake that could only be called a misfire. Countless cannons had been fired, and in a single instant, everyone except her had died, leaving her as the only survivor. She believed that she herself had killed them. From that moment onward, her memories became unclear, and all she could remember was something black appearing before it felt as though she had become something else entirely. After listening quietly, Jitae concluded that seeing people from the Alliance must have made her uncomfortable, but she admitted that the truth was the complete opposite. She believed she should have felt pain, resentment, or hatred, yet for some reason, all she felt was happiness. Ever since arriving there, everything had somehow become enjoyable. Sitting still felt pleasant, cleaning felt pleasant, and even reading a boring magazine felt strangely interesting. Lying back on the ground, she confessed that it all felt wrong because someone like her should not be allowed to feel happy, and she quietly questioned whether she even deserved to keep living. Jitae slowly stood up and said that if she truly wanted to die, then she should die. She was too stunned to speak, and as silence fell over her, he continued in the same calm voice, explaining that if there was absolutely nothing left in life worth looking forward to, then death would naturally seem like the better choice. However, if she did not truly want to die, then she had to find something worth anticipating, because anticipation was what allowed people to continue living. As she watched him walk away, she quietly wondered whether even he himself was looking forward to something. Jitae stopped, lowered his gaze toward the crystal necklace hanging from his chest, and remained silent for several moments before finally admitting that he was trying to do exactly that. At that moment, Baryon approached her and politely asked whether she had finished talking. He then admitted that he had been watching her for a while and had heard that she had lost her will to survive. Smiling with complete confidence, he claimed that he knew an extremely effective cure and asked whether she wanted to talk for a while. Soon afterward, the girl was trembling under overwhelming pressure as the soldiers forced her to do push-ups while growing deeply dissatisfied with her frail physique. One of them furiously shouted that he could not understand how she was supposed to lift even a fork with that level of strength. Barian also shouted at the top of his lungs, convinced that her physical weakness was the reason she had lost her will to survive. Since there was no proper equipment available, they decided to begin gently with unarmed exercises, firmly instructing her not to think about using magic while promising to help her drive away every distracting thought. Completely overwhelmed by the situation, the poor girl could only cry out in despair and repeatedly apologize. Meanwhile, Jitae turned toward Armada and instructed him to take good care of her, and Armada immediately acknowledged the order. BM then approached Jitae with curiosity and asked whether he could ask him something. Jitae immediately understood that BM was talking about the information he had given to the Alliance, and when BM confirmed it in surprise, he admitted that he had not expected Jitae to acknowledge it so easily. As the two continued walking ahead, BM asked whether it was true that a Calamity-class demonic human would indeed appear during the year-end event. Jitae acknowledged it without hesitation and stated that a massive battle was about to begin. Because of that, he told BM that he would need his help. At the same time, the scene shifted to Gayul, who came across something that instantly caught her attention. In front of her was a tiny creature resembling an angry little chick, and the sight left her excited as she quietly stared at it. The next day at school, Gayul and her friends came out of class while chatting happily among themselves, saying that they had been dismissed much earlier than usual that day. Since the sudden free time made them feel excited, they wished every school day could end just as quickly, because then they would have far more time to enjoy themselves after class. However, Gail soon became curious about why their classes had ended so early. She had noticed that all the teachers seemed to be in a real hurry throughout the day, and because of that, the situation felt unusual. Her friend replied that she had heard there was some kind of problem at the mythical creature facility. Hearing this, the green-haired girl wondered whether one of the creatures had escaped, or whether something completely different had happened there. Mythical creatures were animals that possessed mana inside their bodies, much like superhumans. Some superhumans were able to form special bonds with these creatures through taming, allowing them to become trusted companions. One of the girls told everyone not to be so dramatic, pointing out that no emergency text message had been sent out. She believed that if the incident had truly been dangerous, everyone would have already received an official emergency notification. With that, the conversation quickly shifted to their plans after school. They considered going downtown since they had heard about a newly opened cafe and wanted to visit it together while also taking pictures inside its popular photo booth. However, Gayol explained that she would not be able to join them. The others immediately assumed that it was because her guardian did not allow her to go downtown. They felt that he was far too strict with her and wondered why anyone would stop a young girl from spending time downtown these days. One of the girls jokingly suggested that perhaps it was because Gayol was so pretty that he did not let her go out very often. Before leaving, her friends kindly promised that they would bring back some cute keychains for her, and Gayol smiled as she sincerely thanked them. As they said goodbye, Gayol cheerfully wished them fun. After everyone separated and went their own way, she quietly reflected on why Mr. never allowed her to visit crowded places. She assumed it was because she herself was afraid of attracting too much attention from other people. But even so, she believed that she was doing much better now. Then, becoming slightly upset, she wondered why he also disliked the idea of her playing the guitar. Gayol complained that she could not even practice properly at home because of him, and since practicing there was impossible, she decided that she would simply take her guitar outside and play somewhere else instead. Encouraging herself, she proudly thought that she would show the world the revolutionary spirit of the Gold Clan. A short while later, Gayol found a peaceful place and quietly sat down. Since there were no other people around, she felt relaxed, especially because large crowds had always made her uncomfortable. She then gently began playing her guitar, and the moment the beautiful melody flowed through the air, the nearby animals slowly emerged from their surroundings and quietly gathered to listen to her performance. As she continued playing, Gayol became fully absorbed in the melody. But then she suddenly sensed the presence of something nearby and turned to look around, inwardly noting that it was neither human nor an ordinary animal. At that moment, she immediately remembered something Jitae had once told her. He had warned her that if any strange adult ever tried to hand her a business card, she should immediately run away. When she had asked who those people might be, he had simply explained that they would be scary humans. Remembering that warning, Gayol briefly wondered whether this unknown presence was one of the scary adults she had been told about. She quickly picked up her guitar as though preparing to strike and loudly declared from a safe distance that she did not want any business card. However, when she carefully looked toward the hidden figure, she was stunned to realize that it was actually a very cute little animal. Her eyes sparkled as she spotted the adorable little chick, though she quickly became confused because it looked like a chick while being noticeably larger than an ordinary one. Gayol happily assumed that the little creature had been listening to her guitar performance. She then asked whether she could touch it just once or twice, muttering that it looked incredibly soft. However, her excitement unexpectedly frightened the cute chick, and it immediately became scared before quickly running away from her. Goal rushed after the little creature while apologizing for her strange behavior. She repeatedly tried to reassure it that she only wanted to look at it, but the animal refused to stop and continued fleeing from her. It quickly climbed up a tree and settled on one of the branches, glaring down at her with a completely angry expression. Seeing that reaction, Gale sadly concluded that the little animal simply did not like her. Later that evening during dinner at home, Gale quietly left the dining table after saying that she did not have any appetite. Yoram turned toward her with a concerned expression and asked if she was really sure, her eyes drifting toward the bowls she had just emptied, because from what Yoram had seen, she had eaten more than anyone else at the table, making her claim even harder to understand. Yubam calmly explained that she had only eaten about half of her usual amount, and the moment Yoram heard that, she shouted in disbelief, wondering where all that food had even gone, while Jitae silently watched the scene without saying anything. A little later, Jitae went to check on Gol, and when he entered her room, he found her sitting comfortably with snacks in hand, cheeks full as she stuffed food into her mouth while using her iPad. Seeing this, he remarked that he had thought she did not have any appetite. But Gale casually answered that she had not felt hungry earlier and had only become hungry now, before kindly offering him a bite of her snacks. Jitae politely refused. Then his gaze moved to her screen, and he asked what she was doing, noticing that she was searching for information about a chick she had encountered earlier that day. Gael explained that she had met a chick in the mountains and wanted to become friends with it, but for some reason, it did not seem to like her. She continued, saying that the chick lived up in a tree, which made her worry even more because the weather was slowly getting colder, and she then asked how someone could help another being open up and become friendly. After thinking for a moment, Jitae gave her a simple answer and told her that food would probably be the best method, explaining that a chick without an owner was likely to be hungry. Gael immediately brightened, delighted by the idea, and wondered how Jitae had managed to come up with such a wonderful solution. Happily deciding that she would try it the next day, she sincerely thanked him for the advice and even offered to give him some of her favorite cookies in return. However, Jitae only sighed and declined again, saying that he was fine. Later that night, under the quiet moonlight, the little chick stood alone on top of its tree, peacefully looking out at the beautiful night scenery. Then, all at once, it sensed something nearby and turned around, only to notice several kittens staring up at it from the ground below. At first, the adorable kittens simply watched it with wide, amazed eyes, but their cute appearance vanished in an instant as they suddenly released horrifying screams, spread their sharp claws, and launched themselves toward the chick in a coordinated attack, trying to devour it. The tiny creature froze in terror. In the next instant, feathers scattered through the air and blood splattered across the ground. The following morning, Gail made her way toward the mountains while carrying fried chicken for the little chick, and as the delicious aroma drifted upward, she sniffed it happily and remarked that it smelled wonderful. While walking, she remembered her conversation with Jitae from the previous night, recalling how he had advised her to approach the little creature with food because it was still young and would most likely be hungry. Gail felt grateful that she had asked him for advice in advance, and she firmly believed that if she offered the chick something as delicious as fried chicken, it would surely become a little closer to her. After reaching the tree where she had met him before, Gael stood beneath it and gently called out to him, explaining that he had been frightened the day before, so this time she had brought delicious fried chicken especially for him. She added that she had even prepared both chicken legs, hoping they could enjoy the meal together. However, no matter how gently she called, the little chick did not come out from his hiding place. At first, Gail wondered whether the cute little creature simply did not like that kind of food, or whether he was no longer there at all. As she carefully looked around the area, she suddenly noticed several of the chick's feathers scattered nearby, each one stained with blood. Then her eyes moved to the tree itself, where deep claw marks had been carved into the bark, and although the traces were faint, she could even sense lingering mana in the surrounding area. At that moment, she remembered what her friends had told her earlier, that the spiritual creatures who had escaped from the sanctuary might run into serious trouble after leaving the palace. A terrible feeling slowly filled her mind, and Gail began to fear that something bad had happened to the adorable little chick. Meanwhile, in the entertainment district of Heidling's bustling streets, the little creature was desperately fighting against several cats inside a dark alley. The cats mocked him, saying that he certainly ran very well despite having such short legs, but they declared that his escape had finally come to an end while calling him Razor. The little chick asked why they were attacking him when they had all come from the same sanctuary, believing they could simply go their separate ways and peacefully enjoy their newly gained freedom. However, the cats asked whether he truly wanted to know the reason, then furiously admitted that they were attacking him simply because they hated him. They carried a deep grudge against him because, back at the spiritual creature sanctuary, he had always been treated as something precious just because he was cute. Because of that, he had received all the delicious snacks and nearly all the affection for himself. Now that there were no fences or breeders left to protect him, the cats believed this was finally the perfect chance to get rid of Razor for good. The nasty cats immediately launched another fierce attack, fully intending to kill him, while Razor stood there helplessly with no way to escape. At that exact moment, Gale suddenly rushed into the narrow alley, intercepted the attack, and rescued the little chick before the cats could reach him. As soon as she realized that he was still alive and safe, immense relief washed over her, and she quickly picked the injured chick up in her arms before turning angrily toward the cats. Gale believed that since they were all from the same sanctuary, they were supposed to be friends and get along, yet instead they were bullying someone much weaker than themselves. The cats grew displeased because another human had interfered with their actions, and they were already annoyed whenever humans became involved. Realizing they could no longer continue, all three cats eventually retreated, telling Razor that he had simply been lucky that day. The little chick felt relieved and terrified at the same time, unable to fully process the fact that he had survived. Gale gently explained how she had managed to find him, saying that his savory scent had allowed her to follow his trail until she eventually discovered where he had gone. She had tracked him for quite some time before finally managing to find him, and after looking at his condition, she carefully told him that they first needed to heal all of his wounds. She also remarked that those kittens had been far too cruel to do something so terrible to such an adorable little baby. Feeling safe at last, the exhausted chick lost consciousness in her arms, while Gale desperately tried to wake him up. When the chick finally opened his eyes again, he found himself sitting on top of Gale's head while facing Jitae. Jitae looked at Gale and asked whether this was the same chick she had been talking about, whether it had been attacked, whether she had been hurt while trying to save it, and whether the entire incident had truly happened in the entertainment district of all places. Gale calmly replied that she had not really been injured and had only received a few minor scratches. Even so, Jitae became angry at her for taking such a dangerous risk and sternly called out to her. Noticing his anger, Gale immediately apologized. Jitae then glanced at the chick and reminded her that it was not just an ordinary chick. Meanwhile, Yubam extended her hand and began treating the chick's injuries with her mana, while Yu sat nearby and curiously stared at the wounded little creature. Yubam then mentioned that she had heard several spiritual creatures had recently escaped from the spiritual creature sanctuary, and after looking at the little chick's condition, she believed he was probably one of those escaped creatures. As she continued treating him with her mana, she noticed the chick slowly opening his eyes, and Gale immediately brightened with relief before offering to bring him some water. Before Gale could leave, Yu stopped her and instead used her mana to create fresh water for the little chick. The moment the chick drank it, he felt much better because the magical water was both refreshing and incredibly invigorating. At the same time, he became confused by the sudden sensation and wondered what that refreshing feeling inside him could be. Yubam praised Gyul for her magic, adding that she was becoming quite skilled, while Gyul proudly smirked in satisfaction. Gyul cheerfully declared that she wanted to see it as well, while Jitae remained seated nearby, quietly observing them. A short while later, the little chick introduced himself, explaining that the name of his current body was Razor and that he belonged to the Cayman collateral branch of the Avian tribe. He sincerely thanked the beautiful maidens for treating his injured body and even providing him with such refreshing drinking water. The girl stared at him in amazement as he continued speaking, while the chick considered their kindness to be a true debt of gratitude. However, none of the girls could understand his language because they were unfamiliar with the language spoken by spiritual creatures. Because of that, they turned to Jitae and asked him to explain what the chick had just said. Jitae simply translated that the little chick was expressing his gratitude and saying thank you. The little chick especially thanked the blonde maiden, and when Jitae informed Gyul that the chick was talking to her, she became very happy. Meanwhile, the little chick continued, explaining that even though Gyul possessed a weak body, she had still courageously stepped forward to rescue him. Gyul merely smiled and nodded in acknowledgement, even though she could not understand a single word he was saying. Razor admitted that he still did not know what kind of beings they truly were, but he already regarded Gyul as his savior. In his heart, she had already become his guardian deity, and with that sincere belief, he respectfully bowed to her. Gyul was surprised by his reaction at first, but soon smiled happily and expressed that she looked forward to spending more time together with him in the future. Elsewhere, inside a grand hall, a man quietly approached a nearby pianoforte after receiving the report that Hasegawa had disappeared. The figure standing before him informed him that the old man had died in quite a scenic place, exactly as he had wished. The man then noticed that the elder had finally arrived, and standing before him was a young woman with crimson hair who greeted Wei-Yan while calmly remarking that he looked well. She also commented that the feeling of ascending to such a seat must have been beyond words. This woman was Isil Khalifa, the Calamity-class demon magical engineer. Wei-Yan apologized and admitted that he should have paid closer attention, especially because the matter had been directly related to his own work. However, Isil casually replied that it was fine and that it did not matter, because she had actually grown annoyed after he kept asking her to make puppets. She also remarked that the crazy old man had become completely absorbed in that cultured noble play. Wei-Yan then noticed something behind her and asked Izel what she had brought with her. Izel gestured toward the captured man and explained that a bug had followed their scent all the way to their location, hiding nearby while attempting to call for backup, so she had simply captured it herself. As the man was thrown onto the ground, he slightly raised his head and admitted that although he had always been suspicious, he had never expected Wei Yan to actually believe he was a traitor. The captured man was Edward Crane, a rank 14 superhuman known as the Hound. Wei Yan apologized to the elder once again and stated that he would dispose of Edward shortly. Despite his terrible condition, Edward gathered every last bit of strength remaining in his body and awakened his aura. He angrily declared that no matter how miserable he looked at that moment, he refused to believe he could be defeated by a mere youngster who had only played the role of a teacher inside the lair. Edward immediately released his raging power. Wei Yan was surprised as he quietly realized that Edward was incredibly fast. In the very next instant, Edward successfully lunged forward and grabbed Wei Yan by the neck. Iselle, who stood nearby, remained completely calm, smiling as if she found the situation rather amusing. Edward tightened his grip around Wei Yan's neck and declared that even if he died there, he would at least kill Wei Yan first. However, in the very next instant, Wei Yan suddenly overwhelmed Edward with absolute strength and grotesquely crushed his head. The elder calmly remarked that Edward should never have caused such a disturbance inside a sacred cathedral, while Wei Yan merely smiled. At that very moment, another individual entered the hall while emitting a brilliant golden aura and remarked that it had been a long time, little one. The newcomer was Neo, the disaster-class demon who held the seat of vow. Noah, the seat of deep longing, was revered as a god among the demonic humans chosen by the Abyss and appointed to a seat. And even Wei Yan, despite belonging to the higher ranks among them, knew almost nothing about the being standing before him. Yet there was one fact he understood with absolute certainty. Unlike the other Calamity-class demonic humans, Noah had already reached that terrifying pinnacle long before the Abyss had ever granted him a seat. Standing before Wei Yan, Noah called him a child, and calmly said that he had heard Wei Yan would soon become the fifth sword of the inviolability. Wei Yan immediately bowed his head with deep respect and admitted that although he was still lacking in many ways, he had nevertheless been chosen by the Abyss. Iselle coldly replied that he was indeed lacking, reminding him that he had nearly been defeated by a weak human. Wei Yan remained silent, unable to answer, while Iselle questioned how that human had known they would all gather there that day. In her eyes, the attack had not looked like the reckless act of one independent human, but something carried out under the direct orders of the Alliance. Before Wei Yan could say anything, Iselle smiled and remarked that humans seemed to know so much about them, while they themselves knew almost nothing about humans. Then her expression hardened as she called Wei Yan's name, anger rising in her voice. Her eyes turned crimson as she demanded to know what he had been doing all this time inside the Alliance. Wei Yan, visibly shaken, lowered his head and sincerely apologized to the elders. Noah then calmly stated that the great event was drawing very close, and he hoped no further problems would arise before that time. With that, Noah and Iselle walked away together. As they left, Iselle remarked that Noah was far too soft, saying he should have at least cut off one of Wei Yan's arms or punished him in some similar way, so the lesson would be properly engraved into him. Only after they had gone did Wei Yan clutch his arm in complete terror, silently cursing them. Meanwhile, inside a nearby building, Wei Yan's head teaching assistant, Guak Panhui, was speaking with someone over a call, assuring the person on the other side that he clearly understood. Once the call ended, Guak clutched his head in frustration and cursed the entire situation. Seeing his reaction, Hashimoto asked whether the professor had scolded him again, but Guak replied that the real problem was far worse. Their information had leaked once again. Irritated and tense, he declared that if they failed to find the person responsible, they would all be killed. The female assistant looked confused, unable to understand what Guak was talking about, but Guak, already consumed by rage, slammed his fist onto the table and furiously questioned how that person could possibly know every single detail. What angered him most was that the person had even learned that the elders would be holding a meeting there, even though that information should have been known only to the elders of the inviolability and to their own side. Then, as if a thought had suddenly struck him, Guak immediately turned toward Hashimoto and began to suspect that she might have been the one who had leaked the information. Hashimoto glared back at him while releasing a chilling aura, then quietly asked her lord what orders he had for dealing with him. Elsewhere, the little razor quietly explained that he always felt uncomfortable whenever someone touched him. His growth had been restricted for dozens of years while he had remained trapped inside the facility, and during all that time, the humans had constantly petted him whenever they fed him medicine. They always called those things nutrients, but from Razor's point of view, they had never been good for him at all. Because of that, he sincerely wished everyone would simply stop touching him. On the verge of tears, he begged them to remove the pink ribbon, insisting that he was not female. Unfortunately, Gail was recording a video of him and could not understand a single word he was saying. Instead, she completely misunderstood him and happily assumed that he truly loved wearing the ribbon, already thinking about trying something else on him. At that moment, Yorium entered the room and wondered what the little creature was. She stepped forward, grabbed Razor, and explained that she had woken up from her nap because of all the noise, then asked whether they had picked him up from the street. Gael immediately defended him and insisted that Yoram should not bully her friend. Yoram looked at the two of them and declared that they made an absolutely perfect idiot duo together. Then, growing curious, she asked what his name was. The little creature immediately introduced himself as Razor, but neither of them understood his language. Gaul happily decided that his name would be Peep Peep because he kept peeping all the time. Urim stared at her in disbelief and pointed out that she had put absolutely no effort into naming him since she had clearly made it up on the spot. Gaul became irritated and claimed that she had actually spent 2 whole hours thinking about it. A moment later, Razor suddenly caught the smell of cigarettes. The familiar scent terrified him, and because he found it utterly disgusting, he immediately tried to crawl away from Urium. Razor's strange behavior confused Urium, and before the little creature could escape from her, she unexpectedly leaned in and licked him. That was the final straw. Razor completely lost his patience and screamed, while Gaol screamed in panic as well. Yu covered her nose and calmly stated that it smelled like saliva. Yoram wiped her mouth as if nothing had happened and casually remarked that it did not taste very good, even though it was chicken. Gaol angrily pouted, started throwing punches, and protested once again, refusing to let Yoram bully him anymore. Yoram simply laughed and explained that she had only been doing it for fun. Gaul cursed her angrily and refused to let the matter go. As she continued pointing out Urium's insecurities, the argument quickly escalated until Urium finally became angry. She sighed and remarked that if Gaul was going to bring up her insecurities, then she would no longer do anything to her dear friend Peep Peep and would instead take everything out on Gaul. Then Urium furiously kicked her and began beating her, saying that Gaul had been acting far too boldly lately. Gaul screamed in pain, and as the beating continued, she repeatedly apologized, desperately hoping it would stop. However, Urium kept kicking her without showing any intention of stopping. Nearby, Gaol noticed the device and calmly began recording the entire incident before sharing the video. Not long afterward, Yubom arrived and called out to Gyul, startling her completely, before firmly telling her that she should not interfere in other people's matters in that way. She then told the girls to stop fighting. By then, Gaol was lying devastated on the ground after the intense beating, while Razor was also sprawled out in visible exhaustion. Yubom gently picked up Gyul, but then she suddenly seemed to sense something strange, and her eyes widened in surprise. Soon afterward, she rushed to Jitae's room and called out to him with clear concern. Seeing her reaction, Jitae immediately wondered whether she had seen the future again. Instead, Yubom asked that if he was planning to go somewhere, he should take her along as well. Without hesitation, Jitae told her to get ready quickly. Yubom was shocked by how suddenly he agreed. Jitae then revealed that this time he might genuinely need her help and explained that he would tell her everything while they traveled. Yubom was completely astonished. She could hardly believe that Jitae had actually asked for her help. Jitae calmly added that if she was scared, she did not have to come, but Yubom clarified that it was not like that. Instead, she happily admitted that she was truly glad because this was the very first time he had openly admitted that he needed her assistance. Yubom became so delighted that she eagerly asked whether Jitae had truly meant those words and whether from now on he could simply ask for her help directly whenever he needed it. Jitae did not seem particularly pleased by her reaction and quietly muttered that he would rather go alone instead. Later, they arrived in the land of Marie Biro at one of the Purity Association's secret bases. Inside the laboratory, BM cheerfully introduced everyone who had gathered there, beginning with Minamoto and Liwa. The elderly woman warmly greeted the younger members and remarked that it was nice to meet such young people. BM then introduced Jitae and explained that he was the person who had prepared the report. Jitae briefly stated that everyone could simply call him the demonic human hunter. Standing beside him, Yubom calmly introduced herself as his assistant. The elderly woman looked toward Yubom and kindly remarked that she was a very pretty young lady, and Yubom cheerfully returned the compliment. However, Minamoto did not look pleased at all. She gritted her teeth in visible annoyance and explained that although she had been the one who requested their help, she believed the situation had already gone too far. Pointing toward Jitae, she remarked that he only introduced himself through the work he performed, while refusing to reveal either his real name or his affiliation. Then she openly mocked his assistant as well. BM panicked slightly and quickly asked Minamoto to calm down, warning her not to make Jitae any angrier. But Minamoto replied that there was no possible way she could calm down. A superhuman rancor had recently died, and in her eyes, it was completely unreasonable to trust someone like Jitae, a man whose true identity nobody even knew. Jitae calmly asked whether she wanted to witness it personally. Minamoto scoffed at his remark and immediately drew her sword while releasing her aura, warning him not to toy with her. She declared that countless people had already lost their lives simply because they had challenged her in exactly the same way. Liwa then calmly told Minamoto that the situation had already gone far enough and advised her to stop. She added that the moment Minamoto unsheathed her sword, she would die. Minamoto turned toward Liwa in confusion, unable to understand why she would say something like that. Liwa then apologized on Minamoto's behalf, explaining that she had been on edge lately, before politely requesting permission to ask Jitae something. Once Jitae allowed it, Liwa slowly opened her green eyes and calmly asked whether he truly stood on the side of humanity.